level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Just trust me, okay? We just have to follow the MSC history footprint.
Is it MSC Riyadh this year? As in Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Why are we trekking through the jungle?
MSC started off in the tropics before it started to take over the world.
Yes.
Oh, guys! This symbol, it matches the QB frequency. I think we're getting close. You guys hear that? The format is calling me. I can feel it in my gut.
Not your guts. You just skipped breakfast.
Guys, look.
8 different warriors, all from distant lands. One sacred path.
Oh my, Japan is back.
Oh, 8 teams drawn into 2 groups. GSL format with BO3 matches, but at the end, only 1 team advances. We have to find the next piece first, because then we get to write the story. Imagine it. Lapels, MSC 2025, Fury Pro Max Plus. Ain't that good?
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
It's okay. I got this.
What's that?
Great Scott! It's the group stage format!
The MSC 2025 group stages is going to consist of 16 teams broken into 2 groups, each group balanced and regionally diverse.
So all teams will be drawn into 2 seeds, and teams from the same region can't be drawn into the same group.
Groups will then play a BO3 double elimination. Teams with a 2-0 record and teams that survive with a 2-1 record will then advance. 8 teams will then fight for the ultimate glory.
Is this still a group stage or a group elim stage?
Well, it's kind of both.
It's the best of both worlds! Maybe we're intentionally lost.
Oh, you mean like the time a strong team lost to a weaker team that claimed it was a strategy to go down to the lower bracket for a more dramatic comeback? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Oh, look! That seems like a shortcut to the finale!
Perfect! Now we can solidify the format before they even get here. Let's go. Brigida, let me teach you something. When you see something shining, you smash it. I found it! The sacred format ahead of everyone else.
LaFell!
From now on, you can call me LaFell, the great format discoverer.
LaFell! I think you broke the format.
Oh, we can still fix the format. Thank goodness I'm out with you this time.
Don't touch anything else, LaFell, no!
Let's look at the knockout stage.
The MSC 2025 knockout stage, 2-0 teams will get to choose which 2-1 team they want to face.
Will the 2-0 teams just pick a weaker team for a better matchup? Or they could just fight a tougher team just to flex.
The real question is, which team gets to choose first?
Most game wins or shorter game time?
We're gonna have to wait until we get to Riyadh. Until then, let's have a look at the playoff bracket.
Quarterfinals and semis will now be best of 5. Oh, and there's now a best of 5 third place clash before the grand finals.
Final best of 7 to crown the ultimate champion.
There you have it. The MSC 2025 format, wildcards to glory.
Yes!
trophy left. Nobody expected this. That's fine. This time, it's our year. We're locked in.
More than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of. Doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of. Doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting fact, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who won it? No problem. City, plenty habit coffin. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of this function.
It's comeback time!
What you do if you have my life? Work like
Everyone knows who will win MSC 2025.
just to have that ice. Lot of dudes trying to have that price. Either yo, cause you about to add that spice. Nowadays, you never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes.
We've seen our wild card. We've crowned Team Vitality as the champions of MWI. And now we return to the MSC stage from the Esports World Cup to see who will become the champions of the MLBB Mid-Season Cup 2025. My name is Renmar. I'm going to be your panel host for the first half of the day. And I am joined by two literal titans, 7-footers, because I'm clearly a 6-footer. It's Gideon and Naisu. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing?
Feeling good, honestly. Great to be back here on the MLBB stage one more time for this international. And of course, Naisu, this is it. This is where every world collides.
I'm so excited. After seeing that, that's the first time we saw the opening shot with all the players too.
Yeah.
And that kind of solidified that, man, this is day one of MSC 2025. I'm super hyped for it.
Yeah, and remember, MSC 2025, it's not just the mid-season cup for MLBB. It's also in the middle of the Club World Championship here at the Esports World Cup. So just in case you need a little bit of a refresher of how the Club Championship works, watch this.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Team Vitality's record-setting championship win at MWI doesn't only have huge effects for the history of MLBB women's esports, but also for the results of the club championship. Because in just a moment, you're going to be
bahwa kita tahu bahwa one game, two champion. Satu champion udah didapetin. Dan kita berharap ada bakal yang kedua ya. Tapi
Bener.
game Mobile Legends, kalau bisa dua-duanya Indonesia gitu.
Benar, setuju banget ya. Dan ini adalah kemenangan kedua yang flawless ya buat tim Vitality ya. Atau mungkin sebelumnya kita kenal dengan Bigetron. Mereka sapu bersih semuanya tanpa ada game loss sama sekali. Dan jangan lupakan juga bahwa di MWI yang kemarin itu ada double
I think you've been also a part with some of the things that we've mentioned here, Naisu.
And that's of the decade.
Yeah, of the decade.
I would have imagined that some of the other tournaments would have been part of it as well, but I think the cutoff time was a little like, that's a little awkward.
Yeah,
Don't worry,
yeah.
we'll keep with M5. I'm okay with that. But for the most part, it has been a huge year for Mobile Legends, and I think with the starting of this MSC to kind of kick things off for 2025, it's going to be a good litmus test to see what's going to happen for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and the things that we love seeing all throughout the Esports World Cup, of course, are those key crushes. If you're unfamiliar with the mechanic, with the whole keyframes, the keys that are given to the teams, then check this out.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys.
$7 million reserved for the best performing clubs across all tournaments in the Club Championship, where we'll crown the best esports club in the world. However, earning that title will be no easy feat. Throughout the Esports World Cup, clubs will earn points based on their placement in each title. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the top 24 clubs will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of Best Esports Club in the world. And it doesn't stop there. For these 7 weeks, Riyadh Boulevard transforms into the ultimate gaming festival, featuring everything from heart-pounding community tournaments and creator meet and greets to all-star show matches and live performances from global music icons. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever before, all kicking off with a jaw-dropping opening ceremony. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Who would have thought you could make esports better? I mean, you know, you're already excited for the tournaments, but then you have the club championship, and then you have the key crushing ceremony, which is my favorite ceremony, because I always thought, like, if I was a competitor, who wouldn't want to be able to go and pick, like, what, 3 crushed keys to go ahead and put on your own display? You know, I think that's amazing.
No, I love the personal touch of it, that you get to put it there and then let it rip and just absolutely demolish it. That's the icing on the cake.
I'm still really bummed out that I missed out on potentially meeting Post Malone, but I guess that is water under the bridge, because now we are at MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. And you've seen all the numbers thrown up there for the club championship, but we've got a pretty nice prize pool here as well for MSC. Of course, if you remember, last year it was Selangor Red Giants, the champions of MSC 2024, who won was it a milli? It was a milli, right?
It was a milli.
It was a milli.
It was quite a bit.
Yeah, and that hasn't changed, because actually it's still gonna be like that. So we've talked about EWC. We can discuss a little bit more about the formats and whatnot, but a little bit later on, because we need to remind you about what happened prior to this, again, it's the second flawless MWI campaign by Team Vitality. Naisu, you were part of the action casting that. How was it there being there, witnessing all of the history-making moments at MWI?
I think it was great just to wrap up the storyline, I would say, for the most part, for Team Vitality. You know, again, we were there last year on their loss, you know, against former Smart Omega Empress. But to see them go and complete this storyline, which is, they've been saying it throughout the entire tournament, like, we want to go and get this trophy. Like, MWI was so important to them. So to see them do that in a very dominant way was incredible to see.
Yeah, you also had Game & Gladiators actually be able to become the first representatives of North America to be able to make it to the finals. And of course, for a member of Twisted Minds, Lunar, getting a double savage in the game. Now, I think, Gideon, since you were there in the jungle with all of us, tournament format, I think it's your go.
Hey, no worries. The wildcards already started off. 8 teams were eventually divided into 2 groups playing a GSL format to eventually go into a single elimination for that top 4. The winners of that get their pass to go into the group stages, where 16 teams now broken into 2 groups of 8 teams in a double elimination format, and they will all play best of 3s. Keep in mind, four teams from each of these groups get to move on to make it to the playoffs.
Yep, and once we get into the playoffs, it's 8 teams, single elimination. It'll be BO5s for the first set of runs, but then once we get to the grand finals, it is best of 7. Naisu, let's talk about the money for the tournament.
Yep, this is what we were just talking about, the milli there, but it's a total prize pool of $3 million for this run here. First place is going to get $1 million, of course. Second place $500,000, third place $250,000, fourth place $150,000, $166,000, and then $50,000 for 13 to 16. Essentially, that's a whole lot of money for our players to be fighting over.
I cannot emphasize how much money this actually is. This is in USD.
This is life-changing.
This is life-changing money for some of these teams who have been playing for many, many years. One single win here at EWC could basically earn everybody else who's been winning multiple MPLs and even world titles.
Yeah, for the MLBB community, it's been said since last year, you just make it to the EWC MSC stage, your life is already changed. So here are the teams going to be competing for that milli, for the championship, for all the glory in Group A, Group B. Group A, folks, has multiple MPL champions in one group.
Was that 6 champions altogether? But well, one of them was a wild card champion, right?
I mean, if we're going on a technicality, but it's Ultra Legend, CFU Gaming, Virtus Pro, Corinthians, Team Liquid, Onic, Onic ID, SRG OG Esports, Mythic Seals coming in from Group A, and don't worry about Group B, guys. Don't worry. We'll get to them in just a little bit because they have more of an interesting bracket overall. But first off, we're looking at today's schedule, and I think most people are going to be excited for our lineup.
Yeah, it's a Group A focused day, so all Group A matches. We only have 4. It's a rolling schedule. Liquid versus Ultra Legends, Onic of Indonesia from against CFU Gaming, SRG OG against Virtus Pro will be our 3rd match of the day, and Mythic Seals against Corinthians, the champions of Latin America. Again, we have to remind all of y'all out there, it's a rolling schedule. So the matches that you might want to see a little bit later in the day might start sooner than you expect.
So you got to prepare because some of these games, I feel like even today alone, I kind of talked about this already leading into this, was some of these might be pretty one-sided games. Some of them might be dominant, but again, there's 6 champions like we mentioned. And I think the biggest thing is if we take what we've seen so far in the past couple weeks with wildcards and then MWI, I think still for us and for our viewers out there, things can still be a little different when we get into MSC 2025. Of course, this meta has been finding its place, but we got to remember, like, these guys playing for MSC 2025 and some of the minds behind them set things up for some very interesting, I think, meta shifts that we might see here.
I mean, that is true, but at the same time, there is the problem of, since there are so many champions out there, and I'm pretty sure the audience is going to be like, wait, that means one of my champions locally could potentially fall. That's why each one of these games are extremely important. It's a double elimination, so losing the first one isn't so bad, but you want to kind of maintain your lives until the very end.
Yeah, Group A, incredibly stacked. Group B, filled with a lot of interesting stories. So if you want to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action, the MSC 2025 tickets are still definitely on sale. Just check out the website You can book your tickets for the Knockout Stage and Grand Finals over at webook.com. And yeah, they're still on sale. Come join us here at the Boulevard. We're here until August 2nd, which is the final day of MSC 2025. Lots of action to look forward to and to expect. My goodness, I can't believe that it's already gotten to this point for MSC. It feels like it was literally just yesterday where we crowned Team Vitality again, but now we have to talk about what's going to happen here in Group A. It's going to be absolutely chaotic, and I think every one of us had a similar reaction when the Group A group was shown. We were just like, what the heck happened at the draw?
I'm just going to say, it's not my fault.
Yeah.
I was hands-free.
Nobody's
Nobody's fault was that one. It was all RNG. It's just fate.
And it just happened. This is how MSC ended up getting drawn. But later today, there is a match to look forward to alongside all the matches. But of course, we have our Saudi National Bank match of the day between two teams who I learned today have actually been longtime scrim partners in Onic ID and CFU Gaming.
Yeah, that's interesting because we got word. Yeah, they were scrimming for a couple years since I think 2023.
Yeah,
and then this is going to be their first time actually facing off internationally because, as we know, Onic Indonesia was not part of the most recent international M6, and CFU I think was a quite impressive team back in M6. So. The fact that they've been scrimming together, I can't wait to see what they have in store for us.
I think it's interesting, right? Because when you are looking to come to these internationals, a lot of people are going to be thinking we are competitors. We don't want to be given over strats to our opponents. But at the same time, building relations is extremely key because one of the biggest problems that we saw last year for EWC is once we get deeper into the tournament, people are running out of scrim partners. People are leaving, they're flying back. So who else can you play with other than the people you have to play in the grand finals?
Yeah. Again, that's going to be our match of the day for later in the day. But we have to start things off with our first match. Team Liquid Philippines, hailed as one of the titans of MLBB, will be going up against a team that literally had to go through a blackout to qualify for MSC, to become champions in their regions. But before that, let's talk about Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, for those that have just watched MLBB Esports is going to know all these names. This team, if you got a glimpse at their championship run over in MPL Philippines, you saw how impressive of a grand final it was. By the way, those guns are impressive because I know Sanford's been working out, man. Like, he's been in the gym, and to see it in the rollout for the roster here, you're seeing the improvements, man. So maybe that transfers to the gameplay. I don't know. Can he get any better, though, in the XP lane?
Jeez, you can still see it from here. God,
he's
boys,
jacked.
They are jacked, and I think it's the culture that Team Liquid has been building around themselves. I mean, 4 out of the 5 players all have only just recently joining within this year, swapping out for Benny QT, who is obviously not part of the roster anymore. But this particular roster is a dream lineup for me, personally, right? Team Liquid, I've been a very big fan of Team Liquid PH for a while. Obviously, I can't doubt the GOAT after M2. But the way that they've been playing the game and also how they've been challenging the Super Fam and taking the title, the world, well, I want to say world title, but it's MPLPH, you know how it is.
If this is the first time we're watching MLBB Esports, one name that needs to stand out for you in the side of Team Liquid is Carl TZ, hailed as the GOAT of our esport. There's only one title that has yet to end up in his hands, and it's this right here, the MSC title. He's a 2-time world champion. He's a 4-time MPL Philippines champion. Man has accolades, man has gold medals. More on Team Liquid later as the series goes on. There's a lot of great stars we need to highlight there, but we have to talk about the next team in Ultra Legends. You heard it right when I said earlier they literally had to go through a blackout to win their championship. They won their championship while they were in a car.
That's actually insane.
I feel like it's too much. Like, why do we have to put our players through this? But some people want it. They want it bad. And
that's how bad they want it.
Exactly. And Ultra Legends is just one of those squadrons who will do anything, whatever it takes to get the dub. I think there's even more to that story, that they initially rented out an office space to play for the initial their grand finals.
Yes.
And then they had to swap out their cubicles every single time because they got the timing wrong initially.
Just to provide a little bit more context, the finals of MPL MENA, the region that they hail from and that they're representing, it is an online setup for their grand finals. That's why this whole story of them having to play through rented office spaces, in a car, just finding really good internet connection. That's why it's like that.
And interestingly enough, too, if I remember right, 4 members of the team are studying medicine. I think, again, like that, that's always a story I hear about players from Meta. You know, a lot of them are in the medicine field, and they still have time to go ahead and play competitively here.
Yeah, and so all throughout the draft, we're going to be discussing the specifics, mechanics, our favorite heroes of the players a little bit more. We just want you to know a little bit more of their background story and their context, but we're going to be peppering that all throughout. Again, if this is your first time watching MLBB Esports, welcome. This is MSC, and yeah, if what we've discussed isn't clear, it's going to be an underdog matchup against a Titan for our very first one. And this is a Group A day, the clash of MPL champions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, 6.
6
champions,
one group. All in one group, the first seeders from so many regions. It's crazy that we've come to this point. You would have expected that it's been more diverse amongst the groups, but no. I think by the end of this, we're really going to see who's going to be able to make it on top, but I think some of the biggest upsets will probably come from this group as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, you really got to think statistically, like, what are the odds of that happening? Yeah. But it makes an interesting story for the group itself, but I don't know, would you rather be part of Group A or Group B?
Group B for sure.
Group B?
Group B for sure.
Yeah. I wish I was in Group B. I'm here at the casting desk. I'm already happy with this. Like, I'm okay with this one. And if you want a little bit more diamonds in your game as well, all throughout, we're actually going to be showing codes that you can redeem. So from time to time, you're going to have to watch out for stuff. Here's one for you right away. So you can redeem it, MSC 2025 0802. All right, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I got that right. Or you can actually just scan the QR code so that you can go through that, okay? But if you're an oldie like me, a little bit more manual, you can hop into the game, click your avatar icon, I believe it's settings, and then you can just see the redeem code little button there, and you can go ahead and claim that. That's going to be given all throughout MSC 2025, so just keep a sharp eye out for that one. Yeah.
Big shout out to QR codes here. I know for MPL, a lot of our MPLs, we just like, hey, here, you just type this like 11-digit code in. Oh my God, thank God for technology.
Yeah. Shout out to the QR code makers out there.
Yeah, then it becomes like a frantic race. I think all throughout the world, you can just hear phones getting pulled out. Time to claim this code. But now it's time for us to actually head into the draft in just a bit. And I feel like with what happened in MWI, it will help provide a little bit of context of what we can expect for the heroes to get picked out. Because, sadly, Gideon, you were not able to join us in MWI, but there were some trends in the MSC wildcard that carried on over. One of them being the fact that priorities in the mid lane seems to have gone down a little bit because people are racing for that flex in the first half, roam XP or jungle, and then getting their carries as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think a big problem that we're seeing in the meta is that how we've shifted in terms of like viable heroes within each of the roles, right? I think the most flexible roles that we've seen so far is whether it has a correlation of jungle, EXP alongside with support, which is probably the best of the best.
Yeah, and here we are into the draft. Team Liquid Philippines is going to be on the blue side. One of the heroes that has been a consistent presence even through wildcards and MWI, Naisu, is the Uranus getting taken away by Ultra Legends.
Yeah, that guy is just going to be either permabanned, I feel like, for the majority of MSC, or he might slip through. But that's the thing. We saw him glimpsed into the jungle. We saw him, of course, in the XP lane. And that flex, I think that's one of the trends that we're really seeing is the flexible heroes that can be picked up, put in these different lanes, especially the first picks that we see. The 1-1 Baksha are going to be banned out here as well. Another hero, the Baksha, that can actually fit a couple roles here.
I think so far, based on what we're seeing on the bans itself, the fact that 1-1 as well as Baksha, of course, need to go out of the meta, but TLPH looks like they're trying to set up for a Fredrin here, right? It feels like they just want to be able to have like a tank in that jungle, make sure that 1-1 can't just dance around him, and I don't mind if you play an assassin as long as I have a tank I can peel for the rest of my team.
Yeah, the Juicing banned by Ultra Legends feels like this is a little bit of a signal that they don't want to face that potential pressure that Liquid could deliver into them by minute 1 at the center of the map. I think they're really just putting a lot of respect into 3 key figures, JP, Sanji, and Sanford.
Finally, we see the Kalia get banned out. Yeah, no. It definitely is very evident of where they're trying to kind of play this game. But let's see what this final ban from Ultra Legends is going to be, right? Because now that we've got the priority picks out of the way, I would say that 1-1 is still really, really good in the meta so far. In a lot of the matchups we've seen down by the gold lane, especially if you're looking to play like early to mid, she doesn't scale the best. But if you're playing a tank jungler, it kind of sucks to chase her down.
I would almost, if the first game that we see from TLPH is going to be a utility jungler, like in the hands of Carl TZ, I think that's just, again, let's get some information. Let's not give too much away, because that's the, I guess, dynamic that we've seen, the dichotomy between Carl TZ's like his journey as a player alone is there was one time, you know, he was so dominant on these assassins, then he goes towards some of these junglers when we had the jungler meta, but now all that practice has led to, you know, quite a difference of hero pool. But the Farsa being the first pick, this is probably, would this be your #1 mage right now for you guys?
Yes. Yeah. Top mage.
Definitely.
I think too good at everything that she does, especially in a meta that's forcing us to kind of play front to back all the time.
Yeah, so earlier I mentioned the priorities, the mages seems to have gone down, or the mid laners, unless it's Kimmy. Speaking of, that was a pick there by Ultra Legends. But Team Liquid, I think they're also reading into what Ultra Legends and how they ban. They really want to put priority at the center of the map, while Ultra Legends takes away 2 comforts for Liquid.
Here's the thing, right? Because again, with so many prior picks on the table, I think a lot of teams are a little skewed on the idea of Arlott being like, oh, he's so good no matter what. I feel like he's a little more situational than most people think. The Kimmy, obviously, super good in the early stages of the game, scales pretty well. The main issue is you need a tank to make her work. You need that frontliner. And I think TLPH has done a really good idea of saying, hey, we take Farsa now, we give Kimmy over, and if you're not pairing up with a tank, we can still be a little flexible with the way that we attack our opponent. And we now see the branded, I hope he uses the M2 skin.
I do too.
Oh God. Give it to him. Lancelot, and we also get the Fove.
That's so good. Those are like quality picks, obviously. Glad to see the Lancelot get picked up, which, again, we can discuss this once we get to the game, because there are a couple variations of the build that for the Lancelot, but still, a Phoveus too. So you've got your frontliner basically to go ahead and take on multiple guys, but then you've got a ton of damage with the Farsa and then eventually the Lancelot too. So this is crucial, I would say, to round out the first phase for Ultra Legends here, to see if they do pick up that tankier hero that Gideon mentioned.
Yeah, I think they do.
There it is.
Showing up.
It's you.
All right. It's me. It's me. The Panda Bear, bro. I like they pick up the Akai. Again, that is one of the key picks for the women's scene. The women's tournament that we just had in MWI can go in either to the Roam or EXP, but Akai Arlott together actually is a very specific combo that has a terrific record in MWI.
I think, you know, if we're comparing, because again, most people are thinking, hey, Fredrin should have been the pick here instead of the Akai. Most people are going to think that Akai doesn't scale as hard or isn't as thick as the Fredrin, but there is a lot more flexibility with this Akai, right? More ways to kind of not only trigger the passive to allow Arlott to jump around, but more so that you have the flexibility of, if the enemy starts picking chill, you have inbuilt Purify. You have ways to kind of outplay your opponents when you're in the turtle pit itself, and more importantly, to stop the feathered airstrike.
Yeah. A quick question for the table. Should Team Liquid Philippines consider a ban on something like a Badang? Like, they might put the Akai in the jungle, the Roam, Arlott, Badang EXP, maybe they can switch that up. But I feel like a Badang for the lineup of Ultra Legends will just absolutely mess up any sort of team fighting tempo for the picks of Team Liquid.
I was going to say, this is already messing up tempo. Badang is that hero to do that, usually, that we see picked up. The 3 combinations of these ultimates already for Ultra Legends can be quite devastating, but that's the only thing I want to throw in there. Like, do they have the timing right? Can they get the timing down pat? And I think that's why you give yourself multiple options. As you see, the Hilda is going to be the last ban from TLPH. So if they decide to go in that route, it's certainly going to give them a lot of options to crowd control or mess things up. But I just feel like, again, if you have too much of that, can you solidify getting the timings down? Or will it all just be too chaotic that you kind of mess things up a little bit here and there?
I think that at this point, both sides can really start flexing around. Honestly, really great drafting coming in from Ultra Legends. Like, I wasn't expecting them to have such a really deep look at this, because TLPH gave them the initiative. They're like, we take the Farsa, we want to see what you do first, and then respond accordingly to allow Kartizi to at least have flexibility of, hey, you get to play an assassin or you get to play a tank. And now that we're kind of narrowing down the lines, Ultra Legends, at this point, this Akai, for all intents and purposes, could go into the EXP, right? Yeah. And then you put Arlott into your support position, and then you might want to reconsider, because once you have that Matilda down, you've kind of solidified what your roles are going to look like, and then TLPH decides, got the instant disengage on top of having a Granger. It works out. Ultra Legends, Zetian, perfectly done.
You see this line of Team Liquid having a lot of damage, aggression potential, while Ultra Legends, could they be a little bit too utility heavy? We will find out in the game. Once again, welcome to MSC 2025. It's Team Liquid Philippines versus Ultra Legends, and I'm going to hand you off over to Gideon and Naisu.
Thanks, Ramar. All right. Nice, Sue. Looking at this game, which draft do you like a little bit more? Because I was on praise for the first half for Ultra Legends. That finisher, though, is what set me back.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go lean towards, I'm always a big damn guy, a big damage guy is what I like to go with, and that is Team Liquid's lineup. I mean, they're looking to go ahead, I feel like, end the game early. I don't know what our fastest game is going to be here for MSC, but it could start off here.
Well, let's find out as we head on into the game. Our very first match to kick things off here for the Mid-Season Cup 2025 here at the Esports World Cup 25. Let's kick things off with TLPH on the blue side up against Ultra Legends on the red side. Now, as we all know, CarlTZ has been known to be that guy. The GOAT. The GOAT. When it comes down to Lancelot plays.
He didn't use the skin.
He didn't use the skin, but to be fair, this skin is also very, very nice. I personally went out of my way to get the diamonds to buy it as well, so I totally understand it. Me and CarlTZ, same mindset.
Same mindset. Basically, you're just as good, right? Flicker already. Look at the aggression. This might be a first blood already for CarlTZ, but he's checked from Quanok, so they'll back off, but they're going to get the Lithwander.
What was that? That was a little janky, I'm not going to lie. That was a little, I'm going to quickly look back. Nobody called for a tech pause, so it seems that both sides still trying to adjust to their devices in their hands. Regardless, right? No first bloods coming through, minimal damage, but at the very least, for Quanok, he's going to be a little bit behind on that EXP. He probably only missed, like, what, 1 minion at this point? Yeah. Not that big of a deal.
Okay, looking at the emblems too, I mean, this is the thing, he's going with the killing spree. He's actually got that extra speed too. I think the Phoveus as well. The Phoveus and Gataconcha for Team Liquid, I feel like give them a safe either engage or disengage to deal with all this utility. Sanji's going to feel it here in the mid lane. The rest of the team on the response. CarlTZ will go in for some pokes, and JP just around the corner, charging up the Unbreakable, but won't land it on Rice Crimp.
What was... okay. Maybe I think Team Liquid need to take a step back here. They're thinking like Ultra Legends are on a different level because he's making hard predictions, right? He could have just gone into a straight line. If he played it absolutely straight, he would have gotten all 3 with the top. But now we come up to our very first turtle here. Level 4 is not achieved, as you can see.
Oh! Whoa! Sanford already going to jump in. Infernal Pursuit on Quanok. He's going to be gone already. Throwboy, popping the heavy spin. He'll get the turtle, though. Turtle secured by Ultra Legends. Meanwhile, still, CarlTZ actually falls. Now the rest, TLPH, are still gonna go for the fight. Circling Eel drop down. They go in. Throwboy joining the fight again. So tanky for Sanford, but Farrell joining the fight. Oheb rotated up as well. They're being outgunned here as Ultra Legends picks up a little bit of a lead on that.
Yeah, a bit of a bad fight here. Ultra Legends even calling over the Kimmy to almost ensure that they win that fight at the very end. The cleanup was very, very good. Dark Lord honestly played an extremely strong game here. Oh, but they find a trade back at least 2-2, the current score line.
Leave it up to Sanji on the far side to just make something happen. You know?
I mean, they needed to get something back, right? Because let's look at this one more time. Because in that fight alone, CarlTZ, I mean, the whole team of Liquid is looking to fight. They're looking to get as many possible kills as they can. While on the opposite end, Ultra Legends are looking to play for neutral objectives. If they're able to find these punishers like how Dark Lord does, then it's not too bad. It doesn't feel as awful.
Oh, bottom lane, a little bit of action here too. Looks like that was a jump out. We're still here on this replay, but there's a lot going on in the golden lane. So JP had to burn his Avatar of the Guardian. I think they were trying to make a play on Oheb here, but the rest of the team's going to be making their way. See if Ultra Legends still goes for this, or they just get some extra gold off the turret.
JP's here to try and alleviate the pressure, right? But I don't think they're going to commit too hard.
Yeah, they just clear this out. Minion's going to be cleared out, but they want to force a fight anyway. JP thrown out against the team. Pops to revitalize. CarlTZ will now join the fight. They're going to get disengaged, though, with Guiding Wind, so they're fine. Ultra Legends will escape that situation.
Okay, nicely done, because in terms of priority, it's very clear that Team Liquid want to play it towards the top side of the map. They want to make sure that Sanford can do whatever he wants, right? They want him to have a gigantic lead against Dark Lord. But despite that, that bottom side for Ultra Legends, recognizing, hey, if they want to win on that top side, sure, but if we send enough people down to the bottom, we can hurt Oheb.
Okay, second turtle of the game up. They're going to go in again with a taunt. They force out the circling eagle. Still going to be breaking it out, but Rice Crim already going to fall now. Sanford up in the front of it all. Dark Lord, though, goes in with the final slash. He finds Oheb, and Pharaoh will pick up a kill. Now Sanford has to flicker out. Ultra Legends going toe-to-toe here with Team Liquid.
And they're doing a phenomenal job, right? A lot of battle spells burnt from the side of Team Liquid, the tempo in favor of Ultra Legends, and despite everything that has happened in the early games to try and hurt the laners, it feels like Ultra Legends maintain this lead. So far, it's an ult-dependent game, right? Keep an eye on those green dots on the side, because we're going to go in potentially for one more fight. I don't know if Carl wants to be anywhere close to this turtle right now.
Yeah, we still got Oheb down at the bottom. Dark Lord's gonna flicker out. Carl's looking for a kill himself. We'll find Dark Lord, a revitalized pop from JP. They might reinitiate it. Sanford's up in the front of it all. Throwboy pops the heavy spin though. Sanford in trouble, and Rise Crim still up. As Carl TZ looks to get the kill, goes in, finally clears it out. JP jumps in, can't land the taunt though, so he's whittled down at 1 HP. Turtle still for the taking, Oheb. Now part of the fight will force Ultra Legends back. So Team Liquid wanted that turtle. They fought for it.
Again, they're not looking to go toe-to-toe in terms of, I will out-retry you. I just need to get a man advantage. And you can see, right, Carl TZ, he needs to go in and out of these fights. He needs to start initiating for his squad. Now, we're going to call for a tech pause here. Not entirely sure what is going on. We'll keep you guys updated as the information starts streaming in. But Naisu, the way that these fights have been going, I think that Ultra Legends, right, they saw Carl kind of go into the middle of the fight. They realized, hey, this is a bait. We need to wait for an opportunity to jump with the heavy spin. And then the formation started to break once the heavy spin started to come out.
You see what I mean, though? It's like it's an interesting thing with this because when you look at the fights break out, Ultra Legends does really good at kind of pushing and pulling. That's what the lineup is going to do for them, especially when you have a Matilda on your side. I just feel like sometimes, like I was expecting from the draft, they get a little too split up, maybe, and then Team Liquid is starting to figure that out. As we see each fight break out, they're lining things up. And meanwhile, Oheb tried joining that fight, but he was just a little bit too late to the party. He did just pick up a Sky Piercer as well before we had this. And so that's the main thing. Is he going to be able to start to get stacks? Because Oheb is someone that they really want to watch out for as this game continues on here. He's pretty much had an opportunity to just go ahead and farm up, albeit that little bit of pressure. Well, Pharaoh already trying to get out of there with a flicker, so this is the attention now on this bottom side.
It's clear that Sanji has enough damage despite only just completing his first item. He should be able to, pick up kills whenever he feels like it. But more importantly, they're trying to unlock Oheb. They realize that, hey, Sanford can get into the middle of these fights, but this Matilda is a little too annoying. Quinnock, especially with the Fury of the Phoenix, on top of the heavy spin, there's just a lot of disengage from the side of Ultra Legends. The only other way to beat them is if you can chase them down, and they definitely need that Death Sonata to do so. That slow is such an important tool.
Those are two big item pickups too here, defensively for Team Liquid. So that's a Radiant Armor for each, one for Sanford and one for JP. They are the guys that we see, putting themselves in these fights as they have to. Couple shots for Rise Crim. Oheb looking for that. Go, Rise Crim, one hit away. He'll actually survive it. So it looked close there.
Yeah, Oheb the spacing just wasn't there. He thought he killed him 2 times and just backed off just before the shots actually connected. But it's totally okay, right? Because now they've already put some good damage on that mid-tier 1. Maltese's already a level 12. He's out-farming Throwboy as expected. But this 3-level lead off of that initial fight, this is the Team Liquid that we know and love.
Yeah, so they have, these small situations have compounded at this point up to a 3,000 gold lead. They're going to fight once again. The Feathered Airstrike dropped down. They want to clear out this mid lane. Throwboy jumping into the fray, pops the heavy spin, and once again, everyone thrown around. Throwboy's going to go down and jump into the turret from JP. He'll get the Unbreakable off, and Pharaoh goes down. Dark Lord takes the front of the damage as Oheb picks up a kill. They're going to pick up the turret in mid lane off of it.
And now the experience for Team Liquid is starting to shine through. Ultra Legends are reacting too much to what Team Liquid is trying to do. Preemptively, right? They need to wait just a little bit longer. If they waited for a half second, they would understand that even Team Liquid doesn't really want to put themselves in a compromised position. Because look at this, right? We see the initial knockup coming in from Sanford, but he doesn't take the Infernal Pursuit. As soon as we see Zitian drop down the Fury of the Phoenix, it felt like Ultra Legends have to make something out of it, right? It's a super long cooldown. They don't want to give another turtle away. They force the fight, and that's when Team Liquid are in full control. They force you into these scenarios as long as you react.
Yeah, really difficult to kind of see how those fights break out for Ultra Legends, because you're seeing where that kind of patience that we saw from Team Liquid earlier on in the game has compounded up to this point. They're able to go ahead and just kind of outgun and out-survive a lot of the members right now. Again, they're going to try to force them off of this tier 2 turret. So with this kind of lead, it's up to Team Liquid to just kind of take what they want, and we're seeing Ultra Legends try to maybe respond to that and be a little hesitant.
I mean, they're extremely hesitant, right? They saw what happened in that last fight. They reacted too much to it. And now with that 3-level lead, it's even clearer that Throwboy can't... Oh, hold on.
Whoa, JP jumping into the turret. It's going to get stunned for the Fury of the Phoenix. Pops the Revitalize, but will go down anyway. Sanji dropping down, covering fire with a feathered airstrike. And Carl TZ goes in, cleans up a couple kills, gets a double. Does enough damage under the turret. They're under the tier 3. They don't care. Oheb goes in, gets a double himself. Team Liquid.
That was too clean. That was too clean. I mean, Ultra Legends had the correct idea. Take out JP, take out Samper, separate the front line and the back line. And then you have an opportunity to force Carl, force Oheb in positions where they need to go out of their way and overextend to make it happen. But Team Liquid, they've got the mechanics to back themselves up. They have the lead to make sure that these waves are fully utilized, especially for someone like Carl, because Lancelot, he loves those waves.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to be expected, I guess, with a Lancelot where you're under like tier 2, maybe tier 3, but then Oheb jumping in on the action too. That just shows once again that they have gone into the Stampede form, this form that they're used to showing in a lot of the competitions that we've seen Team Liquid play in. So this gives them a massive lead. This is going to be a Lord in their hands. And Ultra Legends is going to have to hang on here.
Hey, man, when the SSJ, the trio, takes some damage, that's when you call in the baby cakes. And so far, it's working out perfectly. Oh, my God.
Daddy JP jumping on in, taking out Throwboy. He's going to be fine. Pops through a Vitalize. They're going to work on this turret. Shield's going to go down. Dark Lord won't find that final slash either. So they have to get ready. Even without the Lord, Team Liquid marching into the base, looking to end game 1 in a quick fashion. Top turret going to be worked on, and Ultra Legends will hold on for as long as they can.
They know how to push up the pace. 12K gold lead. This is a checkmate scenario unless Ultra Legends can make it to 42. But every single time they walk out, that feathered airstrike reminds them you can't walk up.
Okay, without the feather airstrike, I don't know if Team Liquid's going to be able to end the game unless they can turn this fight completely in their favor. Dark Lord could be in trouble. Final Slash going to be used. Has to flicker defensively. Carl TZ doing work under the turret. Won't find the kill though, so Lord's still going to be worked on, and that's fine for Ultra Legends. It looks like they found themselves staying in the game.
Okay, we need to put up the item list. I'm curious to see whether Restream has the... Oh, hold on. Another feather airstrike coming up because Granok is standing too close for comfort.
Again, jumping on in, flicker burn, forcing the fight on the turret. JP will get taken out, separated from the team. Sanford down the front of all. Dark Lord also low. Forced out a flicker, but Oheb still going to be unleashing. Finds a kill on Dark Lord. There's another defensive flicker from Ultra Legends, but they're still holding Team Liquid at bay from ending the game. But all base turrets will be worked on here. Sanji, one hit away on that turret. It won't go down just yet. And Throwboy taking a little trip there with the guiding wind.
Sanji, last auto attack, gonna take out the final inhibitor from Ultra Legends. This is such a difficult position because Ultra Legends have to make choices, especially when you're pushed in at checkmate angle. You have to decide, do I lose inhibitors or do I lose the game? And 100% of the time, teams will say, I would rather lose an inhibitor than the game. They do buy a little bit of time for themselves, but the inevitable is coming. We look at the items and quickly realize that, hey, a Skypiercer pickup coming in from Pharaoh. Kind of interesting here, a little dangerous, I'm not gonna lie, but we do see that the Flask of Oasis has already been complete, and that's been why we've been seeing more aggressive moves from Dark Lord.
Oh. These are also still the aggressions from Team Liquid. Carl TZ going on the backside. They're forcing Chaos alone. A jump from JP. Finds multiple members. Throwboy's going to be gone, and they're going to work on Dark Lord next. Dark Lord falls. They'll come in for the cleanup as Team Liquid will go ahead and take game 1 in this best of 3.
Really nicely done from Team Liquid. We get to see what they are all about. Tempo-based combat. They have the lead. They will press it down your throat until they have checkmate angle. But Ultra Legends, that early game, honestly, not that bad. They were really going toe-to-toe with these guys. TLPH probably wasn't expecting them to be as confrontational.
Yeah, I mean, they had the utility-heavy, very tanky early game lineup that is designed to mess up early game aggressive rotations. But there was one thing that Ultra Legends forgot. taking care of their mid-game power spike. I feel like they were a little bit too early with going for the 5-man rotations. Because even though Pharaoh had the lead up against Oheb at one point, since Oheb went to, okay, you guys are going to stick us 5? Okay, 4 members of my team are going to go. I'm just going to farm. Pharaoh was a little bit too busy joining the rest of the team.
I mean, I got to give it to Ultra Legends, right? I don't mind teams going for these 5-man rotations, like calling in Pharaoh to kind of get involved. If he gets a single assist, it's not too bad if you're giving half away your gold shielding over to Oheb, considering that you could also get a bit more from that mid lane at the same time. But here's the thing, right? If we're talking about the micro, I think the biggest problem we saw from Ultra Legends was the overcommitment.
Yeah.
Not only the overcommitment, but kind of just throwing everything at the wall. And the question is, but why, right?
I was going to say, Gideon, like, and part of that, you know, pun intended or not, Throwboy was literally throwing himself into a lot of these fights because he was maybe the guy that wanted to go ahead and split them up or try to set things up. But like I was saying, you have so much utility that maybe it's almost just an overload, right? And a lot of the times when we see these later fights towards that mid game, towards the late game, it was Team Liquid just knowing that power spike timing that they worked against. They knew that once certain utility was used, then they could actually respond to it really well and collapse down. And I think they saved some of their major crowd control, whether that was JP jumping in towards the back, Carl TZ making that angle with the Lancelot is what worked out so well for them.
I think it's the tunnel vision that really hurts me when I see a composition like this. Because again, you have an Arlot who literally has everybody on your side, on your composition, to trigger your passive, which is amazing. That means you get to use that vengeance basically for free all the time, but he's never the first in the fight. Every single time we see Throwboy come in, make that initiation, it looks good. Zitian suddenly drops her out, and you're like, but why? You could hold that for a little bit longer. And even Kimmy as well, with the traction pulse, you're looking specifically for the feathered airstrike 90% of the time. You're not looking at using it as a quote-unquote initiation tool, more so to disengage.
Yeah, it felt like all the abilities that Ultra Legends were throwing, it's as if they were acting that they already had a high damage carry online and ready to go.
Yeah.
But then, as we saw early on, yes, again, you delayed the eventual power spike of the Team Liquid lineup, but then you didn't set up Pharaoh enough for success. Your 1 core damage dealer. Again, Liquid's lineup has 3 core damage dealers on them. The Granger, the Farsa, and the Lancelot.
And that's why I say it was so, you know, in a sense where you were allowed to be that trigger-happy Farsa. You know, you can just go ahead and drop down the feathered airstrike every single time it's up. And that's what we saw Sanji do, because he knows that, all right, Carl TZ, Oheb, they can go ahead and clean up, or they can go ahead and even have enough damage that if he doesn't have the feathered airstrike, and it's a pretty quick cooldown later on towards the end of the game, where he was fine.
Yeah, I have to say though, for the lineup of Ultra Legends, I do like what I saw for the first 2 to 3 fights. You could tell, like, okay, wow, Dark Lord is very clear in his role here of when he's going to use his final slash. All right. But then we didn't see like the progression of that, the growth of that. Like, their strategies were great for the early game in terms of delaying the tempo. But then once it got to the mid game, once Liquid has items, you're gonna have to change things up.
Well, here's the thing, right? That's where we see the big difference in experience between both of these squads. We saw that Team Liquid with the lineup that they had. They're like, oh, it's very topside heavy. Like, EXP should technically smash, right? Like, Samford should be winning against Dark Lord in the lane matchup alone. And therefore, with a little bit of help coming in from Sanji and the San start working together, you know how that usually pans out. But that wasn't the case this time, right? And I think Liquid recognized that very, very quickly. We saw the Steel Leggings almost bought immediately from the side of Samford. He could have gone into War Axe and been a true damage dealer, but there wasn't enough of a snowball, and the situations weren't working out during these turtle fights. So they started moving down to the bottom side. We didn't see that from Ultra Legends. Arlott could have been the main damage source dealer coming in from early to mid. And I think that would have been a huge game changer as long as they understand how their comp works. You need that Arlott to be in the middle of that fight. You need to start throwing your abilities out after he's kind of consumed all those stacks.
Yeah. Now I know Team Liquid won in this one, but nice. I feel like early on, you could sense a little bit of frustration with Liquid. There were some slightly off timings with their entries.
I want to say, I expect that for day one for a lot of teams, honestly. Like,
to be fair,
you know, like they've been scrimming, they've been preparing, they've been in their own respective boot camps. But ultimately, when you get to the tournament, you know, I kind of expect some of to dust off whatever cobwebs they would have. I don't know if these guys still have any cobwebs, but you know, but also just adjusting to the tournament setting and being on these devices and everything else. So, yeah, maybe. But I think it's expected for all the teams that will be competing from Group A and Group B. Now, I do believe that with what Ultra Legends showed in the early game, there's some promise there, and hopefully they're not too shaken on how, you know, the mid to late game just went out of their hands so quickly, because again, Team Liquid is known for that, and is known for getting into what we call that stampede form, and they just go and end games like this. I mean, you know, how do you reset and adjust from that, I think, is one of the biggest things for Ultra Legends here.
Yeah, hopefully if Ultra Legends decides to go for a draft similar to this, they need one more carry with them. They need something to supplement a little bit of early to mid-game damage so that your mid to the late game transition isn't as harsh when the opposing team has already power spiked.
Which is why I didn't like their second half of the draft, right? I love that first half of the draft. They still kept it a little bit more flexible. However, coming into the second half, it's like, man, you're really pushing yourself in a corner, and you're highly dependent on your mechanics. As you can see, they can push buttons, but it's also clear that they're a little immature at how they kind of make the read on the game in comparison to Team Liquid, who is like shifting attentions, are able to kind of turn things around, and more so play around that tempo, which is something that Ultra Legends needed to do for a composition like this.
Yeah, I feel like the Matilda pick actually in the second phase was a little bit too laser focused on what JP could pick.
Yeah.
It's like they were thinking more about, let's take away a JP hero, than what else do we need for us.
And what was their last one? Was the Zetian, right?
Yeah, it was the Zetian, yes.
What would have worked better than, you know, in the mid lane against a Farsa?
Well, personally for me, I think Zetian is okay in these types of matchups. She has enough range to not have to like forcefully take trades against the Farsa in the laning stages. She feather airstrikes, you press your ult. That's basically the general gist of it. I think that the order of picks should have changed. They should have picked the Zetian first, and then afterwards hold up and say, we already see the Lancelot, so it doesn't really make sense if we do see the Matilda get paired over on the opposite side for Liquid, and they could have responded later down the line. So again, that's just me personally. They could have started switching things up, put Arla into the support section, then put the Akai into the EXP, and then, you know, pick a Fredrin up for themselves if they wanted to, or more damage oriented, kind of up to them.
Yeah, that's it for our takes for game number 1. Remember, this is a best of 3, so we have potentially 2 more coming up. There are a lot of teams here in MSC and a lot of journeys to lead to where we are today, and this is the journeys of one of those teams.
Hi guys, I'm Oheb, the gold laner of Team Liquid Philippines. Being here in EWC 2025 feels amazing because it's my first time being here, and I think we have a great chance at getting the trophy for the Philippines.
Very excited to have them back on the stage. More importantly, I think it's great to see that this is one of the few titles that they are looking to conquer, right?
I think this is not the strongest form of Team Liquid yet, because we haven't won an EWC title yet. If we win this EWC in 2025, I can confidently say that this is the strongest form of Team Liquid. My team now makes me feel like I belong to the team, and we're so close and connected to each other that even if we don't talk to each other in comms in game, we just know what we're gonna do.
This a new age in MLBB. Brusco goes down, there was a blaze in the skies, but it's too late. The cavalry reclaim the throne, stampeding through. Stallion.
I think this is the year that we might have a shot at winning the MSC title.
My expectations for Team Liquid? Yeah, I guess that's a little bit of a fearless forecast if you ask me. My expectations for them, yeah, but I don't want to jinx it anymore, so I'm not going to expound on that. So, yeah, Team Liquid was still humble as ever, even Oheb admitting that they don't want to say this is their strongest form until they win the championship. But you gotta admit, they're looking pretty dang good so far.
I think looking good is one thing, but we need to see them be really stretched, right? I think that's the only time we're going to really be able to tell whether they are in their prime form. And so far, even a couple of missed mechanics here and there, like really is like, you know, this is the first game. It lets just warm up the fingers a little bit, get the joints going.
Yeah, that's what I think. But you know, nonetheless, Team Liquid Philippines, you guys have seen it all around. A lot of people have them, you know, at that top spot, if not the top 2, top 3. And so far from what we've seen, I think, especially when we get through a couple of their games, I think that's really going to be able to gauge just how strong they are. And that's that can be said for a lot of the teams here that are competing. But again, this is the group with the 6 champions. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's for all of Group A.
Yeah. We all know that we are in the middle of a massive international event right now, but in your games there is also a great event going on as well with the Dino Planet event for All-Star 2025. It's been going on since June. If you haven't logged on, you're really gonna have to catch up. There's a mini game in there with a little dinosaur hopping around. If you want to get a really sick Popple and Koopa skin, go ahead and pick it up. But yeah, join us for the event. There's a lot of good prizes, a lot of surprises in the map, so check that out. Now, as we head into game number 2 for Ultra Legends, do you think there's enough room in there that we could see a surprise here? Are they gonna suddenly show a different hand, maybe something that they're saving a little bit later in the tournament? Because, come on, what better way to make a statement than to take a game from Team Liquid in the very first match of MSC 2025 group stages, right? Do you show your hand now, or what? What does Ultra Legends need to do here?
Well, based on what we've seen in game number 1, I think, play a highly early game composition. If you're going to make those 5-man rotations, really make it count. At the end of the day, it's going to be boiled down to simple MOBA fundamentals, right? Trade well, be effective, and if you can close out the game really, really fast against Team Liquid, that would kind of be ideal.
I think their early game already from game 1 was like pretty impressive. I think for a lot of people that didn't get to watch them at all, we're probably sitting there at home and be like, wow, okay, they do have some fight in them. So I would love to see that be the priority in a way, and you can already see that happening, right? First, right out of the gate, let's go ahead and ban that Lancelot. Take him out of the picture.
Well, I feel like that's a little bit too much of a prio ban there, but I mean, big respect begets respect. Sometimes you just really got to take it out, but interesting. That opens up a massive pool of heroes available now.
It does open up a massive pool, but I think the real question is, where are the priorities, right? TLPH, first off, getting rid of the Boxia, totally okay. I want to see whether Ultra Legends, because what we see from very fresh and new teams coming down to not only international stage, but also professional play, is that they tend to have the habit of, if we ban it on red side, we're also going to ban it on blue side. And it seems to be the case here as well, right? Get rid of the Uranus, let's see. If the next bans are looking along the lines of like, what are the biggest? Was Phoveus that big of a problem? I felt like they handled Sanford pretty well, despite the bad matchup.
I think the Phoveus, like, you don't need to ban him out. Do they still go with or do they want to prioritize maybe the Jushin? Like, is that maybe the plan here? I don't know if that's the first pick priority.
Be, if they did it on red side, there's a chance that they do it on blue side too.
Let's see if they do decide to go for that. A Uranus ban, even though you're on the blue side. Usually, if available, teams on the blue side would want to pick up the Uranus at the EXP lane right away. Very first pick, but with them taking it out, what are they trying to signal? That they are going to be leaning a little bit more towards the Assassins now? That they want freedom in the jungle to just farm?
I think they still want the Arlet. That's my suspicion here. I don't know whether it's going to be first pick worthy. Oh, but then they also get rid of the Kimmy too, so I guess they could be looking for like Farsa opener against TLPH, kind of, rip the page out of their book, see how it works for them.
It's two strong first pick options, taking away the blue side for Ultra Legends. So maybe they're trying to whittle down what TLPH could get on the swing back with the first 2 picks on the red side. Team Liquid takes out the 1-1.
They take the Farsa.
They take away the Farsa.
That means Kalia is going to be open for the side of TLPH, though. So again, it really boils down to where is your priority in terms of the meta picks. I think the Farsa opener is okay. I would have preferred the Kalia just a little bit more, mainly because of the way that they interact. The pick-off styles of compositions are really, really good, but I think Ultra Legends might be thinking a little bit ahead, right? If you get the Kalia, you still need a big damage dealer, and usually it's paired up with the Farsa. So you just take one component away.
So Liquid could go pick up a Hayabusa for Carl if they want to. They're not going to lean in on that. They go for Juice and Arlot. Lots of control from Liquid.
Yeah, take the control. I don't know, this is in a way a little swap from what we saw in game 1, at least with the maybe overall arcing game plan of the composition, because you get an Arlot, you get a Jushin, you get a ton of utility yourselves with those. And then for Ultra Legends, it looks like they might be leaning towards that damage-centric lineup with the Farsa already. We'll see how they go ahead and build the rest of this first phase out. They also take the Granger, because I was almost expecting the Granger to get picked up in that first couple picks from TLPH to go over to OHEB, but they go Phoveus Granger.
Oh no.
Are you worried?
I am worried because I think that TLPH, they're going to throw Arlet into the support position. They can get the CC now to get a winning matchup into the Phoveus, but that might not necessarily work out for the comp, right? Because there's still the possibility that, hey, even if Arlet isn't thrown into the EXP, we can pick up Fredrin for ourselves, and now we have a really deadly mid-trio to kind of move across the map and just basically CC people to the ground, and every time you CC, you get free damage.
Yeah, so I think Team Liquid are weighing the options of whether or not they're going to pick up the Fredrin now, so they get the Fredrin Arlot combo alongside the Juicin. Or, as we tossed up in the air earlier, they pick up the Hayabusa for Carl TZ, who now has an easy backline access. So Ultra Legends, hopefully their comms are on point, because if they send their Phoveus and whatever the roamer is going to be a little bit too early, Carl TZ is going to be eating good in the back with the Granger and the Farsa being left open.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you ban out as a Lancelot. He's still going to go for an assassin if he can. He goes to Hayabusa, who's working great for this game plan against a Farsa and a Granger. So, yeah, like you mentioned, that's something that Ultra Legends is going to want to have to keep in track of. So, maybe is the Gata viable here for them, or at least another tanky hero to go ahead and help protect that backline if they have to, or you kind of have to juggle the Phoveus and whatever other tanky member you have. Maybe it's still utility jungle they go with.
Yeah, I think Gatot and Juicin together in the mid would be good. Good harass.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's a good bridge.
So smart. TLPH are making sure that their options are extremely wide here, right? Because I feel like if they got rid of the Gatot, I feel like the onus is on Ultra Legends to get rid of the Gatot, but the Chom to make sure that the mid lane is almost guaranteed to be within their control, depending on what that mid duo is going to be. Looking like Concussive Blast style of supports come to the forefront of my mind, right? If they want Kalia, they can absolutely do it too, but the question is, where's the damage going to come from? And I think that's the biggest problem that I have if TLPH are thinking along those lines. I think they're not even going to touch Kalia, to be fair, for this upcoming round, but we'll see. Ultra Legends now getting rid of the Moskov on their side, priority going over to TLPH on red side for the second phase.
What does Oheb play?
He's got like a good amount of options here still.
Irithil's banned out, Moskov, Kimmy, Granger's taken. Does he actually go the Harith, who hasn't worked? I know you guys. Is it you, Ryan, that's not a fan of the Harith?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the
You're not a fan of the Harith.
He can still play Bruno or Beatrix, to be fair. If he goes Beatrix, it's almost guaranteed to be Kalia on the other side, or they can pick up Kalia now, and that's the signal.
But there's so much reach on the side of Ultra Legends that either a Bruno or a Carry, which are like on the top of my list right now, is going to have a lot of difficulty. And considering that you don't see the roam yet for Ultra Legends, best to save the gold pick for Oheb last.
I think for now, it's pretty straightforward what the composition wants to do, right? I'm expecting Beatrix at the very end for TLPH. Ultra Legends,
Harith.
Very nice. Oh, they go for Harith instead?
I threw it out there.
Yep.
They want to go for damage diversity. I guess they do see the Joy on the opposite end. Tigreal is also a little annoying to deal with, but I think Ultra Legends, very standard like Southeast Asian style of composition that we're very used to seeing in our own MPLs.
Yep, I like the draft shown off by these two teams, Ultra Legends. Let's see if they'll be able to execute. Gideon and Naisu, you guys have a little bit more time to expound, and well, you're going to be casting. I'm just going to be watching.
No worries, man. You enjoy being a fan for now. You and me, Naisu, we're going to be heading on over to game number 2 in just a little bit, but looking and breaking down these final compositions. What do you think about TLPH? Because I think that's the biggest question mark with the way that they were positioning themselves. It's like, we could have some really nice combos. Yes, it does come at a cost, but I don't think it's that bad if we play well.
I like it, man. I like TLPH because they have pick-off potential with the Kalea, and you guys mentioned that quite a bit through the draft. But then you can fight really well into a Final Slash Zaman Force combination, and then you have a Jushin to help set that up. So I like TLPH's draft here.
Okay, let's head on into it. The Mid-Season Cup 2025 continues here at the Esports World Cup live in Riyadh. The second match between Ultra Legends now on the blue side faced off against TLPH on the red side. Man, blue on blue.
That's okay. Wait, what about you, Gideon?
Heroes that can be picked up.
What do you think here? Lanes, especially the first
picks that we see. I think my biggest problem is the lack of potential damage from the side of Team Liquid, right? Like, I agree that Kaltis is looking for these like one-off pickoffs.
Right.
But then when the fight is done, what happens then, right? If Sanji ends up collapsing in the middle of that fight, if Oheb, who's probably not going to participate for at least 9 minutes.
Whoa, JP getting really close. First blood for Throwboy. Ultra Legends will pick up an early kill from JP.
And all this because overextending on a Lithal Wanderer. That was a little strange, not gonna lie, but hey, still recoverable.
Okay, Throwboy once again looking for Sanford. Will get the flicker, uses the retribution as well. Still going to be going. Couple hits away for Sanford. Oh, Throwboy picks up another kill. He's 2-0 early on.
He's 2-0. He ends up missing a cart minion, which is gonna really suck for him. I mean, what to do? What poor Sanford. Can't do much about it. Let's see how Ultra Legends continue to play, because this is where... Whoa, okay. All right. Bit of a mistake there coming up from Kunok. Wasn't expecting him to die, but I thought he had wings by wings, so... Oh, a little unfortunate there.
Yeah. Up here, up top, Oheb delaying, and there's the shadow kill from Carl Teasy. The timing on point. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, JP goes down again, but still, Sanford joining the fight now. Dark Lord takes a couple hits. Won't be able to survive that, though, as Sanford now converts. So Team Liquid finding their own, I guess, through this aggression. Sanford could be in trouble, gets thrown into the turret, takes a shot, and will fall.
Oh, Sanford, he's a little sad about it. Not level 4.
Oh, under the turret, Oheb, 1v1. Farrell, whoa, he's going to be fine. And there is Throwboy to punish Oheb. So we see Team Liquid being very aggressive here early on, Gideon.
Yeah, I see the idea that Team Liquid is going for at this point. But hey, I mean, the meta has kind of shifted. Unfortunately, Old Harith probably would have gotten killed there. But I'm saying Old Harith would have been totally fine. But I think that Team Liquid is trying to kind of pull Ultra Legends apart, right? Really get them heated up on these matchups. Because in terms of what they are losing, despite the solo laners getting kind of shafted here,
yeah,
it doesn't really matter, right? Because Sanford, at the end of the day, he's not a main damage dealer. He's either a cleanup or a big initiator. Carl Teasy has been able to progressively get more and more farm. Sanji is the one who's not dying and has the full level lead. And look, Kunok, again, he's trying, but every single time Carl shows up, he's forced to use an ability.
Yeah, and every time that Flicker is down, the timing is going to be there for Team Liquid to go ahead and punish it once again. So now up here in the gold lane, Pharaoh won't escape that one. JP comes in to make sure they secure that kill. So Oheb, JP doing work. Still a minute away on the objective though, so Team Liquid will go ahead and continue to put pressure up here on the turret for now.
Now, most people... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see how this plays out.
Sanji could be in trouble here. Throwboy has quite a bit of damage, but enough crowd control will keep him alive. Sanji relying on the team here. Great Tsunami Slam. Now Oheb waiting for the rest of the team. Drops the Zombie Force. Rice Crim forced off of the turret. Farah here trying to keep it up together. They do.
And now they back away. I love how Team Liquid is playing this, right? Pull them apart, and people know their matchups here. Don't get me wrong. Sanford knows that he's basically not winning his matchup, and that's totally fine.
Whoa! The smooth final slash into the mid lane. Be able to pick up Quanok. Oh boy, I don't know. He's going to jump in for Sanji. Pops the beats here. Sanford again with a stun, and there's the slam forward. But Throwboy, there's an implosion. Still in the mid lane, going to be forced out. Oh, Sanford will get punished for earlier on. Dark Lord still a part of the fight. I don't think they can pick up a kill, though. He's tanky enough. The rest of Ultra Legends join the mid lane. They're going to drop down the Feathered Airstrike. JP trying to get some distance, but will fall anyway. A good fight back from Ultra Legends.
So very scrappy here. Really nicely played by Dark Lord. He was able to save his jungler by knocking up Sanji, so he wasn't able to get that final pickup onto Throwboy. Either way, just look at how this game is playing out, right? It's chaotic on purpose by design.
Dropping the Zombie Force. A couple of the members. TLPH, final slash. Will find Quanok. Quanok won't be able to escape as he falls now. So they were making a way up here towards Oheb, but they'll lose one member for Ultra Legends.
Yeah, they've manipulated the way Ultra Legends are looking to play, right? They want to stay on this top side as much as possible. They gave up that turtle so they can get Carl TC to get the initial push down on the bottom side, and that's how they want to play.
Again, implosion to try to counterplay this. A flicker to stay alive. Rice Crim's going to be fine. A lot of this back and forth with the abilities and the ultimates. So far, still a lot of attention up there on top. Carl TZ gonna make his way here towards Throwboy. Good drop of the beat. Still, they're gonna fight it out. Shadow kill gonna be used, and Carl TZ is gonna have to get out of here. He's focused down under half health. Dark Lord jumping back in, goes back with the quad shadow, and will survive for now. Pops the rejuvenate, and Throwboy forced out. Sanji could be in bad position now as he tried to help Carl TZ. Still trying to bob and weave through it, but can't survive as Dark Lord will take him down under the tier 2.
That one, bit of a mistake from Team Liquid's side that they needed to decide whether to disengage or not. But I think Sanji was confident he could take out Throwboy, and that ended up putting him in a pretty awkward spot. Regardless, Oheb is going to get a T1 on top side. They've unlocked him, and now the main win condition for the side of Team Liquid is now on the loose.
This is a very different Throwboy in game 2. And maybe that's just the fact that he's on a different style of hero, you know, for the jungle. But he's a lot more aggressive. He can be a lot more of value, I feel like, on this Joy. Once again, the mid lane is going to be the focus. Rise Crim doesn't have a flicker, so don't expect a surprise implosion from him just yet. Feathered Airstrike. Oh, a huge final slash from Sanford again. They're going to jump in, collapsing down on Dark Lord, and you can't withstand the damage. It's a wipeout from Team Liquid.
And what did I say? Doesn't matter how badly Sanford loses, as long as he lands a good final slash, the fight's basically done for. Really good culmination of abilities here. Let's just watch it one more time. This is after the final slash. The big problem is that if Dark Lord isn't able to separate the battle lines, really create space for his team, that's when we see Ultra Legends start to break in formation. Right? Scream can look for these big engages, but if Quinnock gets caught, their main anchor starts to fall. Right now, Ultra Legends need to recognize that Quinnock is getting highly targeted, so they need to make sure that Pharaoh and Quinnock are on 2 separate angles, if not, have some decent space in between each other.
Okay, they do take this orange buff, a final slash on Dark Lord. They're going to go on the retreat here. I'm not sure if this is where they want to fight, but Throwboy already quite low. Gets picked up by Carl. Carl pops the shadow kill under the turret. He's going to get implosion and caught out, though. He won't escape that as Pharaoh picks up a kill, but they're going to force the fight under the tier 2 anyway. A stampede under the fight. Now Rise Crim will survive. Quinnock just flapping away. Wings by wings. Sanji's not going to let him go. He's going to drop that lantern right in there. Takes a couple shots himself. Quinnock flickers out, but he's going to get whittled down. And Sanji knows it as he picks up that kill.
Outplayed by Sanji. Really nicely done there. Forced out his flicker as well to try and turn the tides. I mean, Quinnock, he just needed to land 2 more shots at the very end to guarantee the kill. So far, Ultra Legends, they're still grouping up a little too close for my comfort. But I need to talk about item builds. What is Dark Lord doing with his build? That's my biggest problem. Yeah. Why are we going and deciding, hey, I want to go for Brute Force Breastplate as my first item? Like, sure, I get it, you know, get a little bit of tenacity. Sanji gonna be in your face, gonna be a problem picking you up all the time, but like that movement speed ain't saving you, especially when you're dealing with Sanford alongside to kind of extend the CC.
Tsunami Slam once again. Rise Crim will pop the implosion, be able to catch him out. Sacred Hammer too. JP still alive. Fight going in anyway. Rise Crim finally falls, and they collapse down on him. Throwboy looking for his own option, but he's gonna get stunned, and he's go down to 3 fall for Ultra Legends. They have no way to fight in that choke point.
I think right now they need to use Pharaoh as a means to open up the map safely. They need Rice Cream to also open up the map. He's fighting some good, don't get me wrong, good implosions, but they need to stop Sanford from canceling the Feathered Airstrike.
Oh, having a final slash. Again, under the tier 3, Team Liquid does it again in game 2.
I mean, they're getting farmed at this point. Team Liquid, they've got their timings, and they know how to extend a lead. Ultra Legends need a mistake from Team Liquid if they want to bounce back. They need to catch Oheb somehow. They know that he doesn't have his Purify any longer. So, with Rice Cream, Implosion plus Flicker, he has an opportunity to turn this around. A huge shutdown on Oheb could change the course of this game.
And it seems like a difficult task, especially when you got 2 Purifies over here, a whole lot of displacement crowd control in Sanford alone, but then you have JP finding the right marks here. And mind you, you're down 10,000 gold again. So very difficult place to be in if you're Ultra Legends as they get ready to go ahead and defend against this first Lord push.
It's the checkmate angle, right? Oheb 6-1 and 11. They've got 35 more seconds to force a play onto him before his Purify is back up. And I think that Ultra Legends, if they have the chance, you might as well go for it.
Might be a Hail Mary play is what they have to go for. Flicker is up. The shield in the mid lane already popped. They hold on to this top one. But the Lord's going to make its way. And we've seen this before where Team Liquid will fight and force this situation on Ultra Legends here. Getting a glimpse at it too, I just, again, I don't know. Even their front line, whether it's Rise Crim or Dark Lord, will be taken out so quickly here.
Yeah, and Quinnock finally getting the glowing wand.
Conceal going to be used. Is he actually going to initiate this Feathered Airstrike use? And they go in. Tsunami Slam. Meanwhile, Throwboy going against Carl Teasy with a Shadow Kill. Carl Teasy gets that. Joins the fight. Pharah's gone too. They're collapsing down under the turret. Rise Crim the only one left. But that's going to be it as Team Liquid will sweep the series. And it's a Maniac in day 1 for Oheb. The waves pushing on in as they go ahead and get together. And the stampede is true. A sweep for the series.
Disgusting play coming in from Oheb. His mechanics really just showing like, hey, maybe Harith hasn't really changed as much as we thought. You just got to be that good at the hero. But I got to give it to Sanford, right? Despite losing in the earlier stages of that game, he was pivotal. Oh, Rice Cream wants to try and go for something crazy, go for a Flicker Implosion. Final Slash, cancel it out straight away. Feathered Airstrike, cancel it out straight away. He is absolute disruption in this case.
Okay, Oheb, I'm gonna stop being a Harith hater. That's it. That's my character arc. Done. I'm good. No more hate on the Harith. It feels like I just saw, it was like deja vu again. First 5 minutes, Ultra Legends clearly know what they want and how they want to do it. But once they get to the mid-game, past 5 minutes, past the laning phase, the power spike moment, they can't convert it into substantial map control or objective control.
Yeah, the conversions aren't that great for Ultra Legends, I will admit, but I think they definitely have some really good concepts going for them.
Oh,
the main issue that I am seeing is that when you have certain leads, the game doesn't necessarily always have to be a 5v5, right? And I think that's what they initially wanted to do when they had the leads, but that's when Team Liquid started kind of throwing bodies left, right, and center, right? Trying to instigate to see what the reactions were from Ultra Legends. And most of the time, the reactions weren't very good. Yes, obviously Sanford got punished because of these types of reactions, but later in the game, those final slashes, that was the big difference.
All right, that was the Game 2 end series in favor of Team Liquid against Ultra Legends. And in just a moment, we're actually going to be hearing from one of the key figures in the side of Team Liquid who played an incredibly great game, that game number 1. So we'll pass you on over to Eterna and Oheb.
Thank you so much, casters. It's Eterna here for the winners interview, and I'm joined today with the richest guy in MPLPH. Hello, Oheb.
Hi, guys.
How are you doing today?
I'm feeling good.
Feeling good. That was a dominant match. 2-0 already, like 13, 14 minutes. That was very quick. How was that first match for you?
It was super fun, and I'm super excited in my first match. So yeah, it felt great.
It felt great. What did you think about Ultra Legends, right? Because they're coming in from a region that is rising, and technically they were able to take down the MENA favorites. Was it like a hard match for you, or what do you think about them?
Yes, I think a couple more years and I think they can step up because I think their gameplay is very good. Like their micro is very good as well. Yeah.
Because we saw like in the early game, it looked a little bit tough for you guys, right?
They're very good in turtle fights, in skirmishes. They always take fights. When our junglers going on side lane, they always make us fight, you know.
So a lot of potential.
Yeah, a lot of potential.
All right. We haven't seen you quite some time, Oheb. The last time we saw you at MSC was 2021, is that right?
Yes.
So how does it feel to be back? What do you think is like the main difference from when we saw you in 2021 and now here at EWC?
I think because I have a new team now and it feels great being here again, and especially with my new team because it's so fun being here, yeah.
Was it hard for you with this new team?
No. Because they make me felt like I belong to the team.
Oh, that's so sweet. So, upcoming, you guys are going to continue your upper bracket run, right? Do you think you'll be facing CFU or Onic?
I think we're going to face Onic. Yeah.
Okay, Onic. Do you think you can beat Savero in the gold lane?
I don't know. Let's see. Maybe. Maybe yes, maybe not.
Let's close with a message for Savero.
Good luck, Savero. Train hard. I'm not gonna lose to you.
I'm not going to lose to you. So once again, thank you so much, richest man in MPLPH. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters.
Always great to hear from Big Money Oheb.
Big money.
I thought we were gonna walk away with that with like nothing to work with, but then suddenly he goes, the little message for Savero, and I like how we weren't just yapping here. Whatever we said is exactly what Oheb said as well.
Yeah.
Exactly what he felt about Ultra Legends.
They were, again, there is a lot of potential. I like that he mentioned that too, because I think for a lot of people that maybe, again, this is their first time seeing Ultra Legends, there's a lot of promise there, a lot of potential for them.
Yes.
I think they just need to hone in on, not tunnel visioning, especially taking care of that mid-game potential. And even the draft, like the drafting was great. I feel like the ideas are there. It's just, again, the execution factor. And hopefully they can figure that out quickly. after what a match though. What a learning experience for your first match.
It is incredible first match, I'm not going to lie. I definitely think that Ultra Legends, things that they need to work on, their second phase of the draft needs to improve here, because a lot of stuff that they had some good ideas, and it's not like their concepts are wrong, it's just that a couple of interactions they kind of like slip by. It's like, oh yeah, you have Aura on that side, but I want to have the implosion. Ooh, but it gets canceled out if you don't catch the Arlets. Therefore, it's like, is it the best option? It's moments like that that really show the polish on a team. But as rough as Ultra Legends are, there definitely is potential in the early game. I really think that they should lean into that some more, because their skirmishing and their micro is pretty good.
Yeah, it seems like the story of the draft for Ultra Legends is also a reflection of what happens to them in-game. First half, first phase, great. You guys clearly know where you're going to be going into, what style you want to go for. Second half, that's when things get a little bit tossed up in the air. Maybe you tunnel visioned a little bit too much. You miss something out. But I think we're all in agreement here. Alongside OHEB, Ultra Legends put on a pretty good show for their very first appearance here in MSC. A lot of potential there, but you cannot deny the fact that Team Liquid is now one win away in their group to advancing into the next stage of MSC. Once again, my name is Redmar here with Gideon and Nice. We will be back in just a bit for our second match, so don't go anywhere.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to MSC 2025 here at the Esports World Cup. And for the second matchup of the day in Group A, it's Onic, the Sky Kings of Indonesia versus a Cambodian team yet again. Because somehow, someway, Cambodian teams and Onic seem to just keep drawing each other every major international tournament.
Hey, at least this time, like, the stakes aren't as high. It's like right at the very beginning. They get a bit of a fight to go on to kind of kick things off. And the energy here, crazy. I'm pretty sure that, again, these two quote-unquote scrim partners are extra excited to meet each other.
Yeah. I've never heard a battle cry like that.
I hope that was a battle cry. Hopefully you got to pick that up on your wherever you're watching from right now. But yeah, they are scrim partners, and history also shows that Onic, they either stumble or they sweep the Cambodian team that they're going up against. I believe it was also in the previous MSCs that they saw each other. There's no in-between with these two.
Maybe that's, I don't know, just because maybe that's fate. I was going to say, but, you know, maybe that's just the way it is, right? But at the same time, they've been, you know, scrimming a lot together, and maybe that familiarity is going to play a part here.
Yeah, and when I saw that, actually, it's like it puts into context a lot of the reasons as to why we analyze the way we do when we talk about these two teams. Let's look at the Aramco power rankings here real quickly. What's one thing you want to give focus on, Gideon?
Hey, SRG OG untouchables! It feels good to have at least one Malaysian team up there after years of just being like, yeah, we're probably like dark horses or fighters.
Yeah, but now clearly untouchable, considering you guys are the defending champions.
I was going to say, I think you just get to the untouchables after being the champions from last year, especially, I don't know, maybe you can say, like, have you seen significant improvement, like, since the last time maybe some of our viewers have even seen SRG OG play?
Dude, it's really hard to say. It's hard to say because they played, like, the same comp the entire regular season, and even their, like, grand finals was an absolute stomp. So I'm more curious about, quote-unquote, because, again, Onic ID being put in Dark Horses is kind of crazy to a certain extent, but really, when you watch that grand finals in MPL ID, what is the Yeb effect, right?
Yeah.
And that was just, like, a taste of it, not the full saturation of the Yeb effect.
Yeah, again, we have to talk about Onic Indonesia, the champions of, well, Indonesia, clearly, wherein their journey here wasn't so clear-cut. For the first 3 weeks of their regional league, there were a lot of people saying, we might not even expect them in MSC.
Yeah.
They're not going to end up there. But then the Yeb effect that Gideon mentioned, their coach Yeb coming back in to the fold, eventually they're champions, winning 7 games against Arki Hoshi.
It's actually kind of crazy when you think about that. And, you know, a lot of people would go ahead and argue that Coach Yeb is the most decorated, obviously. He is the most decorated, but also the best coach out there because of the fact that what he's done. And for the instance of Onic Indonesia, almost not making the playoffs was such a big thing. But then, yeah, I think clearly when he came in, and then you watch that playoff run for them, it's like, there's definitely something here in the sauce of Coach Yeb.
It really is, right? Because he changes the vibes, you know? I think, you know, with the players, and especially when it comes down to Indonesian players specifically, they need to make sure that the mood and the vibes are good, especially for like people like Lupti, Sans, Keyboy, and as well as Savera. If they are feeling good, the whole team is feeling good. And as much as you want, everybody's going to be like, oh, it's all about Kyrie. Sans and Keyboy has been such an integral part of this team, right? They are the only two who have not changed over these past couple of years.
Yeah, Savero making his MSC debut. Lutby, Kyrie, Sans, and Keyboy coming back to the stage wherein they met a disappointing result last year against, you guessed it correctly, a Cambodian team that were able to put the nail in the coffin in their run last year. So those four, I'm pretty sure they're hungry to wipe that bitter taste off of their mouth from their performance last year.
And aren't they the only team that basically could be, what, three-time MSC winner if they get this one?
Yes.
Right? Are they the only team that...
Yeah. Just a quick reminder for everyone. Onic in 2019 won the MSC tournament then. 2023
in Cambodia.
If ever they win 2025.
They would be the only team.
Oh, right. Yeah, they won it in Cambodia in 2023.
That's why it's funny, because like we say that, and it's always Onic Indonesian. Somewhere in their fate is Cambodia.
Yeah. It's interesting to see see how this is really developed for the team, because when it comes down to like what I'm worried for the squad, I think that like the hunger is back, right? The hunger in their eyes compared to like I am just comfortable. Like Lupti during the regular season got swapped out and now is back in. Severo, who has been filling in the boots of funny enough boots of CW, is now really coming into his own.
Yeah, and so with Onic already discussed, I think it's time for us to put a little bit more focus into the lone hope of Cambodia, CFU. The last time they were in an international stage, it was the M6 World Championship, and they just barely almost made it out of the Swiss stages. They dropped 2-1 against Team Spirit, then 2-1 against SRG. CFU have that on their shoulders.
Yeah, again, I'm excited to see Cambodia as a region continue to grow, because every single time people start counting them out, they seem to be able to steal games from some of the best, right? Detective come back in. Obviously, I'm very happy for Oppie. He's like, yes, back on the international stage, one more time to try and make things actually work for ourselves. But at the same time, I am curious to see whether Boxy, CCCC this time, used to be Boxy the King, can do what he loves to do. Same goes for Wadu, but I'll talk a little bit about him later.
Boxy's been, like, Boxy and Opie too. I mean, most of these players, but Boxy especially is, I feel like, maybe one of the more well-known names from CFU. Opie as well. They've played so much. So because Boxy comes in, I think that allowed Opie to go in the mid lane too. So this could be a dynamic shift that maybe people didn't necessarily see from the last time we saw CFU gaming.
Yeah.
But this is a big thing, because if I remember right too, back in previous interviews with Boxy, like, he is a character and he likes to lead if he has to. So now that he's in the Roam, we'll see if that plays a big part here in their first matchup.
Yeah, again, this lineup of CFU Gaming, very similar to the M6 lineup. Former mid laner Z is now sub, as their former roamer Opie had to go to the mid to make room for their new roamer in Boxy, who is, by all means at this point, a Cambodian legend. If you look at the regions all over the world, when you think of Latin American roamers, you think of Luis. When you think of Indonesian roamers, you think of Kiboy. In Cambodia, there's only one guy you'll think of in Rome, and it's Boxy.
That's why he was the king.
Yeah. Again,
I don't know what happened.
He has played for a long period of time within the professional scene. Same goes for like Opie, but I think that this time round they're coming in with a new type of energy, and we're going to get to experience it against their own scrim partners, right? I think that really the matchup that I'm particularly looking forward to is going to be Lupi and as well as Wadu, because again, Wadu has been interesting. There are times where he looks like an absolute god, and other times where he's like, is he kind of throwing? Like, he's been extremely volatile, and I think right now with the meta that we have, with so much flexibility, he can be a potential out for CFU.
Yeah, Coach, heading into this, and even Onic, they admitted they are excited for this matchup against CFU. And I hope you are excited also for the happenings in MLBB in the game itself, because we have our MSC pass available now for a limited time from July 18th to August 7th, and all of the MSC exclusive items are available there. You can get a 20% off for the entire period, so instead of 899 diamonds, you get 719 diamonds, and you get a chance to purchase the new skin of Nathan. I know he hasn't popped up yet, but I've won one game with it, and that's enough for me to say he's a really good hero, and he should probably show up, because I won one game. And there are also the battle modes and everything. Every major international tournament, we have a lot of things to give away in the game that you can purchase as well, so please go ahead and check that out. I am excited to see what we'll end up with in the draft, considering that, let's just alone in the roam position, you have two incredibly prolific roamers who are known for being aggressive, setting things up. Kiboy versus Boxy. So that might just be one of the things we really have to take into consideration here. But before we head into the game itself, there's a quick little thing that we gotta show you first, so you can go ahead and watch this.
Halo, nama saya Gilang, role nickname saya Sans, role saya mid lane. សួស្តីអ្នកគ្នាខ្ញុំបាន2មកពី CFU Gaming លេង The Role Mid Lane. Bekerja keras juga untuk menang turnamen ini, jadi yang pastinya saya pengen juara di season ini lagi, terus yang pastinya saya kayak kasih yang terbaik di setup match-nya dan ya beri yang terbaik terus. ស្រាប់អារម្មណ៍ខ្ញុំពេលដែលបានមក AWC មានអារម្មណ៍ថាសប្បាយចិត្តព្រោះអីគឺវាធំខ្លាំងមែនតើបានន័យថា World យកហ្មង Sampai dah kop tim tengah nak kalau kelai semai cang mal lain dan. Ya, yang aku ingat kemarin juga lumayan cukup sedih, yang kita jauh-jauh dari Indonesia terus ke Riyadh cuman buat kita pulang pertama.
Melting down boxing the king, the immortality pops. The terror by Sorry, Felix. Kyrie now is on the chopping block to turn around. MP the king, Sorry, Felix with the flicker, looking for San. San dances around.
Ya itu lumayan cukup sedih, jadi ya di tahun ini aku sama tim ya pengen ngebuktiin, jadi kita udah nggak mau pulang pertama lagi, kita pengen sampai turnamennya selesai. Jadi ya ditunggu aja. Yang aku lihat dari kita segi latihan, terus dilihat dari scrim juga lumayan cukup bagus. Jadi ya sangat beda untuk pengen balas dendam.
សម្រាប់ការរៀបចំប៉ះ Onic ហ្នឹងគឺយើងរៀបចំហើយព្រោះអីថា player ទាំងអស់យើងធ្លាប់ប៉ះគ្នានៅក្នុង scrim ហើយគ្នាខ្ញុំទាំងអស់សិនអ្នកចង់ប៉ះគាត់នៅក្នុង tour ដូចគ្នា
Kasih yang terbaik. It's comeback time.
Giving a bye-bye and giving away that damage to the rest. In the back line, they dive on to Samero of BMI backwards. Onic! It echoes far and loud throughout the world. The crowd returns to its rightful place.
បើអាហ្នឹងវា motivate ដែរបានថាវាមិន motivate ទាំងអស់ទេវាមានមួយផ្នែកនៃការ motivate ចឹងដើម្បីឲ្យយើងឈ្នះ Onic ព្រោះអីគេមើលឃើញយើងគេមើលឃើញតែ Onic ចឹងយើងធ្វើមិនយើងជឿចាប់ចឹងយកនឹងមក motivate តែប៉ុន្តែបើថាចង់ឈ្នះហ្មងគឺចិត្តខ្លួនឯងជឿជាក់លើខ្លួនឯងជាង motivate We are the contender.
Self-proclaimed contenders from Cambodia against the, well, freshly re-crowned Sky Kings of Indonesia. Two teams, two regions who have been bound by fate, it seems like, in the international stage. Will be our second match of the day. And I feel like that little sizzle reel just added a little bit more to the drama and the weight of the series. Yes, no one's going home today. It's not elimination, but considering the history between these two, the players involved, the regions involved, bro, this is no wonder why this is our match of the day.
I mean, considering how loud that battle cry was earlier, like no stakes, but ooh, pride is on the line.
I like that they mentioned this too. You know, for Onic specifically, it was a heartbreak ending for them last MSC, and clearly a lot of teams, I feel like not just them, but want to come back into this year with, you know, maybe a chip on their shoulder a little bit. They want to go and have a redemption arc of their own, and they've already had an amazing storyline back in MPL Indonesia, so let's see if they can replicate it here.
Yeah, for Cambodia, on the other hand, again, well, when it comes to international tournaments, you've already touched on it a little bit earlier, Gideon, wherein just when you don't expect them to go far, they get high-profile wins. It isn't always series. Sometimes it's just games, but all the more impressive nonetheless. CFU versus Onic, game number 1. And right away, CFU are respecting a hero that, even though left open, has been banned a fair bit. They take away the Fanny, they take away the Lancelot, they're focusing on Kyrie.
Yep, they are focusing on Kyrie for the time being. I don't know what their scrims have been looking like because we haven't seen much Fanny from MWI, from Wildcards as well. I was hoping that this time around for the group stages that it would still be that priority pick at the end of the day, but maybe some teams have strayed away. We'll see as the tournament goes on. Farsa, the follow-up band to finish off that first phase. Keep in mind, CFU on the blue side, Onic on the red. Let's see how this goes, right? Because Baxia, alongside with the Uranus, is already gone.
Yeah, they are, and this is already going to change the course of what we saw from just the last match. And like I was saying too, even from, if you guys have been tuning in with us, from Wildcards up to even MWI, you can already see that in a first match, some of those different picks coming through, and that's going to be the case here, it looks like, even so. So first priority, I guess, while we wait for this last ban over from Onic, is going to still be what? I mean, the fact that you, okay, well, they go with the Arlot ban. So what do you swing here?
Interesting. TFE has a Rush Kimi option, Rush 1-1 option, considering the Lancelot, Fanny, Farsa are all gone. You go Kimi or 1-1 for your first pick.
They can go Kimi or 1-1 for their first pick for sure. They could also go for the Kalia if they really wanted to. They kind of want to play a more pickup style of composition. The Arlot really feels feels interesting, right? Because I know that Wadu plays it for sure. I'm pretty certain that it fits Boxy's style of like pickoff as well, but we're going to start things off with the Wanwan as a strong opener for CFU. It's going to deter Onic from actually looking to play those tanks in the first place, but I think that's what CFU want. Yi Shin finally gets let through, and now this is where things are going to get interesting, right? Because you have this jungler who is ultra fast, super fast farmer, is able to open up that map. Do you want to pair it up with the Zitian now that we see that Farsa is off?
That'd be a great compliment to a YSS if you go that way, you know? Not only does it give you an advantage just with map pressure, but like you mentioned, you can do quite a bit speed and rotational wise too, but they'll go with the Phoveus for now for Onic. See what the response from CFU is.
CFU, they'll be able to get their mid laner before Sans can get theirs, and I think that's one priority they really want to put a lot of focus on, considering they banned the Farsa. Yes, you could say it was a setup for the 1-1, but in the bigger picture, it's also a targeted way of them being able to tell Sans, you're not going to be on someone who can set the tempo a lot. Maybe you'll be a little bit more utility. We want priority in our mid lane first.
I suppose, but then there's also like the gamble of, oh, if we take Zitian, you won't have access to it. You don't get that compliment with Yi Shin. What else is really left on the table in terms of mid lanes, right? I'm thinking like Yve along those lines, but even then, I know Sans' pool is extremely deep, but a lot of these heroes have kind of phased out of the meta, keeping the mid lane really, really strict in terms of what the meta demands of it. We see the Fredrin, we also see the Kalia. I'm not seeing enough damage from the side of CFU just yet.
Yeah, it's like they're waiting for the mid to the late game on this one. It's really going to be dependent on what they end up with in the mid and what Onic ends up with, but yeah, it seems like Onic can scale relatively quicker. No mid lane picks yet. They go for the Batang instead. Nice.
I like what both teams are doing. They're kind of just waiting to see what the mid lane picks are going to be for both sides. And that's what I'm saying. It's an interesting transition that we see from match 1 to now match 2. But nonetheless, I feel like both teams have that. You know, yeah, the YSS has great damage too. You're able to kind of disrupt things with the Badang that gets locked in. But just like we saw from Kalei in the previous matchup, your pickoff potential is going to be good. But like, you know, Gideon mentioned, your Wanwan needs time to build up, and then you have the whole, you got to be able to proc to the weakness points to be able to get the crossbow of Tang off. So how do you round that out? How do you round the damage profile out? And that's why I think the mid lane picks are so important. And we're going to see more mid lane picks probably banned out in the second phase.
Yeah, Onic taking away this juice in. This is actually one of the favorite picks of CFU Gaming in the mid lane. If it would have been paired up with a Kalei and Fredrin, that means, yeah, they won't have a lot of damage, but they will have a lot of pressure, which is what CFU likes to play when they have the juice in their mid.
Yeah, but then we finally get to see signatures get to be banned out. I mean, there's just so much targeting towards the mid lane, which is now starting to be a little worrisome, because in terms of like raw scaling, like, oh yeah, you can sustain forever, but if you don't have the damage, you're eventually going to die anyways, right? Yeah. So I want to see how this really plays out, right? CFU, they decide to get rid of the Eve. Now we go back to Onic. At this point, Zitian is almost guaranteed on their side, assuming that CFU doesn't ban it. So do they want to start diversifying in terms of what in their picks and bans? I personally feel that, hey, maybe get rid of some high-profile damage-style EXP laners.
Okay. Onic bans out CC, and we'll see if it is the Zetian that's banned out here from CFU. This is interesting because I feel like this is maybe the most tested that the mid lane hero pool is going to be so far. So I'm really like sitting here as a mid laner myself. I'm like, what are they going to pick?
Yeah,
what is it going to be?
And at that point, although there is still one pick that Onic can go for, they can still put a Kimmy in the mid lane. There's enough room for it. With Kalei and Fredrin usually play around the center of the map. That's one of the scenarios where we see the Kimmy picked in that slot. Either that, or we'll end up with the likes of Lilia and Zask as a matchup in the mid lane.
That's true.
I think that it is. Oh, they're opening the question up to everybody, right? Yeah. So now CFU and Onic, they're going to look at this as like, man, Onic, they kind of don't want to get Kimmy on their side. Zitian works out in their favor, but instead they go for Lunox. They go strictly for somebody who doesn't really force out lane priority, has one of the best late scaling mid laners in the game so far.
Wait, sorry, is there an option that this Lunox might actually go gold instead of mid?
What does that matchup look like? There is a possibility. I think their damage profile does allow for it. And then you don't have to worry about taking Purify because you have iframes to work with. I think there's a possibility there. There is a possibility there.
So that's the flex. That's could possibly be a new flex, and CFU, how do they respond to this? They still need their mid laner, obviously, so they go with the Kimmy and they get the Edith.
Wow, such a strong, standardized composition coming in from CFU. Love it, love it. And they even got their own chant going. The Sharks are hungry. And let's see whether the Sonics are able to kind of stand their ground here, right? They basically got their potential flex here. I don't think there's any good mid laner at this point, unless they want to go back to like good olds like Loyi and stuff like that.
Valentina,
but there's not a lot of good ults to work with other than Edith and even and the Tsunami Slime, of course. But even then, it's like, man, how are we going to fight for priority in the first place? Because Lunox plus Zitian plus the Badang, Lunox versus the Badang, it's going to be a bit of a struggle, especially against Kimi Kalia.
Yeah, a Lunox gold lane, and I think the surprise is the CFU showed up. It's very CFU. They can actually stretch out team fights that the old-based composition of Onic might struggle a little bit. However, there is the Yi Sun Shin on the side of Onic that CFU really greatly need to respect. I will be enjoying this. Gideon, Naisu, you guys have more time to expound.
Thank you, Ranmar. All right, so now our second best of three is about to kick off here. Onic ID facing off against CFU, and you heard it 2 times. Hopefully the mics picked them up, because that battle cry is actually kind of sick. We got to ask him about that.
It's closer to us, man. I would be actually really impressed with the audio engineering if that doesn't come through. Again, it's so loud for us here in the studio, but again, can't wait to watch this kickoff.
Let's begin our second best of 3 here at the Mid-Season Cup 2025 here at the Esports World Cup live in Riyadh. CFU will be battling against Onic from the blue side, as Onic will attack from the red. It's going to be a purple start for both of these junglers, but let's expound on the compositions, right? Because again, a very classic matchup we're seeing nowadays is Yi Sun Shin versus some form of tank-style jungler. And usually what happens is that Yi Sun Shin gets a couple levels ahead of their opponents.
Whoa, Sands flickers out, and that's a first blood for Opie. Keyboy will take a brunt of the damage, but he's going to be fine. Man, early start for CFU.
Very early start, and Boxy even committing the flicker to it. So really nicely done. Singh also using his Inspire pretty early on against Severo. He's trying to get an early lead. Severo just needs to survive.
Yeah. You know, going back to that as well, the YSS, I feel like in the main part is you always have that added benefit of vision, but then when you come to his rotation and his actual jungle speed, he should have an easy time against Detective here on the Fredgen, right?
Well, for the time being, as long as he doesn't get CC'd to the ground, right? If he gets hit by the energy eruption, that's when we start to have problems. As long as he maintains his traceless, it's all good, all fun and games. But now with the changes to the jungle, that it takes a little bit longer these days for these camps to respawn. There's a bit of dead air after the clear. And that's where mid suddenly becomes a huge priority. And CFU, they're ready for this, right? They've got Detective in position. Hopefully, Sans opens up the map, sees it, and now Keyboy getting attacked.
Okay, Keyboy going to go ahead and slide on out. He's fine. The rest of the team's going to respond. Though Kyrie will take a couple shots off, but again, that's a Fredren. The turtle's up, though, so this is where we get to see how they play this out. As they get in position, you expect the Fredren to have control of this. It's CFU that's actually going to zone out Onic from this first objective, and it looks like that's going to be secured for CFU. Sands, once again, will find himself pretty low. Look how aggressive Opie and Detective and everyone else is being. They're going to force him off the purple buff. They go in. Keyboy falls. They get another. It's a double for Wadu. CFU knows the enemy, and they'll go ahead and duke it on out on this side of the jungle. A triple already for Wadu.
Beautifully played from CFU. You can just see the hours of scrimmage time that both CFU and Onic ID have given to each other. And CFU recognize, hey, we've got to lead. We must press the advantage. Severo might find a solo kill. What? It just goes into the air, seeing out of range.
Oh, Severo, he's going to get just punished for that. I guess he thought he could pick up the kill, but doesn't have enough damage yet.
He should have been able to pick up the kill. It's just that last darkening shot didn't connect because Zing was just out of range. I think that Severo might have had to commit a flicker, but that would have felt so bad. Either way, still missing out on that solo kill kind of sucks. CFU now 5-0 against Onic ID. This is going phenomenally for CFU Gaming.
Hey man, if it had anything to do with the war cry we heard earlier on, that might be the buff here for them in game one. Already 2.4K ahead. And with this kind of lead, this is going to set things up really well into even the next turtle here. So Onic they're going to have to find themselves building up, you know, from this deficit early on. Now, can they do that with this lineup? It might have to be a pickoff, a flicker, an aggressive play. Once again, going to be able to find the mark on Kyrie as Kyrie falls. CFU wants more. They're going to just jump in. They know the timings too. They'll take the purple buff.
Amazing play. Really great from Boxy's side. He sees the traceless. The turtle ball gets thrown from the mountain shocker. It misses Boxy. Flickers in to yoink him and pull him out of position, knowing that he's got literally no battle spells to save him because he's the jungler. He has to take retribution. And with traceless on cooldown, it guarantees the kill with CFU Gaming corralling around that mid lane. It's working out perfectly, right? Every fight. Wait, hold on.
Oh, Boxy could be in trouble this time. Right now, enough damage. Onic will get on the board. They might be in position to go ahead and secure themselves to an objective. They desperately need this from the game getting too out of hand. Swadu up on the front side. They're going to spot that out. He flickers forward with it onward and goes forward in. Two will fall from Onic again. CFU is just on point with the fights and initiations, and now San's in trouble. He has nowhere to go. He does flicker out. A good setup though, but still going to be alive now. Detective on the backside gets a flicker out from Severo. He'll dodge that. But again, the objective going over to CFU.
Oh my goodness, Wadu is so good on these Earth Shatter flickers. He is a dangerous man when he has flicker in hand, making sure that Lupi basically was non-existent during that fight, right? He's supposed to be the one who buys time, but it gets chain CC to the ground. Right now, the coordination from CFU Gaming is immaculate.
Oh, again, this is a tough spot to be in for Onic Indonesia. It looks like sometimes, you know, they're able to go ahead and convert something, but then that was just one setup, one kill that they were able to get. They don't really have that many tools to go for a pickoff in comparison to what CFU has.
That's completely true, right? Again, you're expecting Keyboy to kind of get into that position. However, in terms of like raw damage, it really boils down to Kyrie, right? He's going to be the early game damage for now. Sans, yes, he can do some damage, but it's not like overwhelming like a Farsa or in this case, the Kimmy. It's just not comparable. Even Severo to a certain degree, he's got a bit of damage, but he really needs his items. And in terms of tempo, CFU Gaming, because of that initial purple buff steal, they know exactly where Kyrie is going to be 90% of the time, and they're utilizing that information to make sure that Onic ID don't have an opportunity to actually attack. See, even making sure that they lane swap to ensure, hey, they're going to be playing for that Lunox now. Wadu, if you can clear these lanes, that's perfect, because we're going to get T1 down bot side.
Yeah, and just as you say it, that's going to be fallen here. They're going to get in position for this third turtle of the game, last one. I'm not sure how Onic is going to play that, though. Now, this time around, Keyboy, once again, he'll have the flicker to go ahead and try to set things up, but that might still be the case if Kyrie can't get in position and you're too worried about going down for that fight. Okay, there goes... Keyboy doesn't have the ultimate anymore. So this is a tough one to go ahead and fight because, again, you're lacking that firepower, and the further behind you get in terms of this gold again, an initiation with a Tsunami Slam. They're going to force the fight anyway, but Onic will try to fight back, and Appraiser's Wrath finds a couple, but the crossbow of Tang will find Keyboy. Zing picks up, Severo in trouble as well, can escape Wadu, and CFU Gaming continues to dominate.
God dang, man, CFU Gaming. They're not here to mess around. They want to make sure that they are sweeping the floor with Onic ID. Every play they have made so far is so good. They initiate immediately, baiting out the last couple of ultimates from the side of Onic. Most importantly, Sans one. The Fury of the Phoenix is such a powerful tool when you engage, but it's also a great disengage tool. However, at the end of it, Zing was able to get into that crossbow of tank form to apply massive amounts of damage to Onic ID, especially pre-8 minutes. So at this point, with a 6.8k lead about to turn into a 7k lead, CFU Gaming just need one more fight and one more tower to break into the 10k bracket.
This is insane of a lead and the start for CFU, but a phenomenal one at that, and Wadu has been locked in the entire game. Every single time he goes for that setup with the, if his flicker's available or not, he's on point with the Earth Shatters. Now they're going to fight in between the two turrets, forcing a flicker out. Tsunami Slam, easy pickup, Loopy falls. Meanwhile up top, Kyrie has no choice but to push in that tier 1 turret. They need something and anything because right now CFU is taking everything. Tier 2 is going to fall in the mid lane as well. Everybody quite low from Onic. they have no choice but just to watch.
Yep, CFU Gaming understand if we don't close out this game, the scaling for the side of Onic ID is going to be a major problem down the line, especially with the Yi Shinshin on top of having the Lunox side by side. For now, if we have to break it down, I think that CFU Gaming, once they hit that 10K mark, it's going to be good. But the wave clear might be a little bit of an issue, right? CFU Gaming cannot start falling behind, and they can't let the game extend super late. The pickoff is going to begin. Again, using tempo. Look at this.
Wow, traction pulse into Tsunami Slam. Able to find one. Keyboy will jump in, but it's just way too much damage. Overloading Onic as another pickup here for CFU. And the Lord is up. Perfect timing. They're all up and alive and healthy. They'll make their way to the Lord.
Yeah, CFU Gaming making sure that every interaction with Onic is a winning interaction. That's how this composition must progress forward. And Onic just starved out a lot of their resources. Divide and Conquer, says CFU, as they take this Lord while breaking the Holy Shielding.
Great juggling happening here from CFU. Very impressive once again. Start off to this best of 3 series. I think even Onic is kind of just left wondering what's going on here. They don't, even if they try to stay under the turrets, they're forced to fight anyway. And that's why that Kalea from Boxy is so good. And this might be, again, the effect of Boxy going back into the roam role, allowing them to have that decision making on their side. And what a great showcase it's been so far.
I think we really just, unfortunately, Onic ID just doesn't have much of an answer to the early game. They just needed to not interact, but CFU Gaming said no. Force them into their position, force them into a position where they have to interact with them all the time. They can't run away from these fights, and neither can they disengage. So therefore, Onic ID
again. Boxy jumps in with a Tsunami Slam, finds Loopy after missing the traction pulse. OP's gonna pick up the kill anyway. Boxy finally goes down, but Kyrie quite low, could be in trouble. They could clear out the wave up bottom. Mid turret already down, but they won't get more. CFU with a 12,000 gold lead. It looks like they're going to stay a little bit longer, but Onic might have been able to hold on a little bit longer for this game 1.
I mean, the breathing room for Onic ID is just running out. They're losing space. Wadu, keep your eyes on him. He's got Flicker.
Oh, Wadu. Brilliance is going to be used. They're just trying to clear out the waves here as they do. So Onic, despite everything else, will stay in this game.
That's a checkmate angle right now achieved by CFU Gaming. 12.3K, the biggest lead we've seen so far here at MSC 25. As we can see, even for Onic Indonesia, how do they find an angle, right? Every single attack they have, there is some form of counterplay. Sing can go invulnerable with the crossbow of Tang, not to mention that she also has an inbuilt Purify, making it more effective against the raw CC coming out from the side of Indonesia. Boxy, whoever he picks off at this point is almost guaranteed to die. The damage coming in from OP is ridiculous. The stacks that he has, he's 6 and 10, 0 deaths.
Oof, again, Boxy, big enough threat. Jumps on in, traction pulse, gonna find multiple members! A great setup under the base turret! Loopy gonna be able to fall, and it's a wipeout, a maniac for OP! That's game 1, dominant for CFU Gaming.
Holy cow, Onic. They're going to be looking at that. It's like, okay, we deserve to lose that one. Our draft didn't have an early game plan, and every interaction we had for the first 5 minutes was just a losing one against CFU Gaming. I want to see how they're going to replicate this in game 2.
It seems like Onic cannot shake off whatever is up in the air here in Riyadh in MSC. But CFU, I want to focus on them. Draft, gameplay, everything, aggression, the hunger. They are just so good. That's literally all what's said in my note. CFU versus Onic ID game 1. Stomp. CFU so good.
That's basically what it came down to, man. Like, I'm sorry, I was not expecting this. This is not what I expected for game 1. It was so dominant from CFU. They knew exactly where to be every single time.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where the first stone was thrown, right? We saw that the early First Bloods did come through. A couple of mistakes were being made, especially when it came down to the mid lane. But let's say, even if that First Blood didn't even come through from the side of Sans, this purple buff would have inevitably still fallen into the hands of CFU, right? Decisions need to be made really quick. But CFU is, again, putting their foot on the pedal. I'm not going to give you the time to decide, right? You want to take your purple buff? I've already taken turtle, and now I'm in your face. You have to give this up. And that's what they do. Slow and steady, but they encroach on their territory.
Yeah, encroaching. It's like a slow encroachment. You know the aggression is coming. They're not going to throw everything right away. But again, CFU have drafted similarly to what Team Liquid did in game number 1 against Ultra Legends, where in this lineup, of CFU, actually, if you look at it, it's 3 carries. The mid, the gold, and surprisingly enough, the Edith EXP lane, which was a really great pick in the second half.
Wadu's insane.
Wadu's good. He is really good at seeing these angles and really extending the lead, which is why, again, we saw Onic get rid of the Arlet, which kind of does the same thing, but a little more consistently and a little more often.
It's insane because the Edith, you wouldn't expect to get that kind of lead, but even when the flicker's down, like you still have a window, which maybe some heroes, like even the Arlot, for example, doesn't have. You can just onward Earth Shatter in if if you find the right mark.
Yeah, and every time Wadu shows up in the map against Onic, it's like they can just hear, it's like, oh, call an ambulance for Onic, because here comes Wadu. It's like,
I get it.
Dude, that man is... that Edith performance, it feels like it's been ages since we've seen an Edith like this.
I'm not going to lie, it has been a while, and it used to be just like the classic, hey, how are we going to sandbag this Phoveus who's dominating the meta? Edith was the go-to. But even so, can we talk about for a second OP Honest performance?
Oh, let's go.
Because holy cow, he was walking out of that game untouched, didn't die a single time, max stacks on Sky Piercer, and was hitting some ridiculous traction pulses. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, that last one was really, really good. And just to remind everyone, OP, 8 months ago, was a roamer.
Yeah, and I love how the end of video that we saw leading into this was like him saying, we're the contenders. Because, dude, what a statement game 1 was as the contenders.
It was so clean. It's so clean the way that they play it. And I love that from the side of CFU because it really shows maturity, but the level of polish that we saw on top of that, right? The fact that they aren't just throwing abilities, and that's another chant coming in from CFU. They are so amped up with this 21-3 victory.
I wonder what they had for breakfast. Something champions.
Do they usually have umali for breakfast, or is that just a dinner thing?
They really like the omelet station.
Oh, right, yeah. Like the omelets have been bangers too, where we are staying, but an ultimate banger of performance, honestly, by CFU. No other way to put it. It was a stomp. It was very clear where their conditions were at, where their eyes were at. They looked at each individual lane, tick that box. Looked at the jungle, tick that box. And after that, it was just up to Onic to, again, as you two repeated all throughout the cast, just find a way. But how can you? You're playing a lineup, Onic, that, yes, excels mechanically. It really shows off what Onic does as individuals. While CFU just show up, what's up?
Yeah.
And we'll just walk all over you.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem really just boils down to the draft, right? I mean, obviously certain mistakes in the early game could have been prevented, like Sans dying and, Severo not getting the trade back. I mean, if we take those out of the equation, I don't think it would have mattered that much, right? Severo dying here really doesn't matter because it requires him to at least have 3 to 4 items for him to be a dominant force when you're playing that Lunox, especially when you have Detective already building Radiant Armors, looking to get as much MR as possible. Same goes for Wadu here. But then we start to figure out that, wait a minute, their whole composition is designed around the late game. How do they even survive? Their wave clear isn't that good. Sans doesn't really scale on this Zetienne. I feel like all of this was engineered from the get-go in the draft from the side of CFU.
Yeah, and I think now what we're seeing, as we see that traction pulse hit again by OP there to close out this game. It really seems like CFU have walked into this with all of their years of knowledge of being able to scrim and play against Onic. That's just what it feels like. It's like CFU at one point just snapped. It's like, guys, we're going up against Onic. We know exactly what to do.
And that's the showcased in game 1. It's not that they're actual enemies, but it's know thy enemy. I mean, they played and they scrimmed together so much. They're friends. They're friends. Know your friends. Maybe we can say that. Know your friends. But they took it in the case of, we know exactly how to play against this. We know how to make this work. We know their timings and where they all want to be. But again, like, you saw how aggressive Boxy could be on a Kalea. I mean, the man was making moves that sometimes you don't really see from other Kaleas, and because of the fact that you have a traction pulse to back that up with, and then a lot of just other options, even the Fredrin, like the Fredrin alone, how do you find that window if you're Onic to play against that?
A lot of questions up in the air here for Onic of how they're going to be able to recover the series to force a game number 3. But all the spotlight, all the stars right now are aligning for CFU. Let's watch their journey heading into EWC at MSC.
សួស្តីអ្នកគ្នាខ្ញុំបាន12មកពី CFU Gaming លេងតែលើ role mid lane សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំមក MSC ឆ្នាំនេះហ្មងគឺដើម្បីខ្លួនឯងហើយនឹងក៏ដើម្បីសងសឹក SRG ដូចគ្នា សម្រាប់ការអឹមសេចហ្នឹងគឺខ្ញុំចាញ់ទៅលើ SSG ហ្នឹងវាឈឺចាប់ដែរព្រោះវាបានតិចយើងឈ្នះហើយប៉ុន្តែយើងនៅតែចាញ់នៅម៉ាច់ហ្នឹងហើយខ្ញុំមក AWC នៅឆ្នាំនេះទីមួយក៏យើង focus លើ team ធ្វើម៉េចធ្វើឲ្យបានល្អជាងការអឹមសេចហើយរឿងចាញ់មុនហ្នឹងមកសងសឹកហើយផ្លេចឱកាសនេះ
Considering how CFU were just so close to making it past Swiss stage in the M6 World Championship, and I think this version of CFU is better, I think they might actually surprise a lot of people.
សម្រាប់ការខ្ញុំដូរមកលេង mid ហ្នឹងគឺ gameplay នៅក្នុង game ហ្នឹងគឺវាមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរពីដំបូងគឺលេងអត់តាន់តែពេលយូរទៅបានន័យថាធ្វើម៉េចលេងតាន់គ្នាចាំបានថា gameplay ពេលខ្ញុំលេង mid ហ្នឹងគឺរៀងលឿនជាងមុនប៉ុន្តែស៊ីសងទៅលើការ stress ឬក៏ aggressive ហ្នឹងបានន័យថាស៊ីសងលើតាស់ដែរបើយើងហ៊ានសម្រាប់ចិត្តតែលេងបែបខ្ញុំនៅមួយ CU ហ្មង moment ដែលចាំជាងគេហ្មងគឺ season 7 នៅពេលពួកគាត់លើកពានព្រោះអីពេល season 4 season 5 season 6 ហ្នឹងគឺគាត់បានលើកពាននៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំចូលមកទៅពេលគាត់លើកពានទៅ moment ហ្នឹងទោះខ្ញុំវាអត់សុបាយចិត្តខ្លាំងតែនៅពេលខ្ញុំឃើញគ្នាខ្ញុំទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលលើកពានអញ្ចឹងគឺខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាសុបាយចិត្តមែនទែននៅតាមស្រាប់អារម្មណ៍ខ្ញុំពេលដែលបានមក AWC មានអារម្មណ៍ថាសុបាយចិត្តព្រោះអីគឺវាធំខ្លាំងមែនទែនបានន័យថា world យកហ្មងសូម្បីតែគ្រប់ team ទាំងអស់ណាគេក៏ក្តីសម័យចង់មកឡើយហ្នឹង
And that was CFU Gaming and their journey here heading into MSC at EWC. Yes, they are entering this as two-time, well, back-to-back champions for MPL Cambodia Season 7 and Season 8. Now, if you want to be a champion in your own right, again, there is our beautiful all-star event happening in-game. It's going to be going all the way up until August 5th. Join the Dino Planet. By the way, there are a lot of people that actually don't know this. You can actually hop onto the Lord when it's marching and use that as a launching off point. There's like a little icon that you click. You can use that to jump. Those are just one of the many little hidden secrets that you actually... It's not a secret. It's in the, just read the patch notes. Just read the patch notes, y'all. But yeah, join us for the Dino Planet All-Star 2025 event. Lots of goodies. And don't forget to try to go get that Popple and Koopa skin. Are we at this point where... Do we really just have to tell Onic to really switch things up in the draft? Is that the main problem they have to deal with right now? Okay, so it's a yes across the board.
Yes. Oh yeah, yes across the board because again, what were they supposed to do in that game, right? With the early game already collapsing, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna take the punches until CFU don't decide not to crack open our crystal or inhibitors by like, I don't know, pre-10 minutes into the game. I feel like that's being too generous.
I feel like it was one of those games where eventually when they found out there weren't any openings, they were just like, kind of like, let's get to the next one, you know? And yeah, because it was such a dominant game for CFU, and I think really when you've played enough against them, you probably just know like, all right, we lost this draft and we can't come back from this.
I feel like there has to be something here in all the knowledge that Onic has against CFU that they could leverage because as we discussed earlier, it feels like that's what CFU leveraged against Onic. The fact that they knew the Phoveus was so integral to the lineup of Onic that was their bridge for the mid to the late game. Because as we've discussed before, Zetian is utility based. She can only do so much to facilitate that. The Phoveus, once shut down, you have nothing to help bridge you into the latter portion of the game.
I think that a lot of it just comes down to like Khalil, the fact that Khalil got so far down into the draft in the first place, right? I think that was one of the big things that I was trying to figure out, right? Because both sides were kind of like avoiding it. Then Kimmy as well. Kimmy, we saw the Farsa get banned out very early on within first phase, and then Kimmy was still a big question mark, and then Zetian was still there. So the question was like, wait, hold on. You already see the Fredrin, you know they want to go for the Kimmy anyways. Then it becomes a trade-off of do we just completely shut down and collapse because they had to commit at least one ban to get rid of the CC. So that's why I feel that CFU really engineered it well. My big problem is when the Lunox popped up.
Yeah.
Was that
same sentiments?
Yeah, was that necessary to show it now? I get that like having a diverse amount of damage profile is always good, but you need something to kind of bridge you a little better, especially knowing that your mid lane is going to be really tough. Kalia, Kimmy, Badang, with Zetian, like there is such a huge disparity there.
Yeah. That's what I didn't expect the Lunox to get put in the gold lane. Maybe it could eventually work. You know, again, this is only our second match for MSC. But yeah, I think the Lunox was the big kind of kicker for me where I was like, oh, I don't know if that was really good. I don't know if that's going to work out.
Part of me kind of wish that instead of that being a Lunox, although I didn't expect it to go with the gold, I wish they considered putting it in the mid lane instead. That could have been good with handling the pressure, but no point crying over spilled milk now. It's game number 2, and so far it's the exact same banning pattern that we saw from game number 1.
Yes, it's going to be the same banning pattern. I mean, it's exactly the same so far. It might start changing up here. Who knows? I don't know if CFU Gaming is the kind that's like, you know what? If we're going to press our advantage, we got to keep changing it up every single time. Or are they the kind of like, oh, well, if it's not broke, don't fix it?
Yeah, I think well, there's a Farsa ban, and I don't know. Maybe this. Okay, there's the difference. You ban out the 1-1. Onic does that. So first priority here. Does CFU just go with, for example, the Kalea?
They could go with the Kalea. They could go start things off with the Zushin. I mean, there's a lot of really strong openers. Yishin Shin also is a pretty good. Is a pretty good opener. We'll see how they want to kind of play this out. Knowing CFU and what we saw off of game number 1, I wouldn't be too surprised if they want to go along the lines of like a Zushin opening and then eventually get Fredrin.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more on that book considering how much they love playing with that hero.
Oh, wait a minute. Arlet was also banned out in game number 1 from Onyx side. Arlet could be a strong opener as well for CFU.
Yeah, maybe that's why it was banned out. But nope, CFU said, hey, our roaming goat is feeling it today. We're going to give him priority. He gets a Kalea.
Got mine for the day.
Got yours for the day. Hey, I'm pretty sure you could have... Bro, it's still a few more picks. You know what?
I've spent enough time with you analysts over here that I can bring up a couple picks.
Hey, man, I'll tell you the secret. Just throw out a bunch of names and one of them's going to hit, right?
Give us one more. Give us one more.
There's like 130 heroes.
Exactly. just throw a bunch out. Just throw a wide net.
Fredrin.
Okay. Let's see if we'll get 2. Let's see if we'll get 2.
Oh, this is going to be 2 for 2 here. We got 27 more seconds until they start locking it in, right? I'm surprised that Onyx still is going to be more committal, but this time they changed their opening a little bit more. They're going to go with the Badang opening rather than just saying, hey, we get Fulvius, we win. You dash, we win.
That's 2 for the day for Dice.
I'm dancing.
Hey, it's looking good, but
this is great.
I don't know if it's great just yet, right? Because now that they've locked in the Arlet, I would have preferred Arlet to be Jushin in this particular scenario.
Yeah.
But the Kalea kind of like forces it like we still need the damage profile, right?
Yeah.
We can wait for the Jushin later down the line, but then we look at Onyx side. They see Arlet. No matter where Arlet is going to go, he's going to end up in the EXP most likely. Badang goes very well against him. You get the Fulvius also does very well against the Arlet as well. I think holding the Badang here is great. There we go. The denial from Jushin. Well played.
And then do they ban out the Kimmy? Does Onic ban out the Kimmy so this doesn't get picked up? Because I feel like that would be the smart choice for CFU if that goes through.
Yeah, they got to. Because if Onic are considering Kimmy for them, that's a little bit too greedy for my taste already.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Essential's a good thing to build around. You save your gold lane pick for last to try to answer whatever CFU closes their draft with. I think they really just have to show their hand with the Roam EXP flex now already for pick number 4.
I'm all for it. I am all for it. Kimmy gets banned out as expected here. Now, from CFU side, I'm thinking of like different iterations of what types of damage they want to go through. Because there is the possibility that, hey, maybe Valentina might just be viable in this particular draft against Onic because they might get some better ultimates down the line, or at the bare minimum, the Mountain Shocker. Zetian, really, really good. Because keep in mind, the pushback. She has a pushback. She has a stun. The only issue is that nobody really benefits from the MR shred. So it's not completely useless, but definitely underutilized in certain areas.
All right, so let's see what they're going to be considering for their ban. Lapu Lapu, they're trying to take away a comfort in Lupi. I believe in MPL Indonesia, Lupi was he was prolific with the Lapu Lapu for the previous season. So they're just respecting that. Interesting though that they decided to respect that before the Fulvius. Considering that Fulvius is one of those heroes that are very happy to go up against Arlot because he gets this passive effect a little bit faster with all the dashes he brings to the table.
I think that CFU need to get rid of Gathod. They get rid of the Gathod. They want to make sure that they can at least have a way to kind of keep on progressively escalating the fight rather than having to disengage as soon as the AOG comes out. That way, Boxy can still maintain a high level of priority. And keep in mind, technically, Kalea as well as Arla can swap roles as well, right?
Yeah,
you throw the Kalea into the EXP and then Arla into the support.
That'd be an interesting swap if they did that. So the CC's
Wow.
last ban, XP lane focus for CFU, and then Onic went with the gold lane focus to go ahead and narrow those options down. So
I think Onic might be able to take a page out of the book from Onic, the Onic team that competed in MWI, and even Team Vitality. They can go Akai EXP. Sorry, I'm gonna say it. I love Akai.
I'm down for it.
Yeah, against the Arlot, because we've seen Arlot struggle against Akai EXP in the past, because once you go in, you get heavy spun out, and you completely have your flow broken.
Yes, not to mention that his Akai's base damages in lane is actually pretty good. And the fact that you develop your own natural shield already takes away the value from Arlot trying to trade freely against you. But here we go. We get the Phoveus. I think it's totally fine, right? You already have 2 dashes available. Well, arguably 3 dashes here. And that's totally okay, right? It just makes sure that the mid duo is confirmed. It's Badang plus the Zushin. Now, how does CFU respond to this, right? Because I'm expecting both Badang alongside with the Kalia to both take Concussive Blast. So really, it's the damage profile that's going to matter here. I think it's going to be the Zetian from the side of CFU. It makes sense. It's got the enough ways to kind of reset Arla to make him real strong. And considering how Wadu played in the previous game, I think he might just be another out.
And what about gold lane too? Because gold lane, you still need a what's left? Harith? They go. Whoa! I didn't think they would go with the Harith, because I figured they would want some extra physical damage, because this is I mean, you're lacking that, right? I mean, yeah, you have a little bit here, but profile-wise, and that's what we've been talking about throughout this entire draft, is you kind of expect, okay, gold lane, you're going to go with a physical damage dealer, but they go with the Harith instead. But let's not hate it, because we were talking about the Harith in the previous matchup, but Oheb proved us wrong.
I feel like there's a confidence pick by CFU. They're signaling to Onic, like, we know we can win this game, that we know we can win this before the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to make sure that they could completely utilize every bit of Zetian's kit. MR Shred, there is stun, there is a pushback, so every little bit of the kit is utilized. I thought maybe Granger, but again, here's where it gets dangerous, right? If Lupti gets far ahead, those dashes are going to start stacking up. He's going to get a lot of passive triggers, but there's a limit, right? If you have too many passive triggers, then you're not going to be able to do much. If there's just enough, then you can keep consistently resetting.
Yeah, if you're only joining us now, again, CFU has the lead in this series. One more win puts them against Team Liquid for the qualification match heading into the playoffs here at MSC. Gideon, Naisu, let's go.
All right, thank you, Remar. Once again, you heard it here first. 1-0 against the Indonesian champions. Cambodia is looking to represent CFU. You hear it every single time. This time we got a visual on what that looks like. They are ready to play as we head on into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 in this best of 3 series. This is going to be a fun one. Detective on that blue side, Kyrie on that red side, both with a purple buff start.
Looking at this too, again, from game 1, CFU started on a roll right away. They took it to Onic from minute 1. We'll see if they try to replicate that here. Might be a little bit different, but definitely I want to see if Onic has an answer for Boxy specifically. And yes, OP doesn't have his hands on the Kimmy, but they've got a lot of crowd control to go ahead and use. You can already see Boxy being aggressive and just trying to give some information over here. And this will be a little bit different too for Wadu. Now that he's got his hands on this Arlot. Taking a look at the emblems here too, they're still quite tanky enough. They've got some decent damage, a little bit of mystery shop there too. A lot of impure rages, of course. The CFU still wants to go ahead and be pretty aggressive throughout this game. A little 1v1 action. Severo though, this time around, the Bob, the Weave, the Rhapsody. There'll be a back forward. Whoa! Sands, though, this time gets first blood for Onic.
Yep. So, in terms of the emblem setup, Keyboy decides not to take Concussive Blast, but instead wants to be able to kind of move a little bit faster with the help of the Quantum Charge. Helps with those rotates, helps to be able to move in and out of those fights. But more importantly, they don't actually want to push the waves. And Boxy, unfortunately, with that Concussive Blast, doesn't have a choice as they attack topside.
Oh, Boxy. Boxy goes aggressively, will flicker out, but gets taken down. Kyrie picking up a kill, so way better start for Onic in game 2.
A much better start indeed. Onic have adjusted their plan. You want to be aggressive, you want to punish your aggression, right? And at least for Severo, he's very comfortable in this Harith v Granger matchup. They played it for months because of the previous patch. And now we go to the very first turtle.
First turtle still going to be CFU that starts it up. Wadu. Fury the Phoenix is going to be dropped down. Final Slash won't connect. They're going to jump in. Loopy, though. Infernal Blast. Infernal Pursuit. One down, still gonna be on. Loopy in trouble, trying to get away. Goes in with a Dark Wave, gets enough health back, looking for Opie, but finally will fall. CFU picking up a couple themselves, plus this objective, a hard-fought first turtle for the game.
Oh my god, Boxy. That was actually kind of sick. He jumps in, knowing that Lukti wants to get the passive stack on the Detective first so he can start using the Infernal Pursuit. Catches him mid-punch, and then the rest of the team chain CCs him. By the time he gets the Infernal Pursuit, Detective gets a free disengage. Let's watch for this one more time, right? Because Detective is here. He gets pushed back, he sees Keyboy, and then Lukti gets knocked up and allows them to disengage properly because Sans can't cover Lukti on top of the fact that Keyboy is dead. So really good stuff here. It's these small moments from CFU which is making the difference.
Yeah, and in that, Opie got taken out. Earlier on, he did have to burn the flicker, so Onic will find something, and that's, you know, what you mentioned is anytime Keyboy can set things up, he'll go ahead and try to do that. Doesn't have a flicker available now too, but still Onic holding on to a very minor lead. This is going to be one of those games too where the gold laners really play a part, as Severo has done a good job farming up. Sing as well hasn't gone down despite dealing with a lot of 1v1 pressure. This is like Gideon mentioned, the classic matchup that we're so used to seeing in the gold lane between these two heroes. So the teams for now are really just looking off pick-off potential, you know, around the rest of the map here.
Yeah, again, this is a very interesting matchup between these two gold laners, right? Because we've seen it many times, but it really boils down to the battle spells. Because now both sides don't have the flicker. It becomes a skill matchup, right? Severo must maintain a certain amount of distance to stay outside of the Zaman Force. Because if Sing dashes on top of Severo and commits hard enough, he will actually win out in this 1v1, right? Severo needs to make sure that he can poke out Zing and keep his health bar at a minimum, so even if he goes for the all-in, Severo with 2 Rhapsodies should be able to take him out.
Oh, Boxy gonna try to do something here. Purify's gonna be popped already, so Severo's gonna be fine. That is a battle spell down, so a little bit of an advantage right now for Sing to work on that Harith. We'll see if Onic tries to go ahead and help out, but Turtle's going to be the next focus for both the teams here.
Yep, they're going to force out that top side, knowing that Severo doesn't have that Purify. Whoa!
Sans jumping in. We'll get the flicker out. Sing, though, going to try to cut it off with the Zaman Force, so that's going to be burned as well. A couple battle spells and ultimates, but meanwhile, the fight for this Turtle. Onic has control. Wadu there, final slash, but Kyrie will secure the Turtle. Still going to be breaking down the fight. Wadu going to be in trouble, and Kyrie will get a kill as well. Takes a shot at Opie. I don't think you get anything more. Keyboy not going to burn that flicker for that. So focus for Onic is the objective. They get a couple kills. They won't get this mid turret just yet.
Yeah, all this because Wadu just whiffed the ult. That's really what it boiled down to. If he hit that ult, it would be a different story. Because he was left out in the water and considering that the front line was getting shoved in from the side of Onic ID, making sure that Detective couldn't cover that space, that's how Onic ID were able to take this turtle for free. But now back into the gold lane, right? Again, a lot of resources are getting thrown up to this top side. The fact that Sans wasn't really part of that fight to begin with just goes to show how important it is for both gold laners to have some form of pressure, some form of a lead to really skew it in their favor.
So close here too, despite, you know, other than the jungle, which is, I guess, to be expected when you get a lead like this in Kyrie. Again, Keyboy gonna be fine. Tsunami Slam won't land. Boxy punish this time, and a kill goes over to Severo. Still the Dark Wave. Loopy jumping in. Forceful Flicker. Fury of Phoenix will be used. No one else to follow through. So Onic happy with 1.
Yep, really nicely done there. Making sure, hey, you Tsunami Slam. Okay, sure, not that big, not a big of a deal. Loopy just flickers on out of there. Instantly punished, knowing that Boxy still had his flicker on cooldown. So just really good tracking of the battle spells from Onic ID, right? Both sides will find any little bit of advantage. T1 collapses down on bot side, but now we are starting to see the ball roll. I'm not sure how Kyrie is going to go, but it looks like he's going to go for the BOD. He's real greedy because he's also taking cooldown boots on top of it. And not to mention, Severo already with the Sky Piercer, this is where Zing has to be careful.
Is this just because of like a confidence play? Zing, wow, going forward, Severo. He saw Onic, the rest of the members there, so he's just going to clear that out. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do much more, but that is no Zaman Force now available for this turtle. So Onic might have enough of that information. Boxy's going to go ahead and take a look. I'm not sure if they're just going to rely on a final slash for this fight here. It's going to go for a little bit of a reset. Dark Wave They go through. Zing gonna have to join the fight. There's the final slash we were looking for. Fury the Phoenix dropping down. Keyboy, Tsunami slam as well, but Kyrie still gets the turtle. Zing unleashing now, looking for Sans. Meanwhile, Loopy's gonna be in trouble as well. Sans still up. The Zing can't get the last hit that he was looking for, but now it's Kyrie. Before he falls, he'll pick up a kill, and Wadu will survive. I don't think they're able to find Sans, though.
Wow, that fight. It didn't look like it started off well, but it worked out at the very end. I would love to see a replay of that fight one more time, because it really boiled down to Wadu jumps into the middle of the fight. Let's see how many people he catches with that final slash, right? He gets in there, the backline gets attacked, and that's where things start to snowball out of control. When both Zing and as well as Wadu are able to get their initial resets, because right now they're still pretty tanky, and there's not enough damage from the side of Onic Indonesia to commit and spread it out and distribute it amongst a lot of spots.
Again, Wadu, I know we didn't get to see the entire play out, but he did a phenomenal job, too, at zoning Kyrie out. So Kyrie wasn't able to actually join some of that crucial moments of that fight. So, and then, you know, survives it all after that with the flicker. So, great decision from CFU. So Onic, you know, they lose. They had about a 3,000 gold lead that they were working with. It's going to be whittled down pretty much to an even game here, at least economically. But right now, it's still Onic with a little bit of a pressure lead, the way that they're playing around this, but I guess they've got to respect what CFU can throw at them, especially between Wadu and Boxy.
I mean, sure. I mean, the fights are looking good for CFU Gaming, but now, as you can see, the conversion isn't the most deadly, right? It's not like a 5k gold swing. It's only a 3k gold swing so far. And when we look at the items as already built, we're going into the second phases of the game. We're going into the mid game, right? BOD already complete for the side of Kyrie, and it looks like he wants to eventually build up to an endless battle. Lutpi, he's not even going for Thunderbolt at this point of time. He's literally anti-Cuirass. I'm going to be able to tank as much damage as possible. I really need to see the MR come through from him, and honestly, the anti-Cuirass is kind of strange. I would have liked to see him play the Thunderbelt from the get-go.
Yeah. Oh, early initiation for Boxy. Fury the Phoenix to follow. They get the beacon out from Sans. Sans, a little bit low here, still half health, but that's a whole lot from both sides utilized for this. Lord is for the taking. They're fighting for control. CFU, there's a final slash on Sans. Sans goes down. CFU, numbers advantage, going to be jumping into the fight. Wadu's in trouble. Takes a couple hits from Severo, but Loopy has to flicker out as well. Severo has all the room in the world to move. A shot comes out, and Loopy upholds them together, but he finally falls. And now Kyrie, looking for Detective, wants to line up the shot, but doesn't have it just yet.
Oh, he's trying.
Keyboy jumped in, but he's going to get punished as Zing was waiting around the corner. An even fight for both.
Oh my goodness. All right, it's a battle of inches at this point, right? Both frontliners end up dying here. CFU, they do get a bit of a reset. Nobody's going to be able to take the Lord just yet. And the worst part is as these fights are going through, we start to see the micro plays, right? We start to see the efficiencies from Onic's side. Yeah, I'm down 2 kills, but look at Sakeva's Vera and as well as Kyrie's damage. They're through the roof. They're topping the charts right now. And even Lutpi, without any damage items, is still able to provide and contribute. The worst part about this is the fact that Detective is 2 levels down. They don't really want to take this Lord. They really want to fight Onic because they know they will lose a 50-50.
Oh, final slash going to be used again. Keyboy can be in trouble. Keyboy out of the picture. Still going to be breaking out. Wadu goes down next. Loopy also half health. Falls to Zing. Now they're going to be looking at a huge Appraiser's Wrath on Severo. Will force him back, but the Lantern Flare will give a double to Severo. Now, CFU has no choice but to back off of this. Kyrie's still up, but they're going to fight under the mid lane turret. Sans in trouble, but they'll punish him anyway. And Kyrie now looking for another. They wipe him out. A great fight for Onic.
Down to the wire. Sans able to get that final pickup, allowing Kyrie to come in and run through the rest of them. Even Severo able to stack back up. This is a fully built, fully scaled Yi Shin. Level 15, his ult is on a short cooldown. Let's watch this one more time, right? Because this fight all started with Wadu actually picking off Keyboy and not one of the big damage dealers, which is what we saw the last time, right? We saw Severo dying early in that previous fight, but as this progressed, you notice they can actually kite 4 days.
Yeah.
There is no means for CFU to really extend their lead without the Arlet. Detective is great at planting his foot down and being an immovable object and slowly take space, but cannot reach further than it.
I think even that, when you get a glimpse of them, you know, still pressing on the gas in the mid lane, it's like, you know, you don't convert that kill on Sans, you are going to get severely punished, and that's what we saw there. Even then, Sans able to protect Severo enough to give him that opportunity to survive that whole thing was great teamwork there. So this now leads them to this Lord. It's going to be marching towards that mid lane. You can see the stacks here too for Severo.
So good. 560 natural stacks, 46 on the Skypiercer. And now with this Lord, they're hoping to get as many inhibitors as possible. Keep in mind, they have the better sieging composition. CFU, if they want to take space, somebody has to commit.
Okay, they'll clear it out. Seal's going to be used. It looks like they want to fight. Boxy's giving them a call. Retry's going to be used from Detective. Boxy jumps in. Tsunami Slam. No one to target. Fury the Phoenix already dropped down. Onic might choose to counterplay into this. Loopy with a Dark Wave. Final Slash going to bring Loopy. He goes under the turret. A great combination. Onic down one member. Still going to be looking for the fight. Severo will keep Opie in check. Zing. Very aggressive, but CFU will just find one.
Nicely done by Detective. He saw that bar full. He knew that Lupe was going to come out of the out of the taunted state. And immediately, as soon as he made the mistake of pressing his auto attack, Detective hops over the wall to pull him underneath the tower. That's the way CFU Gaming, they understand they've got a shark on their logo for a reason. They are fishing for Onic ID.
It reminds me of what LaFell mentioned about sharks and the noise they make. But, you know, yeah, that's it. That glimpse of CFU, it's really the timing they need. We do see this, the Holy Crystal and the Divine Glaive are there now for Zing, and I feel like, you know, he's pretty aggressive, and you can rely on the Purify here, but maybe that's just the way CFU wants to play it out. I think even as we get up to the next Lord here in about 40 seconds, still it's, you know, they got to be able to withstand that initial kind of onslaught from Onic. They've been the ones, CFU, from game 1 to now even game 2, despite even being down, to start these fights. I don't know if it would change much for them if they let Onic be the ones to get the first get-go on it.
I don't think they can afford it right now, mainly because Detective is a level down on Kyrie. And we know that with these world-class junglers, that one level difference really is the difference maker.
Detective.
No.
They're going to force a fight anyway. Final Slash already used under the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Still going to be looking for more. Detective finally falls. Sing sees multiple low health bars, but Severo just unleashes. Keyboy jumps on in. They're going to be able to take out Zing, but it's a double for Opie. A trade already 3 for 2. And Onic still with Kyrie up. Do they go and take this Lord? They're so low here.
Yep, they are low, but Kyrie is going to heal up. There's no actually, I don't think if they're able to do the... Oh, wait, no, Kyrie should have enough damage, but he's going to let Severo do the tanking. So once he's got just enough health, he gets back in and they start switching places. So nicely done from the side of Onic Indonesia. Let's look at that fight one more time, because I was surprised that they decided to fight here, of all places. Why would you do it so close to mid-tier 1?
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, if they are going to start a fight, maybe not there. That's not the best place. So even if they pick up a couple kills, ultimately they now have to deal with a Lord.
That was very upsetting. I think that's one of the bigger miscalculations coming in from the side of CFU Gaming. Even though, to be fair, their initiation wasn't that bad. And I could definitely see an angle. But the problem is that mid-tier 1 is still available, and that's what takes away from that power position, hiding onto that mid-brush. Now, the siege is going to be a little tough, I'm not going to lie, but Opie did buy that Wishing Lantern. In terms of Zing, he's really strong, but he needs that space to take full advantage of that Examine Force so he can start chrome dashing around.
Boxy going to start the fight anyway. Keyboy gone. Lord's going to kind of march into the mid turret. It falls. But now Onic, do they still want to fight this? Even down a member. Severo's at half health. Boxy going to jump in with Tidal Strike, and again, they're going to force the fight anyway. Beacon already going to be used from Sans, giving them the space to work with. They're going to be able to find Wadu. Wadu still has the immortality, but Zing now unleashing on Sans. They're going to be able to pick him up. It's a double already, but Kyrie comes back in, and Severo's still up. The immortality will not be enough. And now it's Kyrie and Severo still inside the base, and it's Opie and Detective. Does Onic want to end this game here? They've got a little bit of this minion push.
Nah, they can't. They can't. Not yet. Unless they kill Opie right here. Detective, please stand in the right spot here. Severo's allowed to auto attack, and same goes for Kyrie to the crystal, but it does basically nothing as long as they maintain these waves.
They're going to go ahead and maintain it again. Detective is going to watch out. Kyrie will go ahead and go for it anyway. Now they're going to work on the base, and that's going to be enough. Double kill for Severo. We're going to game 3.
Man, I definitely thought he had an opportunity to walk back into the fountain, but again, just not enough pressure. Well done. It really goes to show that Zetian doesn't really scale that well into the later stages of the game, but when you have Severo and as well as Kyrie on these heroes, holy cow. No frontliners, no problem. We'll just bulldoze through you.
Match of the day for a reason, and just when we thought we'd see CFU run away with it, Onic gets it back, then CFU gets it back from Onic, then Onic eventually gets the death knell and gets the win. What a tremendous series, dictated by what is a signature of the Cambodian and Indonesian playstyle, team fighting.
It's really incredible the way that a lot of these fights came and the adjustments that were made. I think at some point, Severo and as well as Kyrie was doing his own thing. He was playing a little selfishly for sure. But Severo probably looked over at Loki and Kibo is like, one of y'all got to die for me. Like as soon as that final slash is out of the way, I actually can play this video game.
Yeah, again, it was interesting to see the decisions that CFU made throughout the game. I feel like there was a couple moments where, you know, like this, when we saw this with Wadu, around some of the objective fights, that was really interesting the way they took it, and there was some brilliance to it too. But then, same thing, it's like you get through the game and you still question, like, man, why'd you guys fight there? Why did Boxy go in for that Tsunami Slam?
Yeah, this game number 2 was a emotional and mechanical roller coaster. It was the highs of great job, good thing you did that, to why the heck did you do that? Back and forth, and that's the type of action that I personally like to see, where you got to see members of CFU shine at the right time and then falter and then get punished by Onic. But then the same thing could be said for Onic. I feel like at this point I got like, we aren't unanimous here, where we just gotta say you just really gotta sharpen up some of the decision making in the team fights for both teams.
Hey, I mean, it's overheat, big overheats coming in, specifically from CFU more than it is for Onic. I feel like Onic naturally were more consistently making the better decisions. I think it just came down to like a couple of micro mistakes of like, oh no, I have full charge, I am Phobius, I accidentally hop over the wall, I shouldn't have been under tier 2, please somebody save me, sort of scenarios like that.
Yeah, that was a great mechanical call by Detective. To the fact that he knew that enhanced basic attack of the Phobius that would instantly be like we call it the shoulder tackle, would come through. So he's like, all right, let me just quickly press my dash past the wall so that he carries on over and then he gets punished. But then on the side of Onic, you saw that at some point, it seems like a computer switch flicked into the brains of Severo and Kyrie. It's like, these are very specific skills I need to watch out for. Watch us maximize our dashes to avoid them.
Even looking at the breakdown here of the game, like, I would say this is quite a stark difference from game 1, obviously. Onic had a great time coming in this game. It was relatively, I would still say, sided towards Onic, but there was clearly moments where CFU was winning portions of that game. It's just unfortunate for them because, and I don't know if even the Harith seemed to actually work out in some of the team fights, but then it's like, what if it was something different, you know? But I think again, that interaction between having the magic penetration that you get with the Zetian, but then you have the Harith, it was the plan, and it was just unfortunate that even at some times they were down, you know, a good few thousand gold, so that could have changed the course of some of those earlier team fights even so. But nonetheless, still very interesting. Yeah, like you said, emotional kind of roller coaster of a game for game 2.
Yeah, and I was talking about it with the talents at the back. I mentioned something where this wasn't a game won by the draft or dictated by the draft. It was dictated in the battle preparation. The 2 Purifies on the side of Onic. She changed things up with the flow of battle for CFU, who were so pick-off dependent in the first game. That now the second game, you have the Badang is still there, yes, who can just CC immune by popping up the ultimate. But the fact that some of your key figures have ways to just cleanse out the crowd control initiated by Boxer. You could see that CFU were a little bit uncomfortable in the initial phases of an engagement.
Yeah, I think it really came down to like, you had to think about these fights like chess, and I think that's the hardest part because it's stacking effect. When somebody throws out that first ability, then you have to kind of figure out what are the next things that are going to be traded out for resources, right? If I get a good Appraiser's Wrath here, if I get an Energy Eruption, what happens afterwards? And I think a lot of the time we did see that, you know, CFU understood the assignment, assuming that Wadu was able to get a good final slash on either of their back targets, whether it be Sans, whether it be Kyrie or Severo. But then you see the adjustments coming in from Onic, right? As they adjusted, Sans doesn't mind getting pushed forward as long as he has his Purify and Assault. Kyrie is the one who must not be caught. He's literally got no counterplay other than the Traceless. So it's all based on his mechanics, why he was selfish. And then there's Severo, who's like, yo, Keyboy, you better do your thing. You better start walking up because I can't afford to do that.
Yeah, and for Onic, you see for majority of these fights as the game went to the latter portion, there's always 3 members alive. Severo, Kyrie, and the Sans, who this time it wasn't a secondary carry. It's like a secondary peeler and roamer for the 2 dudes that you really need to survive.
That's what I was saying. I'm in one of the fights, it was clear, like Sans, because of the way he plays, the way he positions, and the threat of the beacon too, like, and the lantern flare, like, it's so good to be able to go ahead and peel or initiate if you need to. And I think Sans really played that part. Like, he was in a way a little bit of like a punching bag, but he had to be. Like, he had to be that guy in a lot of these team fights that broke out, and it allowed Severo and Kyrie to have the positioning that they had.
Yeah, I have a fun little fact for both of you gentlemen. So, as we all know, MLBB at the Esports World Cup is record-breaking in terms of viewerships, and we are actually breaking a record right now.
Right now?
1 million TCU has been advanced. There are over 1 million people watching this series right now. This Group A matchup between Onic and CFU, our match of the day. We are at around 1,151,612. That is our current peak concurrent viewers. Thank you very much. Here is your code to redeem. 1 game, 2 champs. Scan the QR code as well if you don't want to do the whole process, but you can do whatever. But again, thank you very much for joining us for what has been a pretty epic matchup so far, with game 1 being shocker. CFU, they're so ready. They just absolutely stomped Onic. What's going to happen in the second game? We get the emotional, mechanical roller coaster. And now I am even more excited for game 3, knowing also that we have 1 million+ viewers watching us.
Hey, it's the best kind of games. It's not boring for our 1 million+ viewers out there. It's really interesting to see these teams like slowly make these micro adjustments, and that are very impactful in the game, in very big ways. And I think for all of you out there, to our Cambodian as well as our Indonesian fans, keep supporting who's going to win this match. It's 1-1 so far. Do you think that the draft is going to change? Because I feel like the only thing that could spice things up even more is if this case, CFU is the one who ended up dropping game number 2. They take red side instead of blue.
I think that's the big difference. They swap sides, and then maybe aside from 1 or 2 of the heroes, I think we still see similar heroes banned. But they are going to we'll see if they swap sides.
Because I have a feeling here, if we're going to see the similar sides again, CFU blue, Onic red, I think Onic's going to walk away with it. We've seen enough adjustments from there.
I think that CFU is more inclined to actually hold on to the blue side, to be perfectly honest here. I feel like Onic don't mind being on the red side, but if they could be on blue, if they do go on blue, how does the priorities end up changing, right? Because does that mean, now look, yes, he gets to play Uranus now. Wow, so much fun.
Kalea.
You know what? I hope we do get to see a Uranus here this time. I'm starting to miss him. I am starting to miss him. By the way, we also have really awesome support chests available for you as part of our MSC event in the in-game client of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Only 20 diamonds to purchase the MSC support chest. So if you still do not have the pass and you'd rather not get into that right away, you can use a support chest as a means to do that. At the same time, even draw the Atlas Rune Sentinel skin, the old MSC skin from I believe 2022.
Yeah,
he was was it 23?
Oh wait, wasn't Farsa was 2022?
Yeah, Atlas was the one in Cambodia.
Yeah,
I remember.
2023.
A really awesome animation that we have there. So yeah, go ahead, check that out. And there's also up to 1,000 MSC coins that could be yours as well. So it's not just the esports side, the broadcast side that you're getting a lot of good stuff. In game 2, there's a lot of treats for everyone who loves MLBB. Game number 3, I like the discussion that we were on about the draft, changing things up. Sorry, remind me here, who gets selection for game 3?
It should be CFU because they were the recent team who lost.
Because they're the team that recently lost. So, all right, maybe behind the scenes, we can try to discuss a little bit more, see what could happen for CFU if they do go onto the red side and choose to go that for game number 3. But for now, we have to listen in on Onic's story and the road to EWC.
Halo, nama saya Gilang, role nickname saya Sans, role saya mid lane. Yang pastinya gue senang banget udah bisa berada di MSC 2025. Pasti senang banget lah, soalnya ini kan bisa dibilang turnamen yang sangat bergensi juga. Terus banyak player-player yang lumayan cukup berkualitas juga di sini. Yang aku ingat kemarin juga lumayan cukup sedih yang kita jauh-jauh dari Indonesia terus ke Riyadh cuman buat kita pulang pertama. Jadi nggak mau pulang pertama lagi, kita pengen sampai turnamennya selesai.
It's better than the Onic teams of the past from Indonesia that just dominated. This time they were tested, they struggled, they rose above that, and I think that just makes better teams.
Bekerja keras juga untuk menangin turnamen ini, jadi yang pastinya saya pengen juara di season ini lagi. Terus yang pastinya saya kayak kasih yang terbaik di setup matchnya dan ya beri yang terbaik terus.
That was a Gilang Sands as the focal point there. Of course, we saw the one from ZFU earlier where the focal point was the mid laner in OP. And it's good now that, funnily enough, we focus on the mid laners in terms of talking about the road to EWC, talking about the potential draft happenings for this game number 3. Gideon, you mentioned something to me about a mid lane priority matchup here because Zetian hasn't been doing that great so far this series.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take it away from either one of these mid laners. They are good at what they do, but Zetian just doesn't seem to be the right answer in a majority of these cases, right? We've seen that so far in terms of her raw pushing power, especially in the early game, is kind of okay. You would like to use that more to trade against your opponents.
Yeah.
I think that Farsa might just be opened up in just a little bit. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. We're not spicing things up. We're just resetting it back down. It's a BO1 right now, and see if you kick things off with a fanny ban naturally.
And they're still on the blue side.
Still on the blue side.
So they still want to go for that. That's fine, I guess. But like you guys mentioned, I think for the most part, Onic has figured out how to adjust throughout this draft. I mean, we'll see if we still see similar bans from them. They let the R-Lot go earlier, game 1. They ended up banning that out. This time around, like you said, it's still the Fanny and the Lancelot. So, I don't know, is priority, like, do we still think that CFU is actually going to priority Boxy here, or do they switch things up? Because there's the Uranus ban.
Yeah, I think a slight switch up. Oh, I thought they would somehow consider opening up the option of not banning the Farsa and even going for a surprise. Opening up the option of not banning the Farsa and even going for a surprise Farsa first pick, similar to what we saw earlier in the day for Team Liquid. But no, they're both leaning into what they want to do. So, real quick, CFU, do you still want to go for the Fredrin type or just change up what you're supporting it with?
Like a straight up Kalia opener again? I don't know. I feel like the Kalia opener is always going to be safe.
And that is what they go for.
It is, yeah, it's usually what they go for. But at this point, what are they going to pair it up with? Because the last time the big problem was the fact that the adjustment from the side of Onic was really, really good. They're going to go for Yishin Shin. I'm guessing they're also going to go for the Badang. If it doesn't, if it hasn't broken, why fix it, right?
Yeah.
And the big issue is the fact that, Onic doesn't mind giving you priority, but they will tax you heavily as you are walking off. That is the big issue here that I see from CFU's side, because as much as you want Kalia to kind of top you up, unless you have a Kimmy on your side that allows you to be like, I have the early damage to fight back against you, then it's a different case.
I wonder if they'll end up taking that here, because yeah, there's the Badang, there's the YSS once again. Maybe do they take Kimmy in this first phase?
I wouldn't mind it, honestly. Considering that Kimmy does have the jetpack, the thrusters, so that she can reposition a little bit. If she could somehow pair that up with Flicker, if it's available for her, that would actually be really great. That it might force out some early engagements. You called it again.
Yep. Thank you.
There's the Kimmy. And yeah, they do switch things up in terms of what they pair up with the Fredrin. Also going on with what Gideon mentioned with the mid lane pick for CFU. They get the Kimmy to pair up with the Fredrin together. And that means they can still continue the style that they've been playing without changing things too drastically.
Yeah, that's one of the main points I would expect from CFU. Because, again, you know, some of the pieces of the puzzle that they showed us in Game 1 where they just won so dominantly, it was on the fact that they had the Kimmy that really helped things out. But I still think you have to see what the last two picks are going to be for them to make sure that they have, you know, the damage profile there, the options of to follow through, even if they work against two Purifies, for example, from Onic. You can see this, though, coming through finally is the CC. So that's going to be a pickup, which is, again, it's a popular pickup. It's a signature here, I would say, for Loopy even.
Yeah, and it's a good interplay of crowd control layering between the CC and the Badang. But the Badang doesn't always necessarily need to front. You can send Lutpi to front instead, have Kiboy go for the follow-up, and vice versa. And so now CFU has another layer of, oh, we have two great tempo breakers on the other side, and we're playing around the very sort of slow-moving composition around the Fredrin. The CC pickup is massive for Onic, and it might be the main X-Factor pick right now that CFE has to consider.
With all the adjustments they've had within this first phase, right, a lot of it just boils down to just changing the order of what we pick. And I think it's a good idea, right? But the question now boils down to how many people are going to take Purify, right? Are we expecting CC to take Vengeance this time, or is she going to go for the Purify to try and protect herself specifically from getting picked off? Because keep in mind, a lot of the previous fights that we saw in game number 2, both Kiboy and as well as Lupti were priority targets for Wadu when he was on Arla, or sometimes if they were out of position, and that's when Boxy picks him up.
Yeah. We also have to consider that maybe Detective would want to be a little bit more careful with when he's going to dish out the Appraiser's Wrath, because if he's not careful, he might just eat a whole bunch of reflective damage towards him if you have the Vengeance up on that CC right away. He'll be wondering, hey, I'm going to hit you back. That hurt me too.
Yeah, I think the other part for Detective, though, is not falling too far behind, like in terms of the levels, because that seemed to be one of the issues that they had in the previous game, and what made them too just kind of choose that, you know what, let's just brawl it out. Let's just fight it out, because we don't want to go for the retribution battle here. So maybe part of that plan, part of that equation for them as we get through this last phase of these bans is allowing Detective to not fall too far behind. And maybe part of that too was Onic just got those early kills in the early portion of the game that allowed Kyrie again to go ahead and scale up quickly.
Fourth pick. I think, this Badang is, mid lane, and gold now is what we're going to be looking at in terms of the carries. Should Onic just try to go for a little bit more reach?
I think, I want to go for a little bit of reach. I mean, talking about reach, this is one way of doing it. We haven't seen a Loyi in a hot second. I was curious to see what Sans wanted to do. Especially when it comes down to the mid lane. Like, is this a scenario where you can actually play like a Chang'e? You're going to be playing, your traditional front to back anyway, so it kind of makes sense. But I think with the Loyi, very team fight oriented. But the recent nerfs is why a lot of people have kind of moved away. So I want to see how they're going to utilize it this time in the current patch.
I think for Onic, it's because they're thinking about that. This feels like a team fight counter for CFU. Kaleas, especially Fredrins, do not like seeing the Loyi on the other side. Which means now Lutpi, Severo should be free to pick up the things like the carry for their gold, and maybe even the Beatrix, which pair up very well with the Loyi.
Shots come through. Hilda, Bruno on their side. I mean, they want to go right into the faces of Onic.
And like you guys mentioned, with a Loyi over there, I don't know how this is going to completely play off. I mean, again, we haven't seen too much of Loyi previously in the recent weeks, but maybe, again, with this last pick, you're going up against Bruno. What do you take here? Do you go...
They still go for reach.
I forgot Granger's still open, so why not give that into the hands of Severo again?
Not surprised with the way that they played it. I do kind of wish that Bruno was switched out for Beatrix.
All right, I just want to get your... I wish that there was another consideration for the Bruno, but let's see what happens there. Real quick, Gideon, who are you leaning towards for this one?
Honestly, I feel like the execution for the side of CFU is slightly easier, and I'm going to lean more into their composition.
Naisu?
I'm gonna go for Onic.
All right.
I don't want to be opposite of Gideon.
All right, to the million plus watching right now, thank you. Let us witness together who will be facing Team Liquid in this Group A at the 1-0 bracket. Will it be Onic? Will it be CFU? Will it be Indonesia? Or will it be Cambodia?
Thanks, Ramon. We'll be bringing that sentiment into our upcoming game as we head on over into the land of Dawn. To the millions of viewers out there, welcome. This is match point currently for both of our squads. It is CFU on the blue side facing off against Onic Indonesia on the red side. Once again, both teams refuse to switch sides. There are no traders, only warriors as they battle it out on first. Starting off with the purple buff. No surprises there. But I really wish that, the Bruno was switched out for a Beatrix. There's just so many ways to get value out of the Beatrix. The raw burst damage, there's not a lot of sustain from the side of Onic Indonesia. And even then, most of them are running with the flickers anyways.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because Beatrix just doesn't seem to be popping up much, you know, in general, especially back in the professional leagues and the qualifiers leading all up here on the road to MSC. It just didn't seem to be one of those picks that people like to go for. The Bruno, though, on the other hand, I guess in a way, too, it kind of gives you a little bit of a, oh, hold on, already? Gonna jump in with title strike. Keyboy, though, is there to keep things safe. So you go ahead and just disengage from that, but still, I think the Bruno is just more of the lines of, you know, you get a little bit of damage earlier on with the 2 items, still maybe the 3 that he needs, but I think, yeah, you need that later on, that Malefic gun that's going to be crucial in comparison to the Granger specifically, who has so much more range.
Yeah, I mean, they want their late game scaling, and I think that's the most important thing for them. With the crit build, it's just, oh, the damage is through the roof. And they got to be careful, right? Because again, all these rotations are being read very well from both sides. They know they're going to be on the bottom side of the map. They want to unlock this Hilda. But even so, Wadu, it's a pretty dead lane for the most part. Lupti isn't able to manipulate the waves without the help of his team. And that's why Keyboy is here, right? If anything gets a little fishy, he can kind of neutralize the effect.
Yeah, that's what the Badang does so well. Goes ahead and messes with some of the tempo, and that's what Boxy really wants to do earlier on this Kalea. But the first turtle of the game is going to be up, so it's CFU getting in position. We see this time and time again, especially with the Fredrin. But they'll go ahead and check things out with the Mountain Chakra, and they're just forced off. They just walk on up, force CFU back, and Kyrie will go ahead and get the turtle, but still, Wadu now on the backside, looking for the first blood. They take a ton of damage. Double flickers on out here from CFU. Still, Kyrie, one shot, won't land it on OP.
Okay, first bloods haven't been achieved, but I don't know if anybody realized that, but Sans did a very interesting move, and I think it messed with the minds of CFU, which is why they gave up so much space. And by the time they realized where Sans actually was, they couldn't take back the territory anymore. Looking at the emblem build so far, everything seems to be up to snuff, nothing too out of the ordinary. We do have common emblems being built up by Zing, not taking marksman emblems and not even taking assassin emblems of his own. He's not looking to try and win the lane. He's trying to not only survive, but make sure that he has enough mana to stay relevant. The Master Assassin's always going to be a good time, especially if we see Severa make a mistake. In terms of everything else, the only thing is lethal ignition coming in from Sans. He is not going for impure rage. He wants to hurt.
Yeah, I guess you want to do that, especially with Aloy Yi, who, you know, dealt with some of the adjustments that she's gone through, but it was well-deserved. You know, Louis Yi and the chip for a while were on the top of some of the decisions, especially when it came to the macro play. But Wadu, not sure if he's going to be able to survive this. Mount Shark are going to be used too. That's a whole lot of damage to go on through as Kyrie will pick up the first blood.
Really good punish here. Really good punish from the side of Onic Indonesia. I mean, Lupti understood that Wadu isn't looking to try and shove out this wave super fast. And now that he's got that assist, he's got the lead, and more importantly, he's got the tempo, he can now start influencing the side lanes and rotating off first. Now notice, we do see that Boxy is coming down to try and push him out of the way, allowing Wadu to walk back into the lane safely, but he...
Oh, Zing going for the fight. No! He hit the minion! He flickered into the bush, but he hit the minion! Oh, that feels bad.
Oh, that hurts so much. And Severa, the best part, Severa didn't have any energy at all. He didn't have any energy to Rhapsody. He didn't have any energy to throw out another Death Sonata. He just was auto-attacking until the very end.
All right, now, second turtle of the game, going to go up. Onic getting pushed out of this one. Tsunami Slam to bring him into the turtle pit. They're going to go for the fight. Vengeance already going to be bought too, but Sans will be able to pick up Wadu. A double for Sans already, forcing him off. And Kyrie gets the turtle on top of it all. So Onic will come out swinging for that objective.
And now the snowball starts to begin. The smaller mistakes coming in from CFU game and getting punished hard by Onic Indonesia as they crack open the most valuable structure in the game, mid-tier 1. And with that, we're starting to see what CFU did to Onic ID in game number 2, but on the opposite side, Onic has the timings, they got the tempo, and Lupti is in a phenomenal position right now.
He's flowing right now, man. I mean, a lot of the... You said this because that's typical, too. When the CC gets a lead, even if it's a... Let's say you're getting assists, but you have that lane advantage, even built up. I think War Axe was the first item that Lupi went with. You kind of give yourself that positioning, especially around the objectives. I can just jump on in, use my current call, my vengeance, do what I need to do, and then the team will go ahead and clean up after that. And so Lupi's in a really good position to go ahead and provide that for the team. Meanwhile, too, if he's the target that gets Tsunami slammed, it's not that big of a deal for Onic.
Yeah, and as long as he has that vengeance, right? Anybody with like quote-unquote burst damage or consistent damage really starts to suffer.
Oh, Boxy gonna go in once again. Purify's gonna be used though. So Sans is okay, but saying, look at this. This is the battle of the range that Onic has right now. Oh, Severo so close to getting another one with the Death Sonata. Keyboy now has the flicker. Oh, he won't be able to find Sing. We're going to force them off on the tier 2. Kyrie will go on in. Sans is there now as well. Nope, he has to go back to base, but Severo will pick up Detective. 2 kills for Onic.
Ooh, boy, this game is getting real spicy, and Onic Indonesia are making sure that they are running away with this. A 4.6k lead 6 minutes into the game, and they want to take a tier 2 alongside of it. If they do get it, they will turn this into a 5k lead.
Oh, Loopy wants that kill on Zing, but he pops the Vengeance. Won't be enough, though. And they go ahead and get on out with the diversion. The turret, tier 2, still going to be able to stand, though, with about a little bit of health left. But this next turtle is Onyx for the taking. That's going to be 3 for 3.
This is so good. I mean, Sans, despite most mid laners not wanting to play Loyi because of the new changes to that diversion, that it reveals the starting position but doesn't show your ending position, it gives too much info. So now he's using it as a mind game, if not a disengage tool. So what if you can see us? As long as the channel completes, my whole team can get on out of there. And the 2 other times that we've seen him use it, he does it in front of his opponents to keep them on their toes, to force them to double check the bushes that they had already cleared up earlier just in case.
That's why it's the perfect name for an ultimate, man. It's literally a diversion, you know, and when Lui Yi is on play, you really have to stay on your toes. You really have to be able to lock in and, you know how to play against this. So right now, Sans will take a shot. Also the mid lane, Wadu in trouble. Kyrie's going to be able to pick up a kill in the jungle. Still going to be fighting. Severo gets enough movement, and he will survive anyway. So again, Onic will be able to find 2 against CFU.
And that is an econ diff. That is a huge econ diff. 5k now turning into a 6k lead. If honestly, if Onic didn't have that 5k, Boxy probably would have been able to pick up Severo anyways. Wadu probably would have still died regardless, but even so, it's a very worth it trade for EXP and as well as gold. In this case though, Onic currently 6 kills up on CFU Gaming, and they're now just waiting for the neutral objective. They're walking into enemy territory to deny as much econ as possible while still making sure that Kyrie has a very efficient path. 3-level lead, might I add, against Detective.
It's the same thing that I was saying, you know, that we mentioned from the previous game.
Oh.
And even with that, diversion, they're going to go in for it. They'd be able to find 2. Boxy's gone, and Wadu to follow. Onic comes through with the diversion, and Zing has nowhere to go. He's going to just get run down. He's running for the turret. Maybe I can get a little extra gold before I go down as he falls as well. Onic in control, and they'll take the Lord.
Yep, and even Kyrie committing his retribution, knowing that once he dies, then he has nothing to worry about. There's no way that Detective is going to walk up and try and steal this from me. Not with my entire team covering the entire map, making sure that this filter net doesn't allow CFU Gaming to take space.
Oh, the next target here is see if they can get some more resources before this push in with that Lord. Right now, they're staring down for CFU an 8,000 gold deficit to work against, and even with, you know, Keyboy's got the flicker available. If they want to force a fight in the base, they will. Boxy taking a couple too many shots. A Loopy will go in to clean up after the Death Sonatas all land from Severo. But now looking for more, still with a numbers advantage. Onic ready to possibly push into this base fully here as Kyrie walks in with the Lord.
Yep, Onic ID are clearly, they are in the driver's seat. They have momentum on their side. No way.
Oh, whoa, whoa, Keyboy jumps on into the base. He gets taken out, but they're going to force the fight anyway. Lord's still going to be up, and Zing is gone. Severo's unleashed. Still trying to hold on. Tsunami Slam, they're going to find Loopy. Loopy will fall. The base could be locked on, but Wadu is going to be the next target. Severo still shooting off from the backside, looking for Detective. They'll clean out the lanes.
Oh my God.
But they still have minion waves pushing on in. And that's going to be it. Detective jumps on in. Severo will lock on, and Onic will take the series 2-1.
Hey, a little disrespectful coming in from Onic at the very end. If they wanted to finish it, they could have, but instead they're like, no. We're buffing up the KDs real quick. We got to show CFU. You may be our scrim partners, but we will not take this down while we're standing up.
What was a dream start for Onic, for CFU in this series, turned into a nightmare as Onic slowly readjusted, recalibrated from the drafts to the execution to showing CFU, we have you red. Yes, don't fix what's not broken, but you have to change what's already been read by your opponent.
I think it's all about tempo, right? There's such a big tempo difference between the two. I mean, Zing, this could have been his key moment right here. Zavero literally had nothing left. He had no energy. He got 3 auto attacks because of the fact that, oh, I hit a minion, I flickered into the bush, I still can't see you. And by the time I slide tackle in, it's too late.
Yeah, that's happened to me before, so I completely understand.
It happens to the best of us.
I'm joking. But yeah, nonetheless, I just think, Renmar really mentioned it. It was the adjustments that we saw Onic made from not just the draft, because they were on red side all 3 games, but also just the way that they played around the map. They even utilized this time around a Louis who's not picked up too much, but they played the macro really well here.
Yeah, also the difference in the EXP lane picks. You have a Hilda who has to literally run to the back line, find a good access point, while Lutfi, we were discussing this backstage, his job is so simple. Throws out the curtain call and yo-yo blitz, and that is it. The highlights will play out, but in just a moment, we're actually going to be hearing from Eterna, who is with Savero on the stage.
Thank you, casters. It's Eterna here with Savero. Congratulations on that match. Okay, Savero, this was your first official Moonton international tournament. Now, how were you feeling? Did you feel pressure? Was there anything that was going on? Any jitters?
Buat Savero tentunya ini merupakan MSC pertama kamu ya. Jadi gimana perasaannya? Apakah ada sedikit gugup atau nervous mungkin?
Dikit dong. Ya masih mungkin karena masih awal-awal sih perlu penyesuaian dong.
I think maybe a little bit because as you said, this is my first time. But hopefully in the upcoming match, I will be much better.
Okay. I mean, you did really well, right? That laning phase with Zing as well, it was amazing. So now the thing is, we've been hearing that you guys were scrim partners. Is this true? Are you guys scrim partners?
Sebelum MSC lumayan sering.
Before MSC, yeah.
So
quite a lot.
Are the results that we're seeing similar to the scrim results? Is that something that we can, know?
Untuk hasil scrimnya itu apakah mirip dengan yang terjadi sekarang atau mungkin kalian mau rahasiakan juga nggak masalah?
Rahasia.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a secret.
Okay.
We don't want anyone to know.
Okay, it's a secret. But how does it feel to finally meet them on an international stage?
Jadi bagaimana perasaannya untuk bisa bertemu mereka tentunya di MSC ini?
Dari yang terakhir scrim, mungkin aku ngerasa mereka lebih improve jauh aja sih di MSC.
So I think compared to the scrims, they improve a lot more. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, because it makes sense, right? Because I think a lot of people out there were thinking that, Onic coming into this match would go 2-0. So what happened in game number 1, Savero?
Jadi apa tuh yang terjadi dengan game 1? Karena kan kalian sebenarnya bisa dibilang favorit melawan si FW Gaming ini.
Ya mungkin ada miss dari early game aja sih, jadi snowball aja maksudnya.
I think we made several key mistakes in the early game that makes the enemy can snowball early. Yeah.
Okay. Can we know what happened? Was it like a miscommunication error or was it an execution problem?
Kira-kira masalahnya di mana tuh? Apakah dari miscom atau mungkin dari eksekusi atau di gameplay?
Miss eksekusi aja sih di awal.
Just execution problem.
Okay. So earlier on, I got to interview Oheb. Of course, you know Oheb, right? Yeah. Okay. So he said that he was expecting you to move forward against CFU. And when I asked him about how the laning phase will go against Savero, he was like, maybe yes, maybe no, maybe I can beat him. What do you think? Do you think that you can beat Oheb in the gold lane?
Kayaknya bisa sih.
Oh.
I think I can.
Okay, you think you can? That's the confidence that we're waiting for, Savero. So once again, thank you so much and congratulations, and we'll see you in that next match against TLPH. But before I let you go, I do want to ask, do you have a message for TLPH in your next upcoming match?
Apakah ada pesan-pesan untuk TLPH sebagai lawan kalian berikutnya?
Good luck, have fun aja.
Just good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck and have fun. Okay, we'll see. Thank you so much once again, and congratulations. We're going to throw it over back to our casters.
Congratulations again to Onic Severo. Good luck, have fun, he says to Oheb. But yeah, we got to break down what happened in this game number 3 a little bit more. One of the fastest games we've had so far this day, 10 minutes and 37, and clearly, Onic already knew what CFU wanted to do ahead of time.
Oh yeah, they did. I think, two main key factors. Number one, the fact that Kyrie was able to go out of his way to change his jungle path to end up on Lupti's side to get that first blood. That was the start of so many problems that were going to occur, because with that kill, Lupti was able to control the tempo and the way that the waves were going to be manipulated. Sans, that alt diversion, holy cow, the fact that he just T-poses in front of his opponent is like, where are we going to be? What we're going to do? Where am I going to disappear into? Definitely made CFU have to rethink and recalculate, right? You can see the hesitation walking into fights like, I'm not 100% sure where he's going to be.
Yeah, it also felt like they just didn't have like a really safe and confident face checker. Hilda can only run away so much and deal damage. There's not a lot of what they can do, so you can see the hesitation, really. And Severo, being the rich guy, he was farmed up because, again, when your center of the map is going really well, Naisu, then your gold laner is one of the happiest people in the world.
I like to call him the gold lane experience, But Severo, for the most part, I love watching him because he seems so smooth. Like his positioning, his decision making, his placements seem to be really smooth and just on point. And so I can't wait to see that matchup between him and Oheb eventually, because that's going to be one to definitely keep track of. But nonetheless, like you mentioned, I think just the calculations and the adjustments that we saw Onic make, especially for Kyrie for that example. I mean, this was a 10.5-minute game, 10:37 to be exact. And even game 2 for them, it might have taken a little bit longer, but Onic did an amazing job at just making those micro adjustments after a devastating game 1 loss. Again, CFU, I did not expect that game 1, like how dominating that was against Onic. So we'll see if they continue to do that on their adjustments.
Yeah, so far it seems like the trend for this day has been the teams that are expected by the majority of our community to win the match is tested somewhat in the earlier portions of the game and or series, whether it's the first 5 minutes. But really you see the difference in what separates a lot of what we consider to be the top tier, S tier, championship favorite teams to the rest of the world, where in their understanding of what to do from 6 to 8 minutes, what they do around the second turtle or third turtle, that's what separates the boys from the men.
I mean, let's not forget about some of the conversions as well, right? It really depends on the level of experience that we're seeing from a lot of these players, like how long they've been in the professional scene, especially once you are playing at the internationals. There's just a different level of standard. And on top of the fact that the polish is so evident on teams who have come here extremely prepared.
Yeah, I think we continue to see that though, and the preparations that all these teams have, because we do not, and I don't know, we'll dig into that later on too with some of the teams, but they spent a lot of times preparing, and I feel like we continue to see that.
It's been a tremendous day so far for the very first day of group stages here at MSC at the Esports World Cup. Again, my name is Redmar. The three of us are going to be heading out with Gideon, Naisu, Height, Despair 3, bouncing out. It's going to be LaFell, Mirko, and Brigida coming in, so we'll see you in a bit.
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, and they feel it's my time, think it's my.
I gotta say, day one, we already opened up with a banger. We started with two amazing matches, especially the previous one. Onic ID going up against CFU Gaming, where game number one, pretty interesting draft coming in from Onic. But hey, game two and game three, they're able to secure it. And talk about that, we got 1.15 million viewers watching that match. Welcome to Gang Can Gather MSC here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel, alongside me is Mirko, as well as Brigitte. That was an amazing match too.
I got so hyped after what happened. Hyped in a way that we're seeing much closer fights than we expected in the first two series of the day. So what more are we expecting, especially in the latter portions? And we have two more series upcoming for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that match that we just saw earlier, Onic versus CFU, was considered a match of the day, right?
Yeah.
It was banger all the way from the start of the game, from the start of the series, all the way to the end. Roller coaster of emotions, but Onic got the job done.
Hey, but hey, that's what you predicted.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You said it was going to be a 2-1. Now, here's the thing, Mirko, something that you and Brigitte got to know. You got to be careful what you wish for. Speaking of which, we got a video talking about just that.
Oh, we have our recent winners of the wildcards from EECA Virtus Pro. Joining Group A, it is going to be the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports.
У нас пока вишбище ультралегионы как SRG.
I think we can win SRG if we perform well. I hope for 2-0 to choose the team after we qualify, but we'll see what happens.
Who's the one that talking? Pluto. Who?
I don't think 2-0 is possible for them, but I mean if they're confident enough, then we're more confident than them. So 2-0 will be on my side.
I think it will be a good match going up against them because they had a good wildcard run as well. So it's going to be an exciting match and we're well prepared against them.
Let's see later if they can 2-0 us.
So we already see Virtus Pro saying that, hey, we can take down SRG 2-0. They look pretty calm, and SRG responded with calmness as well. So be careful what you wish for. Brigitte, do you think Virtus Pro, do you feel like they could do it?
I mean, part of me, and I feel like even for other talents, they feel like there is a chance that they actually show up.
Yeah.
But whether or not they're able to win, maybe that might still be a question. But personally, after hearing what they had to say, this might as well be one of the matches of the day for me, personally.
Hey, everything is matches of the day, right? Now we're looking at Virtus Pro, and again, they are the champions of the wild card. So they had extra time here in Riyadh to get themselves comfortable compared to all the other teams. Is that going to be an advantage, or is it just going to be a non-factor?
I think it's a double-edged sword, right? Looking at it, obviously they have a little bit more time to experience the stage here in Riyadh, to just sit and adapt to the weather, everything here in Riyadh, and also to the strats. We saw that in the wild card, they were very good at early game setups. Amazing when it comes down to getting control early and snowballing. But they do struggle into mid to late game, which I think is one of SRG's strengths.
No, that's true, because the thing about SRG is that they somehow keep losing the early, but come mid-game, talking to Remar as well, it seems to be the theme of the day. Where you win or where you lose.
Yeah, it's very, very crucial to win out in the first. I think I would say Turtle 2, Turtle 3. Those are when the big fights start to happen. That's when the real snowball starts to happen. You win Turtle 1, I think a lot of times teams would actually just give it over now.
Yeah, although I'm starting to wonder on how the draft is actually going to pan out between these two teams, because I believe even the coaches have sort of some history between them already. And that's the thing, like they probably have somehow picked up a lot of the metas, especially ever since Wildcard, which based on the first two matches we've seen today, don't differ that much. But Arcadia, like even Fly Solo, okay, both of them, they're very adaptable and flexible coaches when it comes to that.
Yeah, but now we got to talk about Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, because the thing is, they looked okay at the start of MPL Malaysia, but then when Seb starts coming in, talking to the players, they seem to have gotten stronger. But even I worry, are they just big fish in a small pond? Now seeing the world, will they finally start to bleed?
Yeah, I think that narrative has already been shut down by themselves last MSC. They already showed the world what they could do. Yes, they dominated through. MPL Malaysia, I think now 3 seasons in a row, 3-peat. but we know that they're kind of like a PSG in League One situation. You know, they're the only dominant team, but when they get to internationals, they perform.
Yeah, and they've done that three-peat in MPL Malaysia, yes, but like in MSC, there's yet to be a team who has actually completed a back-to-back record.
Yeah.
And so that is another challenge for SRG OG if ever they do want to accomplish that this year.
Hey, you know what? It's a long name. I get it. But speaking of long, 10 years is a long time. And this is where we'd like to say thank you to you guys because Moonton got nominated for 3 different things. Publisher of the Decade, Game of the Decade, as well as M5 Live Event of the Decade. Make sure you guys go over to esportsawards.com/vote and vote for us because I gotta say, 10 years you guys have been supporting us. That's amazing. No wonder second match you already had over 1 million PCU viewers.
Yeah, we're gonna break that, I think, as we get on with the days. That was only match 2 of day 1. So very interested to see exactly how it plays out. Maybe one of the Virtus Pro wildcard matches, wildcard team matches can get all the way there. We've been seeing a lot of fans coming over from EECA.
If they got 2-0, that's... I don't want that, but that'll be insane.
I don't know why, but it feels like it's been such a long time since we saw these teams, or I feel like I missed watching these teams, probably because, again, we followed a different flow compared to last year's MSC. Like, MWI came in first before wildcard, so it's been a long break for Virtus Pro, but a much longer one for the teams preparing for the group stage.
I mean, here's the thing. There's a big patch. It's not one of those patches where you just change 1 or 2 heroes because everything changed. Even the timing for the buffs, and even though it's just a few seconds, but we know a few seconds could mean the world to the players. So SRG OG, they look strong, but they were strong in the previous patch. We do have to see how do they adjust. But Virtus Pro look more confident than I feel like all of us really thought they would be. So maybe behind the scenes, maybe they had training with SRG OG that made them feel like, they're not that big of a deal.
Yeah, for sure. I think Virtus Pro, again, they've had a lot of time to prepare to adapt to this new meta. They've actually played a whole tournament, mini tournament before this. And yeah, I guess we can talk a little bit more about that wild card because they were the dominant force, but I'm not too sure about what the level is there. If I'm being totally realistic here, I think it was quite far below the other teams here in the main stage.
Yeah, although I'd say the boot camp they had in the Philippines really did help, which leads me to another point, I guess, because the way Andoryu's playing in Virtus Pro now looks very comfortable, and some might even argue feels like a different or better version than when he was in Omega. So let's see how it pans for this one.
I mean, Brigida, if I know our fans, they all like to argue. So now we're going into the pick and bans here. SRG OG will be first pick, Virtus Pro will be the second one. Interesting here, banning out the Fovia. So it does show that maybe they just want a team fight comp that just goes all over the place.
Yeah, this actually... it is a great setup for a lot of different picks here. The 1-1 obviously comes up to mind. I think another one would be an Arlet that we've been seeing a whole lot of plays from. Man, Sanford in match 1 on the TLPH versus Ultra Legends match. But they actually ban out the 1-1. So this leads me to believe that it's more of an Arlet setup.
Yeah, or maybe even like... I'm liking how we're starting to see the Farce again for the past 2 series, which is still available if ever they do want to opt for that. But like... last MSC, I think when we talk about Stormy, I think the picks that come to mind are more of the like Valentinas and all that. But we'll see because I don't think we saw that just yet for today.
Might bring in a Nana.
All right. We did see that in the grand finals.
It's a Stormy special. All right, because here's the thing.
How'd that work, by the way?
Okay, knowing Stormy, he's my boy, right? He's my boy.
One of 2 boys.
I can have plenty, right? But here's the thing, like, he's practiced time for all the heroes. He doesn't need all that much time, so it does expand his hero pool. And then he just asks, like, hey, what you want? Now, SRG OG, let's talk about this, because I feel like the bans does show the draft. Betting out the Fovias, meaning you want a lot of dashes. Betting out the 1-1, maybe you just have a very heavy front line that you don't want to get punished. But betting out the Arlet, because we thought that was the setup. And I'm looking at VP. I kind of feel like VP is just meta banning, betting out. I kind of feel like Fanny doesn't have to be banned, but, that's either here or there. And betting out the Uranus. What is the setup? What is going to be the first pick? Is it going to be the Farsight? Is it going to be the Kimi? What's going on here?
I mean, the Baxter's still there too, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's a good shout. I think right now for SRG, the plan is to take away as many early game Turtle 1 fighting heroes away from VP, knowing that VP are really good for fighting the first few neutral objectives. So take that away, SRG will have a smoother road to scaling to their own win conditions.
A lot of picks are open here.
Yeah, Baksha, Farsa. Kimi is also, I think, a pick that should be contested up against VP, who, again, from Pluto, we've only been seeing Kimi in the entirety of the wild card.
Yeah, even the Jushin, which was previously banned too, I think, might be considered later on for both of these teams. But they, never mind, immediately take it instead for first pick.
Hey, SRG, OG, they're living in their own world, for better or for worse. So now they're picking up the Jushin, which if we're looking at the draft here, again, they're batting out heroes that can more or less counter the front line. So I'm thinking, I feel like everyone expected Skies to go back to previous MSC, the Lings, the Lancelots, maybe even the Alpha. But so now it's like, what? Is he going to be playing a tank? Is he going to be, you know, Frederick, Akai, that kind of thing? But I don't know about the Akai, especially because they themselves banned the art. I feel like that's the biggest question mark to think, like, what are they aiming for?
Yeah, that would be the good combo.
What wasn't like Sekai's at least just using the Fredrin in terms of utility heroes? Like recently, it was mostly just the Fredrins or the Suyos.
I mean, like, it's good. It's good. Like, I'm saying his Fredrin is good, but, you know, people are like, oh, you know, your heroes
It's not Skies.
Yeah, it's not Skies. You know?
Okay, so it's got the Kacha and Lancelot. I actually didn't expect that. I thought with the Jushin picked up, they would go for a Baksha, they would go for maybe like a Kimi here. But I guess they're thinking, all right, Jushin was already picked up. There's no real reason for us to pick up the Kimi early, knowing that the mid lanes are already there. And actually sets up for double carries in the first phase. It's a CC and Joy pickup for SRG.
Whoa.
This is very interesting. I haven't seen SRG draft like this in this patch, but this looks like they're drafting the previous patch.
Yeah.
No, because this is exactly their opener back in MPL, which is like what?
Looks like an M6 draft too.
A month ago, at least.
And even if you pick like the Farsa here, wouldn't you be a little like uncomfortable considering that there's already a Joy in the lineup of SRG, or regardless?
I mean, Kimi.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, Kimi would be a safe choice, and they go for the safe choice there, VP. Again, Pluto, he's only really picked up Kimi for the most part. If it's not banned out, he will always go for it. Now we're going into the second phase where VP have a good shot at banning out the gold lanes. Now, they have first pick on red, so they can actually contest for the gold lane that's open to leave SRG with less heroes.
Yeah, but the thing is, knowing Innocent, he probably legit doesn't care. He legit doesn't care.
He's innocent.
Because this is a real thing that happened before, where they were discussing and they could not decide which gold laner to pick, and he's like, you know what, Clint. It's like, I'm just gonna pick Clint and then I'll make it work, and he made it work.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of the advantages for SRG OG. They can delay the gold laner just because they have that trust in Innocent.
Yeah, now they seem to acknowledge that and not ban any gold laners anymore. Though, I'm wondering if this Gato...
There's a lot of frontline punish here. What is their plan here? Because CC and Joy doesn't really scream, you know, oh, we're so scared of our frontline. What hero is Yum's going to be using?
Yeah, I think, again, for SRG, it's just them trying to play with their strengths, right? They are very, very good in the mid to late. They struggle sometimes in the early game, and that's why they're taking away as many setters, as many heroes that can force fights early on to get that lead, to get the snowballing going for VP.
I think, the Kalea is still open, though VP seems to be...
Oh, well, there you go, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, good shot, Brigida.
I thought VP would be the ones to actually threaten that pick. They actually ban it out themselves, so...
I hope they don't pick the Boxia, because this is already not a great draft for Boxia, for VP, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of shred.
Yeah. But then SRG can pick it up if they want it.
So I'm wondering what does, like... Do they think or do they plan to put the Gatot? It's likely gonna be Roam, right? Like I don't see any Gatot XP lanes anymore. But the mere fact that there's already a CC, and I feel like the entire game-in situation was a testament to how CC is kind of like up there in terms of the XP lane matchup. So it's gonna be tricky already for VP to think of that.
Yeah.
So, like, how do they deal with the frontline pressure that SRG currently has? Who's gonna protect the Kimi aside from the Gato Kacha?
Well, usually when you're up against this kind of composition, you want a little bit more peel. You want CC. How you counter the CC? It's with CC, but not the hero. The crowd control. CC countered by crowd control. So VP, I think they could take a page out of CFU's book, pick up something like an Edith that will be pretty solid to just lock her down in lane and in the team fights, or
go MWI and pick up Belleric. Hey, that's
that was one of the counters to
Yeah,
Joy in M6 too. Yes, SRG did a good job, by the way. The down ban, amazing. The Harrow ban, even better. Taking away an amazing pick that could have been a counter towards the Joy, but it's going to be the Moskov that gets chosen by VP. So a bit more side control.
They're
Or
saving
don't let Innocent have that, because that too.
I remember that he made a small play where he got almost, I think, a comeback at.
Yeah. That was like the play that actually got them to Axiata. So
At least now they have ways to like really deal with the macro. Although SRG2, they already have the Joy, so like, I mean, in terms of side control, they pretty much have an answer to that. But the Moskov and the Lancelot, that's a lot of presence.
Oh,
okay. Now, here's the thing. Claude, question mark, yes. But also, I want to look at all these bans. Are all of these bans to protect this Hilda? Because I kind of feel like the only one that might get punished is Hilda / Claude a bit. This is very interesting coming in from SRG OG, but as a Malaysian, I trust it because they spent a lot of manpower on studying the meta. So, hey, maybe they know something we don't.
Yeah, it really looks like a mid-game composition for SRG. They're really banking on their strengths here, but so are VP. We're seeing a little bit of a change for VP's playstyle. I think mainly forced out by SRG. There you go. That's the Edith pickup in the XP lane to deal with the CC with crowd control.
Yep, and here's the thing, looking at the draft here, I kind of feel like for VP, they got the meta pick here. SRG OG, they might have seen this coming, and they just want to counter it. So either ways, good luck to the both of you casting this game. I hope it's a good opener for us.
I hope so too, LaFell. Thank you for that. And now we are going to get ready, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into the land of Dawn. Will it be the unorthodox draft of the defending MSC x EWC champions, or will it be the newcomers in VP with a meta draft, something that works, something that's solid, very orthodox, and actually does suit their playstyle in the wildcard?
I like to see how they're proving just how flexible they are indeed. In as early as game number 1, who would have thought they'd be switching up their drafting patterns that early on? But we'll see indeed. It's a unique approach to see the meta coming in from the wildcard champions rather than the defending champions.
Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 1 into the land of Dawn as Natan brings us in Skies and Andoryu. Going to be pathing towards the same route over. They'll be meeting up, and let's talk a little bit about this matchup, right? Lancelot versus the Joy. I think in recent times, well, oh, hold up, big fight mid lane.
In as early as less than a minute, it seems like Stormy has been brought down to less than half HP, and I'm seeing the confidence in the interview, even just now in the mid lane from Pluto.
Bober, really well played on the Kimmy. It just shows you the experience that he's had in the wild card, just picking up this hero so many times. And Andoryu was actually gone for the orange buff straight into the Lethal Wanderer, knowing that SRG's jungler Skies will probably go for the triangle route.
Yep. And I'm liking how they're controlling the mid lane so far, since we know for a fact that a Hilda does tend to be the one putting the pressure, being the one trying to invade a bit. But okay, so we saw this coming, but not to a point where it could potentially be an early solo kill. But hold on, in the mid lane, it seems like there's action happening once more. Thorn Rose committed by Andoryu, but Skies secures first blood onto Pluto and will not get punished for it.
Great moves from Skies. A glimpse of the MSC performance he's had last time. Vengeance!
Okay, gets the flicker out of the turret, but will that keep him safe? Because Cram will try to go for the kill, but instead, no, it's Yumes trying to help him there. A little bit of help, but somehow still a solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it can still count mid lane. This is definitely not a solo.
Oh my goodness, the pressure in the mid lane coming in from Virtus Pro, and the way they're able to answer back against SRG. This is a surprising turn of events, but Andoryu Phantom execution out. Pluto might be taken out though, not yet level 4, and the control in the turtle pit seems to fall into SRG's hands.
This is big. SRG have brawled it out and actually have gotten a better timing in towards the turtle. Bad call level 4 though, that's Pluto!
Oh, so it seems like they don't want to recall. They're just trying to regroup, but that will mean that SRG OG secures the first hurdle of the game.
Now we get to see the setup that was done in the draft. You know, banning out a lot of the ready-to-fight heroes for Turtle 1 to take away that strength away from VP. Now we get to check onto the emblems here. Master Assassin for the Claude. It's the firmness for the Moskov. Super Egorka has taken much more of a passive route. Hell, I think the entire team has 3 tenacities from Virtus.pro. They're really respecting the firepower from SRG.
So could they be really planning to focus on the macro for this game, not until they know that they've already hit their power spikes? But the way we're seeing it right now, at least in the trio mid, they're just really taking on the fights. They're somehow starting to brawl, but speaking of brawl, it seems like Stormy will start it instead. They will try to go for it, and they take down Pluto. Andoryu gets to escape, but now will he try to re-engage? Because the rest of his teammates, they seem to be in danger. That's 2 members down for Virtus.pro.
Great fight from SRG, utilizing that Stormy utility here early on. Getting those knockups, massive for SRG, and you can just see the coordination here for SRG, right? The fact that they were all ready to pounce as the knockup came through with the Lantern Flare shows you that at least here, they've got the advantage in that department. Virtus.pro were all over the place.
Yeah.
Bober was kiting away, wanted to go for the member they used Traction Pulse on. Now Cram.
What? AOG right in front of Cram just to somehow block his path. But they will successfully take him down though, but they needed 3 in order to do that. And I agree with you, it seems like Virtus.pro, their mechanical capabilities, they've proven that, but their coordination might need a little more work, especially in the way we've seen them play. But Stormy forced to flicker away, and now the SOD, okay, they will not proceed with the fight.
Yeah. Scoreboard 4-3, really close, but SRG have gotten more value out of their kills over Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, like you said, Brigitte, they've been sending 2 members into the bottom lane to go for these kills, and SRG have bought so much time with those guys before dying that they could get more value out of the map. Purple buff was stolen. This puts Skies in a good position, despite Andoryu still being at the same level, actually a bit ahead in XP, fighting for Turtle 3.
He's actually 3-0. It's a really good standing, but again, even despite him being a Lancelot, if SRG OG are able to just dominate and control the objectives that way, it's gonna be a little difficult for them to contest. And now they can immediately transition to the top lane, although Andoryu might try his best to defend. They might not let go of this tier 1 just yet, and that's another thing I feel. There's no turrets taken down from either of these 2 teams so far.
Yeah, very disciplined from both these teams, at least when it comes to protecting their structures, lane swapping the lanes as well. Super Egorka sent down below for the turtle fight earlier. They didn't want to contest. And at least when it comes to the macro, it's great for Virtus.pro, right? They have been on the back foot for the most part of the trades, but they know what to do. Here, bad caught.
Oh, bad caught. There's the AOG as well, but will not knock up any single member. Bober tries to go for Sakai, but on the other side of the map, Yumes is the one taken down. SOD will be landing onto Stormy, and Innocent might just be the turnaround of Virtus.pro. Innocent gets to take down 1, but still, that's 3 members traded out by VP.
That might be the first win Virtus.pro has found in this game in a pure team fight. Andoryu!
Oh, the Phantom Execution, if that connected, I wonder how things would have changed. But just as we spoke about turrets, Virtus.pro get the first one away from SRG OG.
It was so close in the early game despite SRG's control over the neutral objective. 1,000 gold was all they had in the lead. And you can see with the team fight, despite it being also very messy from VP, you can see the targeting being all over the place. They managed to find the solution, and it was a big spear to land from Super Egorka. From down below, absolutely ridiculous accuracy from the young man from EECA. And now we've got a game. Both teams scale up pretty well. And both teams are playing for mid-game here, Brig.
That was a Firmness Moskov.
Firmness Moskov dealing damage. AOG!
AOG right in front of Crab. Oh, the flicker coming in as well from Badcon, immediately eliminating a single member from SRG before the turtle. Could this be a little different this time? Because VP, they're able to take a pick-off against SRG.
Wow. I'm really impressed by VP. The miscoordinations we saw early on, it seems like one fight and they're back together. This is their wildcard form in the final. Super Egorka picking up turrets for free as they set up for the final turtle of the game, Pluto.
Oh, will Andoryu let go of this opportunity? Sakai still secures the objective, but Andoryu's unstoppable. Might just go for the kills. Sakai fortunately gets away, but still, VP, they're not letting up without a fight.
Trades have been so equal this time around. VP get a little bit more of value. 2-1, a turret, but SRG did get the turtle. So it's a +1 value for VP here. Super Agorka, though, is farming up to be a beast. Let's take a look at the items. Perfect timing. In-game equipment, it's not just the man in the gold lane, but it's the man, an import from the Philippines who's done amazing this game. Look at that lead. 1,000. Again, you have to remember, his purple buff got stolen. This hasn't been the best games when it comes to farm. And Doryu!
He's almost legendary. 6-0! Primal Round! Oh, not Primal Round. Not just yet. It was the Phantom Execution. But somehow, Innocent still gets away, but not Cram! Oh my goodness!
Someone has to charge VP for fraud.
That was such
in the wild card, this was not how they performed. They were messy. Yes, they were good, but now Doryu's going 1v1.
Are they actually gonna? Okay.
Back to the point. They're not playing the way we expected them to. This is clean gaming for VP. Maybe the first few minutes, yes, that was the VP we expected. You know, miscomms happening, miscoordinations little, small wins from SRG individually here and there. But it seems after the laning phase, this team has turned around so quickly. These fights have been so good, the rotations as well. And it's SRG who find themselves on the back foot, mainly Cram being very vulnerable with the CC on Vengeance, getting countered by the crowd control we spoke of in the draft. Pluto.
Yeah, and he got such a good start too, but hold on, speaking of, it's Innocent who gets taken down this time, not the best one for SRG OG. Sekai's gets to trade, however, but Doryu still going for it. 2-for-2 trade for both of these teams.
But it's worth it for VP. They got both the carries, Skies and Innocent leaving the utility. Stormy in the mid lane. SRG still have the better control over the neutral objective here, so they will deny VP of a take on Lord, and it will prolong the game to a point where I think SRG can still pull things back. Yeah. It really comes down to a battle of team fights at this point, but VP have a Moskov. That's where the but comes in.
Yeah.
If Super Agorka plays this well, this could be a split push angle that forces SRG into a crucial forced error.
Yeah, and if SRG OG in the fights actually get the shutdown onto Andoryu, I feel like that'll matter a lot, but will they actually get to do that? Innocent tried to, but he will not succeed. That's a kill from Super Agorka. AOG committed by Pluto, but he's all alone in the middle of war. But Super Agorka, he makes it to the fight. Bomber has to reposition, however, because Crab, with a beautiful use of the Vengeance, gets a double kill. And Andoryu, he's legendary, but they lose 3 members. Badcon, is he still going for it?
The one time you don't go for the CC on CC, you lose it out. Now Phantom Execution as Cram gets the kill back. Badcon taken down, and Doryu looking for scraps, has to land the puncture, goes over the thorn rose. Cram survives!
Somehow he still survives, and Sekai's might get the shutdown, but still doesn't! How is Andoryu still alive after all of this?
How is SRG doing it as well? We've got so many questions that we need to answer, that these two teams need to answer. And Doryu surviving, SRG winning despite not having Innocent in that fight. They want to fight again. Pluto knocked up.
He's starting to hurt. Innocent is starting to hurt. Pluto won't be able to land the AOG, but Andoryu fights the guys! But he might be taken out here by Innocent, and now it's Super Agorka doing work, trying to look for the trades now that their jungler is down, but it might just be the disengage, it's just the call, because Yums and Cram hunt him down.
3 deaths, but he's still clutched. That Innocent, man, is ridiculous. Bober with the flicker out. Yums looking for the chase now, trying to cut him down, but Badcot's all alone, and it's a dive into him. One last Earth Shatter as Innocent picks up a killing spree and finally sets SRG's win condition in place.
Those were like consecutive redemption moments for Cram, because the sudden jump on his KDA, just look at that. If he was struggling to position himself earlier, he got the shutdown on 2 crucial heroes of VP, and then after that just kept putting in the pressure, which led them to getting this objective even.
Let's take a look at the fight again, a replay of it. Super Agorka zoned away. Now we see the brilliance of the Hilda pick. Maybe a lot of people, me included, don't like the Hilda pick, right? Because, especially in Rome, but he's done his job. Yoms was able to bait out so many of the resources from Super Agorka, tank so many shots from him that the rest of SRG can come down and beat him up. Cram, the most vulnerable member on the team to crowd control, is still the big prio. There's a fight going on in live cam view. AOG to defend. Let's take a look at it.
Oh! Super Agorka finding Sekais, will VP actually go for this fight knowing that their jungler is down, but they focus on taking down the Lord for now. That at least exposed all their inhibitor turrets, however, and somehow an advantage for SRG.
Did Super Agorka get a solo kill? This guy's walk up too aggressively because he did land the SOD, yes, but when he did, Skies was already super low.
So there was probably a fight before that, but speaking of the fight, look at this curtain call! Latched onto Pluto and Super Agorka! Beautiful targets for Cram, but gets knocked up right there by the Earth Shatter. Bad God, though, doesn't have the Primal Wrath, so they won't be able to find a way to fight back, not unless Andoryu looks for the trades, but the Thorn Rose doesn't seem to land on the Stormy!
A desperate play from Andoryu, and SRG will capitalize on this. The experience of the defending MSC champions coming in the mid-game. 13 minutes in, and they're going to be knocking at the base turret. First one going down, SOD landing for Super Agorka. Skies!
Could this actually be it? VP will try to defend, uses the AOG as well, but Super Agorka unfortunately gets taken down. There's the traction pulse from Bober, and they still have some minion waves coming in, but they have to wait for the next wave.
5 seconds on Andoryu. Wave is coming in, but it's a bit too slow. VP actually have a shot of defending. SRG need to get this wave into the base. Here we go.
Did they actually go for the conceal? Bad Cut doesn't land their shatter, and Bober is the first to fall. Andoryu 2 won't more, or he will make it out alive and successfully clears the wave still.
Dude, Skies just died. What? Where? Did he get shot by the turret? Did he walk up too far? Or was the minions the one that dealt the final blow?
There's a Lord! There's a Lord!
This is a big mistake from SRG. Yes, they've gotten value. It's still value. Base turrets taken down mid and bot. But VP have more members for the Lord. 20 seconds for Skies. Cram is walking up still very aggressively. Okay. It's not a big mistake. The SRG have recovered very, very well, just poking and holding their ground up against a VP team that also was waiting for 2 members to get back up in Badcon and Bober.
Okay, so at least it isn't necessarily an immediate transition into the Lord for VP, even though Sekai's was taken down earlier, and it seems like they'll need a bit more resources if they want to deal with Cram, unlike how it was for the first few minutes. Things have changed a bit, especially as Innocent has already taken his items. He's already full build on this Claude. But speaking of full build, oh no! Pluto doesn't go for the engage and instead gets taken down. So Pluto and Badcott, the true frontliners, they're nowhere to be seen for VP.
There's no front line up against this SRG composition in the late game, man. Yome's walking up, canceling the recall, and it will be a 2v1. Super Agorka throws it out, almost catches Stormy. 2v1.
Uses the Wind of Nature, but against 2, will he be still able to find a way out? Make it 3 indeed, and Sekais doesn't care. Taking down one of the best ways to defend for VP.
30 seconds on the death timers. SRG are looking to go for just 1 wave in the mid lane. They think it's going to be enough. They've shoved up top. No, wait. Yeah, they're just going to go for the mid lane, straight into it. Crown with the curtain call over to Badcott.
Okay, the curtain call was already used, but it seems like they're not going to care. Andoryu doesn't land any of his skills, and instead, SRG OG gain access to the base. It's a killing spree for Sekais, and after 16 minutes, they finally end the game.
That game right there was a perfect way to describe the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports playstyle. They wait to mid. They might be a bit messy, but they make up for it with ridiculous team fighting and mechanics.
Can I just say, that was weird and familiar at the same time. They're very chaotic, because this is the thing about Selangor Red Giants, right? Where, you know, they lose the early game.
Yep.
They get some items.
Yep.
Something happens and then profit.
Yeah.
Value.
But if in some way, right, VP were able to capitalize a bit more on some of those mistakes, it could have been very dangerous for SRG.
That's Malaysia team for you, man. I don't know what, like, we're the most entertaining for a reason, right? We gotta have that comeback story.
Absolutely. There's always gonna be a comeback story, and this was the moment where they actually took control of the game, and a massive spear of destruction from Super Agorka. Ridiculous accuracy, like we mentioned. Bober getting a stack too. But yeah, VP, I think they went back to, again, this is the problem with the experience gap, right?
Yeah.
Inexperience really costed them. They didn't know what to do after getting the lead. It was very messy, and I think more so SRG knew what to do better.
Yeah, we were pointing out the entire, oh, no one's able to convert just yet, even though the lead's already clearly in VP's hands. And the moment it was SRG who was able to do that first, it just felt like VP started getting lost.
I kind of feel like we got to break down the draft as well as the itemization a little bit later, because I kind of feel like for SRG OG going up against VP, it's more about them understanding what is going to be the target. And they're definitely targeting the front lines here, both Badcod as well as Pluto, because again, even in the bans, a lot of those frontliners are taken out. And then picking up the CC here, we rarely see an EXP laner having the highest amount of damage in the game, but it makes sense, right? Because percent HP damage does a lot. My boy Crime, he was smiling. He was like, oh, that was my game. That was my game. Because here's the thing. Even if we're looking at the items later on, even Stormy using that Jushin, there's a lot of tanky items because he understands. And Doryu, he knows how to play. So he just got to stay alive and actually lift some people up.
Oh, I actually liked the way Stormy was able to be very precise on using the Crimson Beacon and all that. It's either just to really position herself outside of the Thorned Rose or even away from the Phantom Execution, or if not, if she knows that he knows, MWI, if he knows that you're somehow able to go for the punish and VP have overextended, then it's a very on-point decision that we've seen from Stormy a lot of times in this game.
It's just very decisive, right? Again, it comes down to the experience. I think Stormy, MSC champ, all right? Experience there already. He's always been very decisive, even in the M6 World Championship when a lot of people thought he was declining in form. The one thing that stayed true was his decisiveness. He would be the one to go with Lo Yi and just teleport forward, and he would just stick to his plan.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's just mostly about the setup because it makes it look like for SRG OG, they completely understand who's the setup and who's going to be the payoff because Sakai's did a lot early to mid, right? But then later on, when Cram started to be able to tank some of those damages, then he starts actually shredding everyone else. And then Sakai's like, okay, now my job is actually just to make sure that the objectives are taken. And then if needed, I'm going to be taking out that backline. That was a very good opening game, like question marks all around because that was very chaotic. But now we're actually going to be checking out a video about the defending champions, SRG.
When you rise, everyone wants your throne. Last MSC is mean a lot to me and my team, especially when I got FMVP, I got extra bonus there, and actually it's like life-changing there to win that title, EWC and MSC, and I'm really grateful, and I feel like my career is getting better and more promising after that, after the winning.
We reach the semis and then it starts to become very real. It becomes real that we actually have an opportunity at this. This team is clearly something else, right? I think most Malaysians were very emotional seeing that happen.
Now that all eyes are on us, the pressure's on, I really prefer to be that horse or underdog. When you feel that you are champion, you are the boss, I will easily flop because of, get swept away of that title. You feel like arrogant of kind of thing. You feel like you will never lose. So I really prefer to be underdog and like a newbie, yeah. The crown is no burden. It is a reminder of who we are. We're really confident and we just trust ourselves, try to do what we did last year. At least we can have a good place and be consistent at the international scene. The road's never easy. We have done it before, we'll do it again.
First of all, Gideon, I wasn't emotional. I was actually very stoic when they wanted.
Nonchalant,
yeah. Like, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing you crying or celebrating or being happy at all.
It's like, but we got to talk about that video a bit. Even Sakai was saying, like, I would prefer being the dark horse or the newbie because apparently the pressure is very heavy.
Yeah. I mean, certainly, right? After going and winning MSC, just later on going to SPS over as well in the M6 World Championship, on that golden road, it definitely put a lot of pressure, a lot of burden on their shoulders.
Yeah, but he did say the crown isn't, or maybe shouldn't be a burden. So it's sort
just
of
wear a hat.
Yeah,
just wear a hat. Maybe
just wear a hat.
Maybe it should just be an MSC hat. Like maybe
you don't need
crowns are overrated. We're in 2025.
Yeah.
What?
Virtual hat.
Virtus Pro hat?
We gotta talk about Virtus Pro because hey, that was a good
Impressive.
game.
Yeah.
That was impressive, right? And Doryu, I actually thought he would actually go deathless.
Yeah, until we saw just the little habits that he has shown in the wild card, but I thought had already been improved, had already changed. Turns out it's still the same Andoryu. He does amazing in the early game with his template, but then once it gets a bit more dicey, he goes in for a lot of desperate plays, like very individual solo plays.
I think that's the word. I feel like the entire early game has been such an Andoryu show that when it came to the latter portions wherein they felt lost, it felt like he had to keep it going and he had to do so much. That's where we probably didn't see the coordination.
It's like he got the spotlight early and he wanted the spotlight to stay on him for the entire game, but he needs to know that it comes down to Bobert and Super Gorka to carry them in the later stage of the game. He needs to understand that, and here, a prime example of what we were talking about, the solo play that I would say this is a bad mistake.
I mean, you saw in that play, you know what people always say. You chase after 3 chickens.
Yeah.
All the chickens are gonna escape, right? Because
just chase. Go for one?
The moment he hit onto Stormy, and then he was like, wait, no, I want Innocent. Wait, no, I want Cram.
Yeah.
It came to the point where he's there, but he forgot his purpose. It's like, wait, why was I here again?
Exactly.
It's like that moment when you go to the fridge and be like, wait, what?
What did I come here for?
What did I come here? So that was what happened. So I kind of feel like for game number 2, I feel like Virtus Pro shouldn't really feel that bad because that was a good game coming in from them. So in game number 2, just tighten them up. Just lock in and they could do it.
Yeah, because I feel like even for SRG, the early, it was something we also talked about like before we went into the game. So a lot of the expectations which were laid out were pretty much met, I guess, except the part wherein it got like really, really messy for both of these teams. But other than that, so long as they figure out how to hold on to that lead and how to be a little more composed together, I guess, then things could potentially be different.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I feel like for those of you that actually check out the wildcards, you see the journey of Virtus Pro. But hey, in case if you guys missed it, let's actually check out the road to MSC for Virtus Pro.
I'm usually very calm during the games in terms of like being nervous. Our main goal is keep making a plan no matter what happens. I think this achievement means a lot since it's our first international experience and yet we already got a win. So I think it also gives a good motivation for the next big tournaments, and now we have a feeling that we belong to the main stage. Since we're coming from the wild card, we can be both disciplined and unpredictable depending on the matchup. I'm the one who joined this team closer to the end of the regular stage on the MCC tournament. So we only had 3 weeks to play together, and yet we made it to the wild card. I think if we can make it out from the groups, we'll have a big confidence since we have to beat one of the ex-world champions to make it. So I think if we can make it out, we will gain our confidence and we can go higher than top 8, but all or nothing.
Want to get out of groups, and we even heard earlier where they're like, one of the things that we do is that when a plan doesn't go well, we just think of another one. So now we have to see for this game, because I feel like even for all of us in terms of the draft, there's really not that big of a problem. It's mostly just execution.
Yep. There were, like I said a lot of heroes which I thought would come in later, but eventually came in a bit earlier, but still worked. The Jushin being one of them, but Yeah, I think the draft went beyond expectations. I'd say like that's the way I could describe it, to be beyond expectations for me. So Fly Solo doing a great job.
Real Solo.
Real
Solo now.
Real
He's
Solo.
not Fly, he's real.
He's real.
He's Real Solo. I wonder if he plans to change that again. But yeah, Real Solo doing a great job now. So is Arcadia, because I feel like the rhythm they're picking up now, it's something that kind of catches you off guard.
So Marco, I gotta ask you, because SRG OG, technically this is how they play, right? So real fans know like, oh yeah, this is just part of the course. But personally for you, do you feel like this is an okay way of playing? Because these are previous champions.
Yeah.
They should not make games look close.
I don't agree with that assessment. I feel like, again, every team should play their own game right now, and I think SRG is a great example of a team that understands what their strengths are and plays into it. I've been a big criticism. I've been criticizing a lot of different teams for not playing to their strengths. So seeing a team like SRG who very clearly understands their weaknesses and their strengths and just plays towards their strengths is amazing. That's the reason they were able to become champions.
And now we got to talk again about Virtus Pro, because in terms of playing for their strengths, it really does look like Andorio is amazing. Their goal laner is amazing as well. I kind of feel like the moment the Lord shows up, right? The moment the Lord shows up, there's where a lot of chaos happens. Because I feel one of the big reasons is, I would say, the quickness of SRG OG, finding out where they are.
Decisive.
And then immediately, thank you very much, decisive about what to do. Because the moment Innocent got taken down by Andorio, they're like, wait, 2 people at bot? 2 main damage dealers at bot? Hey, start up the Lord. And I feel like that's the biggest difference here. No hesitation coming in from SRG OG.
Maybe I think even when it comes to how we see the matchups, the laning matchups fare, like it feels as if Innocent is more willing to do everything all at once.
Yeah.
Like laning.
Even dying for objectives.
Even dying. But Super Agorka, I think even the emblem says it.
Safe.
He's just playing it safe.
Yeah. And safe doesn't get you wins against champions. You have to take those risks. You need to be ballsy, you know. You can say you gotta have that cojones, you know, Lafel. But this could also just be a case of early game MSC or early stage MSC, because a lot of times teams would just be baited into constant fights early on in the tournament. That's what we've been seeing. It's so quick. VP got such a big lead, well, not big lead, such a lead in the early on because of the quickness and snappiness of the games and so many brawls happening, that they just continued to do that as we got into the later stage, when I think they should have slowed things down, especially with a Moskov with so much more side control.
Yeah, I kind of feel like as well, joining the fight, which is an amazing tagline, by the way, it was good. But there are moments where I'm like, you know what, maybe he should have just stayed in the side lane. And, you know, anyways, now we're back in the draft here. VP first pick, SRG OG second pick here. Some changes here. VP betting out the Farsa as well as the 1-1, and SRG OG this time betting out the Boxia. So maybe try to bait out an early Kimmy pick as well. Because, hey, if you're not going to take it, I'm going to take it.
Yeah. I'm wondering if VP, though, would still try to stick with playing for the early game like the way they did earlier. Because right now, the Yizun Shin is also still out there, but will they be confident enough to let the game last a bit longer and have to fight against SRG in the late game? Because that's where, again, the experience and the decision-making might matter a lot.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. I think we saw a little bit of that in game number 1. I think for VP, it would be better for them to play with their own strengths instead of trying to fight SRG at their own game. So leave the mid to late. You can have a few plan Bs, plan Cs set there, but you want to play for the early game. You want to get it done. And that's why I think we already are seeing the bans on Jusin and 1-1. They want to fight early.
This is rock, paper, scissors, right? And it's all about win condition. Either I hit my win condition or you hit your win condition. So honestly, I'm agreeing with both of you here, making sure that if you're strong in the early game, then hey, try to win more. Because hey, I think like don't change the strategy, just win more. Say if you lead by 1,000, try to lead by 3.
As the people in the comment section would just say, why are these teams struggling? Just win, Lamau.
Yeah, just win, Lamau.
Just break the crystal.
That's such an accurate way to put it. But okay, it's been a while. Farsa Zechan not available again. So we'll be seeing different mid laners. I mean, today we saw Lu Yi.
I mean, they're still like trying to push for this Kimmy. It's like, hey, do you want a Kimmy or do you want a Yusun Shin? Either or, we're gonna have a good trade here.
And they take away the combo that VP have been using in the wild card with the Zetian. They're actually the ones that really enjoy going for Yusun Shin and Zetian.
Yeah.
Even though, Zetian hasn't really been having the best of days. This has been a pretty horrible day for Zetian.
Just day one.
It's just day one.
Legit, just two matches going into third.
Oh.
That's why the Kimmy... Oh, Uranus got left open.
Dude, I love Uranus.
Yeah. When it's open, you just pick it.
Exactly.
Straight into Uranus.
Uranus. I'm not so sure if Sakai doesn't seem like that kind of hero for him to put into the jungle, so this is probably Cram. Speaking of which, Cram, he has a different level of what you call it?
Uranus?
No. Not that one.
Screening?
Different level of confidence.
Yeah, speaking of, will they go for CC again here?
I actually hate the CC Uranus matchup. It's like you're nothing against the Uranus. Yeah, you get a few stacks in, and then once he comes back to lane, he's full HP, ready to go. To go Kalea. They want to get some... I think you need burst, and that's a struggle now, because what's a mid laner with burst that's open? You know what? Hey, Lunox can work.
Yeah, of course.
I think just not in the gold lane. I'm sorry, but I was very angry earlier. I will say it now as well. I don't like it.
All right, but now SRGOG, they're picking up the Moss call.
Again.
So it's kind of like...
no.
Yeah, not
again, but in different hands.
Yeah, different hands, of course. So now, SRGOG, they got two of the main damage dealers that VP had in the previous game. Now, I'm really looking forward to what SRGOG is doing, because Yums, as a roamer, back in MSC last year, he was the game changer, right? He was the game changer. He set things up, but now he seems more like a zoner, something like the Hilda and etc. So I just wonder, what's going to be the plan here? Are they going to push people away, or are they going to set things up? But actually, you know what? Stormy is pretty good. He can set it up for his team.
That's pretty good. Almost like he won last year.
He's just like a prodigy or something.
I mean, pro Diggy. I think he plays Diggy a whole lot. The CC gets banned, which is interesting in my opinion. We just spoke of this.
Yeah.
Usually the matchup against Uranus is, it's kind of like a non-lane. Uranus just ends up out-sustaining your damage even with the curtain call. But this leads me to believe that SRG are going for even more tanky picks, right? So I believe maybe utility jungle, maybe a possible Gatot Kacha could come through as well. Yes, you don't want to see it on Skies, but sometimes you got to do the dirty work to win games, man.
It is what is it.
So you're saying there's a chance this actually is that much of a flex pick still.
Yes.
What, Uranus in the jungle?
Yeah.
Uranus in the jungle, Uranus in the XP.
I kind of feel like Uranus can go anywhere.
You know Rekt?
Rekt?
M1 world champion.
Oh,
he played Uranus Revitalize in Rome.
Hey.
He lost, but he played it.
Yeah. I like that mindset.
Yeah.
He
It
lost,
is what is it?
But he made it work. Now, the final ban here, they're betting out the Gatot Kacha as well as the Matilda.
Wait.
Okay, we're waiting.
No.
Okay.
No,
Go
you
on.
asked us to wait.
No, I mean the Badang is still there.
That's true.
That's true. You're not wrong.
What else is there? The Badang is still there. Although, we don't know the mid laners.
For VP, yeah.
For VP, yeah.
It is quite tough right now because, they do go for the nice call. There you go. That's the Badang pickup for SRG. VP need the front line now. They already have two marksmen. They can't go triple marksman now. The Kimmy is already on the other side, so mid lane's gonna have to be.
It's very awkward because usually the go-to is kind of like a Valentina, but at this point there's not a lot of
ults.
Yeah. And,
Selena, no.
Oh wait, Eve?
I think there's too much mobility. It depends on how VP decides to play this because they're already kind of like they're very front to back.
Because I feel like at least don't lose the lane against Kimmy, you know?
But the VP does like to go for unique mid duos.
There you go. That's the Lunox. Hey, it's not gold lane.
Okay.
I mean, like, called it, right?
Called it. Esmeralda too. So this is the matchup in the XP. It's a battle of no you sustain. And it's like no you. And then we just keep on going for 50 minutes.
It really does feel like two X's going for lunch. It kind of feels forever.
Yeah, it's just awkward. You're there for a bit too long.
Like you pay, I pay. Who's paying? Do we run
someone
away?
just leaves.
But if we actually break records though, and go for just a very long game, no.
We could.
Not.
Hey, Break, you are like you and Chantel have this thing where games just go on for Hayabusa. All right, so it's not. Huh.
Oh.
Okay, there you go. Hayabusa.
Very interesting
Yeah,
here.
the Lunox is actually not bad against that, no?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, and Uranus
I-
is the only tank that can get shredded.
Yeah, and I think I saw a matchup. The Uranus will really not like this Lunox.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of
Chaos
which,
and Uranus?
Hey, Chaos is the game. So now, good luck to the both of you. If it does stretch out to be a very, very long game,
You're gonna help us.
I don't mind. I'm gonna say it. I don't mind making a trio cast.
I don't mind either, LaFell, but thank you for that. Now, it's time for us to shine with the teams. They have gone for, again, I would say, now it's a bit different. VP have the unorthodox draft. They have the Lunox. I don't like it in the gold lane. In the mid lane, especially in this comp, it's alright.
It's
you know,
alright.
it's alright.
Yeah.
Wait, we're still here.
Why are you It's alright.
Well, let's get straight into the Land of Dawn to see if it's going to be a clean sweep for the defending MSC x EWC champions, or will it be VP taking it to Game 3?
Yep, at least we don't feel that iffy about the chemistry between the roamer and mid lane, because sometimes you see the Kaleas and then they pick up a mid laner which doesn't necessarily supplement like the burst damage or what? Wait, what?
I thought this was supposed to be a very awkward battle. Turns out Badcat just... Okay, we'd love to see what actually happened. Did he take...
A couple turret hits? Yeah. Because like,
take a
there
turret
should be
hit?
no other way, right?
Am I mistaken? Is Esmeralda, did she just get like a crazy buff?
Have the
All
times
right.
changed?
Well, 1-0. That's how we started the game. Again, this is looking pretty SRG, you know? 1-0 down, and then they go back and find a crazy team fight to turn things around in the mid game.
Okay, still on track, still on track.
Yeah.
For the typical and signature SRG play that we're used to seeing, but it seems like Badcott is still going for it.
Oh, he's dominating this lane.
For some reason, there's actually a lot of action happening in the Esmeralda Uranus lane.
I guess Esmeralda is good in Uranus, against Uranus. And Doryu on the Eastern Shin, now Pluto as well. They're just doing a good job at screening. I think Humes has been able to, like, he's been trying so hard to just screen, to get vision on Endoryu, but Pluto is just not having it. Tenacity and the firmness, a whole lot of tankiness, because he needs to compensate for the support emblem. Tank emblem on the other side, compensating for no support emblem with the pull yourself together and the agility right there. And it is the common bargain hunter. I guess Lethal Ignition is kind of interesting. Badcott ganked.
Okay, that's 4 members trying to take him down, but somehow, with the sustain, he still survives, but Cram gets last hit, however, and now Bober, using the Chaos Assault and the Flicker, will try to take down Cram and successfully will. And Doryu forced to dash away because of just how good SRG is trying to control the Turtle Pit, but they get back, and they're still going for it. And Doryu's picking a fight. Yuz might just be taken down, but that's the light ultimate already committed by Bober. It's just such a back and forth between these two teams in that objective.
Just like in game 1, but SRG want to keep going. Cram walking up to zone them away. Yums will be able to recall. And SRG, they gotta respect VP, dude. Yeah, they were able to, you know, out team fight them in the previous game. Bober!
This is such a nightmare for a Uranus. Bober seems to have his eyes set on taking or making things very difficult for Cram.
Doesn't like Uranus. SRG, again, just you gotta respect it, right? VP, especially in the early phases of the game here, they're going to have more of a say when it comes to longer team fights. SRG with the Hayabusa, you need to get the burst down early and go for the execution. If you don't get a big kill with a shadow kill, it's kind of already cooked. You just have to back away, especially when you're up against someone with constant passive crits in the Yisun Shin.
Yep. I'm liking how they're really watching out for that Yisun Shindo. Oh, Tsunami Slam onto Humes, and they have enough damage to actually burst him down. And Bober still going for the damage. Takes down Stormy too. Sakai's trying to trade, but that's 3 members. And still, VP actually win that fight.
Super Igorka. The nitpick, the criticism was you're a bit too safe in game 1. He says, it's all right. I'll just pick a safer pick. I don't have to take risks. I'll just shoot from the back and get some crazy kills. SRG on the back foot, but this time not in their comfort zone. This is a 2,000 gold lead for VP. And you can see, again, it's not just about the initial fight for SRG. Even in the initial fight, as long as Pluto gets the pick, it's crazy. He's answered the question that Yums proposed to him. Who's Pluto? The guy that just got the Tsunami Slam on you. Oh, man.
And Pluto Pluto feels so confident in all of those setups because of Bober. Bober, he's just able to provide the right amount of damage and even a little bit more even when the Chaos Assault is over. But Traction Pulse committed onto Bober. Almost half HP. Andoryu though, will he freely secure this turtle even with the presence of SRG? Wow. He does! Sikai's actually uses the Retribution there, but he doesn't get it.
And Doryu's just farming aura at that point. Skies with the red tree, Skies with the move, Cram trying to open up, and Doryu just says, eat this arrow, turtle, and takes it. Virtus Pro holding the lead again. Yums, Tsunami Slam.
There you go again. Yums is always the target. But will Sikai's actually try to take them on this time? Splits the damage for 2, but is enough to take out Pluto. So it's a 1-for-1. It's just the roamers which were taken down.
But Super Igorka got a whole lot of space in the bottom lane. Now it's a turret for free to VP. As Cram tries to cut in these lanes to relieve pressure off the rest of the map, but VP are just constantly rotating. This definitely does seem like the early game we've been seeing a whole lot from VP in the wild card. And Cram's trying to cut, but VP are the ones cutting SRG's Cram's movement. And Doryu, Mountain Shocker.
He had to pass under that turret, and that might have been bad for him. Once again in the mid lane as well. There's action as they take Stormy out. Stormy and Cram. This is already a 4K gold lead for VP.
Stormy had Purify, falling star moves. Guys can't even walk in his own jungle. Doryu.
Okay, that was close. That was close. Oh, Sikai's goes back.
A risky move that does not pay off. It was already a 4,000 gold lead now. And Doryu's gonna have a whole lot more to say. 2 levels ahead. That's another Tsunami Slam.
Uses the flicker, but it was well worth it. Mid-tier 1 falls for SRG, and now they gain access to the purple buffs, to SRG's farm, and that's what you don't want to happen as Sikai's. Those were such risky decisions we've seen from SRG so far. And Innocent taking 1 or taking 2 members, trying to at least, but he cannot do that.
I was just about to say, Brigitte, that SRG are just going to have to fall back to plan C, which is play for Innocent, but he gets caught off staying a bit too long up top, punished by Virtus Pro. And now what is plan B? What's plan C? I don't know. It's 11-3, 6,000 gold lead for Virtus Pro. You can see the SNB gold difference. Oh no, Cram again trying to cut.
How confident is Andoryu now taking on the Uranus? And with just the help of a single bullet from Super Igorka, able to take down the tankiest member in SRG already. This is not looking too good for the Red Giants.
You put the perspective in the right place. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that guy right there who just got shredded down by a Yisun Shin is the tankiest member on the team. Bober is going to now shred through everyone, not just Cram. Traction Pulse over, the Mountain Shocker for Vision. Would love to see the items right now. Innocent has picked up the Golden Staff. That's an Oracle. There you go. Hunter Strike. All right, there's an attempt here with the Quad Shadow, but it won't really work out. That's, oh man. Look at the gold lead for Super Igorka!
What? That was so close. He already had the Sky Piercer. What if it actually landed? But then this one lands, the Tsunami Slam. And the follow-up from Bober. Yums is eliminated, and they gain access to the inhibitor turret. Holy shields already popped in as early as 8 minutes in this game. Unbelievable showing from VP.
That sounds like a reaction. Holy shield. VP continuing this relentless assault into the base of SRG. Mountain Shocker there with a falling star move too. They really tried to read Stormy's move. Cram pinning them down.
Oh, he actually surprises them from behind, but still Sikai's burst it down. Cram forced to flicker just to make it out alive. And Yums, it's a double kill for Super Igorka. Now they have to defend all over again.
We take it back. I'm sorry, Super Igorka. You do not need to risk it all to win against champions. Maybe you just need a better hero, like a one that suits you. Play in the back, shooty shoot McShoot, and SRG goes down. Now it's a Lord that will go down as well, and Virtus Pro, they're en route to securing game 2.
Oh.
And SRG, what Cram?
Okay. There were at least some waves managed. That's the thing. SRG with the Moskov, with the Uranus are somehow able to deal with the sides. But that was a sacrifice there by Cram. He, or at least Innocent, had to go down, but since he was closest to the objective, then you know what's going to happen.
At this point, Break, I'm just thinking of ways that SRG can actually turn things around. It's very, very difficult. I don't want to say impossible, but it's very difficult. Yums has to get like a 5-man ult, 5-man fist crack.
That's so hard.
I just got that. Little bird told me. Wind of Nature already too. So even if they do get a pick, like they go for a big stun, great initiation. There's ways. You gotta understand the yellow from Bober too. Now shadow kill. There you go. That's an attempt.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. But look at that Tsunami Slam Tidal Strike combination, just denying the last hit. That potential kill onto Antoryu. Now making it 4v5. Bober goes in, uses the Chaos Assault, but all they want is the inhibitor turret in mid. Pluto gets taken out with the falling star mode coming in from Bad God!
Goes into the base. Now it's Endoryu picking up the scraps. Mega kill. One last shot again. Another Innocent trying to save the game, and he falls to the bullets of Super Egorka. We've got a series in our hands. Game 3 for VP versus SRG.
Oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Holy shield. That was an amazing game. Dude, here's the thing. There's so many questions, right? So many questions that I don't even want to ask right now. Like maybe when everyone has left, then maybe I can ask, you know? But still, that was a game. No, we're looking at the replay. Can I just say, Pluto, man, Pluto. I love when Kalia players have no hesitation. And as a Kalia player, you will have no hesitation if your mid does damage. And the mid does damage.
Bober had such a great start.
He had a nuke in that ult.
When he got the...
Bobbering.
Right?
Bobbering?
Bobbering. That's what he did. He was bobbering.
Hey, this game was all fine and dandy until Bober said it's Boberin time.
It's
and Bobered
Boberin
all over the
time.
place.
When he got the Genius Wand, things were just a lot more difficult for SRG to manage.
I feel like it was already difficult when level 1.
Oh yeah, that too.
Krem already died. So.
Yeah, what happened there? I would love to see a replay of.
Honestly, I have no idea. Like the only thing that I can think of is just that he tried to cut the wave.
Yeah.
And then just free hits.
Got punished.
And he's just like, no way, this guy's gonna kill me, right?
Yeah.
No way, right?
But,
and he'd be like, holy shield.
Holy shield.
But really though, like, was he actually under the turret that early? I mean,
I don't.
There's no way
so.
he took a turret shot, right?
There's no way.
So, it could. Did Bad Cut level skill 2 up first? Was that how he dealt enough damage?
It shouldn't, but maybe. Like
that might be the because like the damage comes from skill 2.
It could happen, yeah.
Yeah, and his name is Bad Cut. He's a bad boy.
And he's caught.
Caught?
That I don't know, but hey, we got the bad part. That's
in Malaysia, it's caught.
Caught. He was caught.
Yes, exactly.
But wasn't he the one who like caught them?
He caught Cram. Okay, Super Gorka. We tried.
Like Super Gorka, like you said, shooty McShoot, man.
Yep.
Just stay in the back, and then deal some free damage. And then getting those kills.
904.
Yeah, he's got.
Although I do have to say, like probably not the MVP, but Pluto. I feel like because of him, no one from SRGOG could do anything. Even Skies made a desperate play. Maybe just one more shuriken, maybe just one more basic attack that he can get something, and then Pluto is just like, let me shoot you to Mars and then back on Earth. I mean Pluto.
Yeah, Mars, Pluto. I gotta say, yeah, I agree with you. I think Pluto is definitely the MVP here coming into this matchup. Just knowing, dude, the targeting was so good every single time as well. Just playing around Bober, or was it Bober who just played around Pluto? Anyways, coordination was there, synchronization was on par to beat SRG in game number 2 here.
Yeah, and things were so much easier when there was no one in SRG who could actually deal with Bad Caught, because looking at it now, they at least just have the glowing wand to deal with the sustain that's
no defense
coming. I mean, even for Pluto, right? There's some defense that you have. There's sustain you have to deal with, and I mean, this is a fleeting time pickup also from Pluto. So now I understand why there were endless Tsunami Slams going on.
Talk about the Oracle.
Yeah,
though.
I was about to bring it up. Like, why Oracle?
Yeah, because you increase your shield, but Esmeralda kind of likes
exactly.
that. Yeah. No, honestly, there is a lot, but I like that my my simple analysis was correct.
Okay.
Which is just do what you did, just win more. Right?
Just break the crystal amount.
Instead of winning by 1,000, try 3.
Then
and
9.
Then 4.
Oh, they did that, yeah.
Right. So, hey, sometimes the simplest things is the most correct one. Right now, we're looking at the star players here. Super 8 Goka, Rich Guy to carry. Bad Cod.
Wow.
The EXP laner.
Wow, that's impressive. Damage dealt per minute.
Per minute.
On the Esmeralda.
Dude.
Yeah, again, he was just going through all these shields, right? You said the Badang got a bit more shielding with Oracle. Lunchtime by Bad Cop. Pluto as well, best wingman. I had a point to bring up earlier. Oh yeah, so just look at the tanks. Enchanted Talisman first item, he had to go for that.
Yeah.
And Dreadnought Armor, right? So again, it just gave Bober so much free room and gave Pluto so much free room to target whoever. Usually you don't want to target the Badang, you don't want to target the Uranus, but at this game, anyone's fine. Legit, it'll be Ludox going, hey, go for it. Pluto's like, which one? Yes.
Yeah.
Any.
No, I kind of feel like this draft is Virtus Pro. This is them, which is, do you want to fight? Yes. When? Yes. Who?
Just yes. Just a whole lot of yes.
Right? Just at any point of the game, if they want to start a fight, they can. And the best thing about them that not all of the teams do is that they can finish that fight.
Yeah.
Because some teams, they started, but they can't finish it.
And their PO, look at this. So beautiful.
Maybe they shouldn't
pretty
be
PO.
fearing the team fights too much. Because based on what or how they played this, so long as they're the ones able to start things off, then it seems like they can actually focus on the team fighting up against SRG, especially if they always find them in this kind of position. Because admittedly, we did feel that in game number 1, VP did feel a little too cautious about what they were trying to do. But when it's like this, it's an entirely different version. And even SRG couldn't handle it.
I mean, something I tell my dad all the time, throw caution in the air. He doesn't understand why I say that, but I just like saying that.
Okay.
And we heard the war cry coming in from the players here. VP is feeling good. SRG, OG, feeling you know? And here's the thing. Between both teams, I would say Virtus Pro has less pressure here because now they have the momentum.
Exactly.
And if they win, that's huge.
They're a wildcard team from a non-MPL region up against the defending MSC champions who have dominated Malaysia for 3 seasons back to back to back. So you could definitely tell who the pressure is on right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pluto did say it, that if they ever get through the group stage, that'll mean so much for them, because that means they'd have to at least deal with some of the biggest threats. And if they do that in as early as their first match, then that's a massive statement which will put SRG in danger of defending their crown because they only have a single life remaining moving forward.
I don't like day 1. We already have to shift our tier rankings. Happens a lot, apparently. Day 1 is just like, oh, wait. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. You go here, you go down here, you know, just gonna give you new coordinates for you to go to. But now, this is match point. VP wins this one. It's gonna be the biggest upset for today. I gotta say, Onic just now, even we were nervous after game number 1, but I feel like this is nervouser.
Nervouser, especially for you, you know, as...
No, I'm nonchalant.
No, okay.
I'm
There you
nonchalant.
go. So he's nonchalant.
I'll just pretend I didn't see him reacting.
Oh, yeah. The entire game.
Dude, the entire game, I was like...
Right.
Oh. That was me, the entire game.
That's accurate, you know? Yeah, but anyways, now, what do SRG do, right? Because we already brought this topic up.
Play better.
There you go.
See, sometimes the simplest thing, just play better.
Just play better.
Maybe don't die level 1.
Okay.
Crazy idea, crazy.
You want to shout it out to Cram?
Hey.
I don't know if you can.
They're just behind us, so, you know. Like, technically we can.
But don't. Because, like, the exact same problems we said for VP showed up in SRG for this game. Like, they felt less coordinated. They had questionable timings when it comes to their entries. So maybe it's really just the simple things that they need to consider now, you know? Like,
I think for me, it comes down to the draft again, right? It comes down to, like, what were they planning for? They banned out the CC, which leads me to believe at least that they were going for utility jungle, that they were going for a bit more tankiness in the team. They picked up the Badang, so I was like, all right, they're going for a Fredrin here maybe, and then they end up going Hayabusa, which means, so the setup earlier and the first 3 picks just doesn't really connect with the last 2 in the end.
Yeah, it doesn't match. I mean, they do tend to become a little surprising in the draft, but not this kind. Which
So the surprising Red Giants.
But even like even they themselves don't know how to pull it off. So.
Speaking of which, in case you guys don't know, it's only 20 diamonds to purchase the MSC support chest. So make sure you guys do that now because we're going to be jumping into the game, and by that point, you guys might forget. So do it now.
Now.
Come back in 30 seconds when we're up and rolling. So
now we'll wait. It's okay.
But we won't wait that long.
All right.
So now we got to talk about this, right? I mean, like, yes, play better because in my eyes, the only way that you lose that 1v1 is if you disrespect them, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think he would do that in, say, against MPL regions where he's like, okay, I'm definitely going to be punished, so I'm just going to be playing it a little bit safer. The moment I see this is a bad trade, I'm not going to go in because the thing about people actually going is that they want to get level 2 very fast because most of the EXP laners, they need level 2 for a dash.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like that's the thing where the Esmeralda understood that he had no way to leave. He can just and then that's it. Right? So kill him while he can just do that and can't be like that, you know? So
I get it.
Take him down level 1 because at level 2, you're toast or you're Esmeralda.
See, how do you do that? Just with the delay in the jungle, it actually creates a safety net for a lot of the laners in the mid lane and the gold lane and the XP lane. It's tougher to gank early on. You don't want to go level 2 right off a purple buff or right after first buff into a gank because that would cost you a lot, especially up against very fast clearing jungles on the other side.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall what battle spell did Cram have?
Purify, right?
Flicker.
Oh, it's Flicker.
Flicker.
Cram, Flicker,
But
yeah.
he still...
Yeah,
Stormy Purify.
That's true. He had Flicker. That's a good take.
That's a movement.
Hey, no, just kidding. They're focusing. Maybe we'll ask Eterna to ask him.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. But does Eterna do the winner? So he has to win.
He has to win.
He has to win
I
to get
mean,
interviewed.
He will win.
I don't think you want to say that, bro.
Oh,
Like,
that's right.
dude,
That's right. That's right.
You know we
that's
have
right. That's right. That's right.
You want to reiterate?
Okay, let me reiterate. I love cookies.
There you go. I love
There you
cookies
go.
too.
I love cookies.
We all love cookies.
Do you love cookies? Yeah, she doesn't.
I do.
You do?
But I was...
Hey, Briggy Man. Briggy Man here.
Briggy Man. I will transfer over.
So that's
the
how it
handshake.
feels like to not get high-fived.
Oh.
Why do you say that like you've never... Oh, maybe she's different. Everyone wants to high five
Everybody
her.
wants to
But
high five
when
her.
it comes to us...
Yeah. Sometimes we just say things
they
too
just,
crazy.
Like they high five us, but we didn't receive it with our hand. Get it? It's the face. The face. They high five the face.
Okay. Speaking of...
No. High five to the face. But now, SRGOG, first pick. VP, second pick. Betting out the 1-1 again. And this time, VP is like, yo, my Yisun Shin was snasty. So don't give it to them.
Yeah, so this is back to game number 1. And again, if you want to recall game number 1, SRG were the ones to actually win it out in the draft, win it out in the game as well. VP were struggling with that draft. I'm not trying to say that the draft was bad for VP. It was just, it's not their style, clearly, after seeing game number 2.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like they just have to be careful of really that Kalia-Lunas combo, right? Like
the insta-kill.
Even maybe consider picking up the Kalia earlier.
I was waiting to see Yums actually pick up that kind of roamer.
Yeah.
Because in game number 1, he was Gatot. In game number 2, it was Badang, but not the kind of...
game 1 was Hilda.
Oh, yeah, it was Hilda. Game number 2, it was the
Badang.
But it didn't feel like the Badang who wanted to go for setups first. It was the reactive, or he was forced to be the reactive kind of Badang. So hopefully they actually go for that, since I believe even in game number 1, there have been a couple of Cho bans here and there, respecting the pick-off capabilities of SRG.
Arlen, Phoebus, and Wanwan, they're sticking to the script again. I mean, game number 1, this is exactly what they went for, but VP, I believe, have gone for a few changes.
Yeah.
Not the Eastern Shin ban, but the Uranus. So they're taking that away.
Maybe they're like, there's no way we can do that again, right?
Yeah. There's no way we get solo kill level 1. The Juice In will be another change here for VP. The first pick of game number 1 for SRG, and now it will force SRG to change.
I don't mind Kalia first pick here, because Farsa's problem, yes.
Yeah.
Kimi is a problem, yes. Okay, if it's not Kalia, I would actually prefer more damage. I would actually prefer the Farsa here. Legit, I prefer the Farsa. Like for SRG OG style, you know?
First two matches, we saw Baksha, I think, 100% contention rate just in bans. Match number 3, we are seeing no Bakshas. So far, it's been ignored completely in the drafting phase. It was banned last game, I think.
Yeah, it was SRG OG banned it.
Game 1 and Game 3, then. It's been ignored. Kalea first pick comes in for SRG, adapting to VP's Kalea pick in Game 2.
And VP should consider just taking the Boxia if you don't want to deal with it, because Cram has used the Boxia and the EXP, and it looks pretty good.
Yeah. Honestly, anything they pair, considering that they already have the Kalea, seems okay.
I would consider taking away that Farsa, because Kalea Farsa is pretty good too.
Yeah.
We got news, by the way, that Badcot's first blood in Game 2 was 36 seconds. That makes it the fastest first blood in the group stage.
Okay.
Might be ever.
Might be ever.
Might be ever.
36 seconds. Oh, so are
That's a Zetian and a Gatot Gacha this early. We've just had, a couple of doubters, including me myself, about the Zetian, and it just not picking up wins on day 1 so far in the first 3 matches.
But this is Bobber.
This is Bobber.
He's going to be bobbering.
Yeah.
All over.
Bobbering the entire map.
Literally with the ult.
And I'm liking the pairing with the Gatot. Because like you can go Fury of the Phoenix, and then there's an immediate AOG, so you can like layer all of your skills together and let your damage dealers do their thing.
Lancelot, please, or Boxia.
Oh
Lancelot,
my gosh.
Boxia with this Farsa, and SRGOG has a good draft.
Yeah, there you go. Great pick. Great call from LaFell there. Farsa and Lancelot. This looks to be a very, very good composition for SRG here. Going back to the classics, to the meta, right? Not really going for the unorthodox picks that they went for in Game 1, as VP now are in a tough spot. Do they want to go Granger? It has been great for Super Egorka. They can still play pure front to back. Or do they go jungler?
If only this wasn't the Lancelot,
There
the
you go.
Kimmy would have sounded great, because they have so many combinations. But then even the Farsa will make things so much difficult for that. So
Hey, sometimes you got to be brave. Be like Farsha, Marsha. If I want Granger, I pick up Granger, right? If they ban out the Irithel, then we might be seeing a Granger later on. Just a heads up, maybe a good idea as well is respect the CC. Like, it may not be picked up, but just in case,
I mean, now they haven't revealed, or could they actually consider it for themselves though? Like,
okay.
does Badcot want to go for that, or for a XP laner that can actually die? We haven't seen the likes of a Lapu yet so far.
Yeah, it's banned
That's
out.
why it's banned,
for VP.
They banned it themselves. Okay.
But yeah, I kind of feel like I still prefer the Gato being in Rome. And I feel like Badcot just wants a winning matchup against Cram. Might be the other reason why Cram's hero hasn't been picked up just yet.
Yeah. SRG, they know even from game number 1, right? When Cram is in a winning matchup, it's pretty good. The guy gets going.
It's kind of okay.
And VP, they definitely want to shut that down. But what is next on the chopping block? Do they just go for a gold lane ban now? I mean, the Moscow was already taken away by SRG. VP, if they ban, okay, they end up going for CC. I was about to say, if they ban out Irithel, we're going to see a Granger on the other side banned out too. And then we'll see new faces in the gold lane. But with the CC ban, I don't know.
Game 1, they banned out the Hive. I don't know if they want to repeat that or not.
I don't think so.
They
have a Farsa to deal with it, and there's no Joy. I think the main reason was because they had Joy as well.
Oh, what if VP actually go Harith?
Which,
Against the Farsa and Lance.
Oh, but then...
sometimes you gotta be brave.
Yeah, you gotta be brave, but...
That's what I always say to my mom.
Okay, so your dad is caution.
Throw caution
away. Your
and
mom
then I tell my mom,
is-
sometimes you gotta be brave.
you gotta be brave.
It's a good parent duo combo right there.
Okay.
Badang.
All right, interesting.
There's a Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno's pretty safe.
Bruno,
Granger is still up for
Irithel.
grabs. Irithel. I think honestly the safest choice would still just be the Granger. You
I
have
agree.
so many dashes too to get away from the Thorn Rose and skill shots of the Lancelot. Yeah, the Farsa will be a bit of a problem, but that's why you have a Haya. That's why you've picked it up, right? You just want to get a... Oh!
That's a
I
good pick.
forgot about the Hilda. Yeah, that's a great pick. Lance and Farsa? VP, well played. That's great. Now they set up for
And
a winning
no
matchup in
CC.
gold.
Yeah, and no CC.
Yeah, this is gonna be a much
forgot about
freer
that.
game for the Hilda.
Not yet. We'll see. Maybe they have an answer.
Maybe. What could be the answer?
What could be the answer? There's,
So many XPs banned, dude.
there's still the Esmeralda, the
Edith.
I lost.
They're gonna go glue.
Oh, glue. Okay, respect.
First time in MSC, by the
Harith.
way. The Harith gets picked up for SRG. Now VP, They can go Granger.
I feel Granger.
Yeah.
Granger's good against Harf.
They could also go for Claude or Carry.
Yeah, because there's a glue. You might want to distance yourself, really. Or find a way to deal with it.
You can dive with the team to the Farsa. So I think there are still a couple of options open. Safe choice is obviously the Granger.
So now, roughly around 20 seconds left. For now, SRG OG, I kind of feel like they got a very meta draft, so very different from Game 1 and Game 2, where it looks like they have a centralized game plan. Now it's just like, okay, we know what picks are good, and then we're just going to go for it. And now they pick up the Bruno. So again, maybe they just want a little bit more range. Safety, and if we really want to get into it, shred some armor, making it easier for the Hayabusa to actually go in and actually execute the entire team. So this is a very interesting draft. I would say Game 1, Game 2, there's a lot of mix-up there. But Game 3, I kind of feel like this is the most standard that we're going to see all throughout MSC. So now, this is going to be the final matchup of SRG OG going up against Virtus Pro, where who would have thought that we got here? You know, a young man from the Philippines is watching here, so shout-outs to him.
Hey, shout-outs, Mr. Dan.
And now I'm going to be throwing it over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lafel. We are going to get ready here, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game of this series. Virtus Pro have fought tooth and nail to bring it to a Game 3. And it comes down to the land of Dawn. Natan is flying in the air to bring us into it here for our final game of the series. Here we go. SRG versus VP.
I'm liking how both of these teams have adopted so far in this series. The way that we're seeing VP finally go for that really team fight comp as well. I mean, even just looking at the Bruno, it does feel like this is the type of play from Super Egorka that's really gonna go for the fights against SRG. So we'll see what the plan is gonna be this time around. Is the early game still gonna pan out the exact same way so far? Because Pluto was already forced to use that Revitalize. Great pressure coming in from Cram so far in this game compared to game number 2.
Yeah, good stuff. Emblem builds here, the Bargain Hunter for the Harith. So far, everything looks pretty normal. Well, I guess there's a difference. Oh, good take by Innocent. There's a difference in the Kalea, right? For Pluto, he likes to go for the pull yourself together and the agility. This is a tankier take with the firmness over the agility. On the other side, Master Assassin for Super Egorka, really trying to win out this matchup.
So this is adding to what we just mentioned about Virtus Pro changing things up, adapting to what they think or what seems to be one of the best ways to deal with SRG OG and their playstyle so far in this game. And it seems like the action in the mid lane is still on. Will Pluto actually go for the Unbreakable though? Might not for now. So they just resume the farming and play it very cautiously in the first few minutes of the game. The first objective might be the actual fight.
Yeah. It's just a battle of prio at this point of the game, right? For both teams. That's why SRG have been sending even Skies to come in mid to clear it out. Stormy's level 4, so first move by SRG on Turtle 1.
Oh, there's the grab and Pluto. Will he still be able to commit the AOG? It's a no, and Sakai secures the objective as well as First Blood. Bad got forced to flicker away, and that does not allow for Andoryu to at least get close to contest, and now they transition into denying the orange buff.
It's all about speed. SRG saw what Virtus Pro were able to do in game number 2 with that speed, with that pace. Tsunami Slam, bringing Pluto back.
For the second time around, are they actually going for Pluto? That's his second death in this game. Badcott trying to take out Sakai's, but it's Bober who gets to do it instead. But still, Badcott, he also falls.
2 deaths on Pluto, 1 death on Badcott. Overall, it should still be worth it for SRG here, especially if they deny this trade in the jungle. Innocent's walking up, Yums too. And Doryu gets the retry down. So at least he finds a bit of value with Skies falling, but it's really not too much, considering, again, SRG got 2 kills on Mr. Sky Prince.
Yep, the numbers are clearly in favor of SRG right now. They've also established a 1k gold lead so far, which I feel like is a really good situation, especially if you're Innocent, which is, speaking of Innocent, look at him right now being very confident, using the Zaman Force just to force Super Egorka to go back under his turret. So this is SRG.
Yeah.
This is the team, this is the experience showing up in terms of holding on to the lead or actually trying to make it grow.
This is why, personally, I wouldn't think of the Bruno against the Harith. Like, you're not really a big bully in level 1 to 3 against the Harith. And once Harith gets level 4 into a book and just a book, you get the ultimate dashes, unlimited dashes on the Chrono Dash with the Zaman Force. Yums!
Oh, that's such a quick rotation from Stormy, as well as Yums, a very decisive flicker and Tidal Strike as well, but the counter engage takes down Yums, but the Zaman Force, the cooldown is already gone. Now they actually try to go for Pluto, but Andoryu makes it just in time. Will he be able to cast the Yogi Shadow Kill, though? He will! And Stormy gets traded down, but the Phantom Execution! Oh my goodness, Sikai's, he got Andoryu!
Very unfortunate. They split apart. It was a good flicker from Stormy to bring in to disperse the damage, but then they just dispersed again, and now Turtle 2.
They don't have the jungler. They don't have their jungler. And still, Sikai's clearly will have the upper hand, the advantage in securing that objective. The pressure just, it's always in VP's side of the map. They're not letting go, especially with Cram, who's also able to rotate down bottom this early on. So they're clearly trying to go for the objectives, but at least for VP, it's a commendable way that they're able to deal and defend their turrets for now.
Super solid from SRG. That pace that they've been playing with, they've literally just, again, adapted to VP style. In game number 2, VP were the ones constantly fighting, constantly getting the early setups onto neutral objectives. This time, it's SRG. They're first into the fights, they're first into neutral objectives as well, and everyone wants smoke. Even Innocent in the bottom lane, constantly going for 1v1s, feeling confident. And Doryu brought back.
There's no way out if you're Andoryu. And I think the way we're seeing SRG play this so far is that they're not following a certain system. They don't follow a certain sequence when it comes to forcing the fights. Anyone can actually start the fight if they want to do it. Can either be Innocent if he's confident enough to use the Zaman Force, or even the Fettered Airstrike. But hold on, speaking of Innocent, he might put himself in a dangerous position. Bad Cop still catches up, but there's a flicker and the Zaman Force to keep him alive. Stormy catches up too, which makes Virtus.pro a little hesitant. There's too much members, or too many members from SRG who caught up in that moment.
And SRG get the wave up top. They get a turret too. They have some more capitalization over VP, who've just been reacting to the plays of SRG without much to say in the macro game. They're not able to trade for much here. It was a flicker. I guess it was pretty good, right? Because you got a flicker, and now next fight you should be able to punish Innocent if you catch him. But it's an if. SRG got an absolute. They got a structure down that will be down forever. SNB gold difference here, 1,200 gold lead for Skies. The last 2 games he's been, I would say, struggling, right? Level 1, sorry, game 1 as well, losing out to farm against Andoryu. And game 2, we know what happened. So great to see Skies finally in the lead.
I mean, for VP, I guess they don't really have a choice but to wait for their timings, to wait for Super Igorka. But now they might actually try to contest for this objective. AOG already committed. Actually knocks up a couple members from SRG OG. But they immediately take down Stormy. But Pluto gets punished as well. Yums tries to escape, but he will not succeed. And look at the damage coming in from Super Igorka and Badcon, who decides to dive under the turret just to get that kill. Allowing Andoryu to finally get a turtle for his team.
Pluto! Last-ditch effort. Most of the times you see a Gato Kacha AOG back. He was mounted, he was bound to die, and he decided to AOG forward. He even caught Stormy off guard. He popped in the Feathered Airstrike thinking that the AOG will be defensive, or thinking that would at least be like a slam forward to cancel out the AOG. Miscom by SRG, great punish by VP.
The team fight capabilities right now.
And yeah, the flicker wasn't used. Not by Stormy.
Yeah. But the teamfight capabilities of VP, they're becoming scary at this point. They've already somehow caught up. There's still a 1k gold lead for SRG, but this could have been way bigger if only they're able to keep the momentum in their hands. And as you've mentioned, even the leads between their junglers, somehow, someway, they're slowly catching up.
1,500 gold lead. That big lead that SRG have built up in the early stage of the game towards this point is gone. And VP, look at see the confidence in Andoryu. A Sky Piercer for the Hayabusa. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing this even in the wildcard. Oh man, another pick. Super Igorka gets it 2-0-2, and it was Cram who got caught.
There was a different intention, I feel, for SRG. They had plans to do something up top, but majority of the members of VP, they weren't there. They were in the mid lane, they were in the bottom lane, and Pluto droning out Sekai's and gets to AOG out of it. So they did so much to zone, but luckily SRG, they get to hold on that tier 2.
The lead is completely gone, and Dorio's still stolen away the purple buff. Skies is still a level ahead, and that could be an angle that SRG decide to use to contest for the neutral objective. Your Lord spawning in the game at the 9th minute mark as Endorio constantly farms up, trying to get even in level up against Skies. But VP know they've got a winning angle here. They have to play for Super Egorka. Yet again on a safe pick that's just previously shoot. This is balling away, Cram.
Oh, Pluto's already down half. But so is Cram though. Oh, they find Sekai. They go for the Tsunami Slam onto Bober. What a beautiful target for SRG OG. Innocent also using the Zaman Force. Might just be able to get another kill, but the AOG immunes him for a while, but not for long. Ogi Shadow kill also committed as well by Andorio, and that might not be enough anymore for Virtus Pro to keep going with this fight. Super Egorka chased by 4. Andorio tries to go in, but he doesn't have the Ogi Shadow kill anymore, but still finds Stormy. Tries to get away, but it won't be enough. That's still 4 members of SRG OG.
The recovery from the Selangor Red Giants. OG Esports now straight to the Lord. 10 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead back. So they're back where they're left off. Not completely, but they're on the way.
Wasn't able to even use the Fury of the Phoenix anymore to scout the other members of SRG OG, but Andorio with that single combo and the Feathered Air Strike. He gets deleted on the Hayabusa, even with the quad shadows. There's no way out. And the Holy Shields, once again, they are already down. But this is the punish from VP. They find Innocent. Sekai's, though, still a massive threat. So they focus on taking down the Lord for now. But Sekai's, he just won't stop.
He will have to stop, though. Now with the Holy Defense already taken down the Lord. Virtus Pro, what a crazy engage yet again by Pluto. He saw an angle for Innocent, went for the Todd, got the AOG. Now the airstrike used up, Pluto holding the line down.
Bad God was only trying to zone to get some space, but he cannot do it alone anymore.
Again for a base turret, and they'll be happy with that. They gotta keep discipline. They know that VP have many ways to still turn things around despite the 7,000 gold lead. So they have to take it slow.
The Feathered Airstrike is such a problem at this point for a VP. I mean, they have the Hayabusa, but now that Stormy's always protected by the other members of SRG, or at least beside another member of SRG, makes things so hard for Andorio to find the right pickoff. And I feel like that's one of the biggest things that they have to figure out now that they're forced to defend for majority of the game. How do they actually find that one single pickoff if SRG are just always grouped up and their tankiest frontliners, they can't find a way to deal with it just yet? I mean, Super Egorka, I feel like he already has the Malefic gun.
Yeah.
So somehow there's a little bit more of range to it. But if you're forced to disengage just from joining the fights for a while, then how could you maximize the passive of the Bruno at this point?
Skies walks up. We're also reaching a point where Badcot's really struggling to stay relevant. Pluto walks up.
Yums and Innocent from behind knocks up 2, and without even the Zaman Force, just the Thorn Rose already eliminates Stormy and Bober. Pluto trying to walk back to the base, but Badcot and Doryu, what can they do if their paths are being blocked like this? Still has the quad shadow, so will find a way to go back. But they're not letting up. They're chasing after him. They won't let him go back to the base.
They want to end the game right here, right now. No upset, at least not here, is what they're saying. Skies walks up the puncture. Zaman Force over SRG.
Badcot's trying to deal with the waves, but there's still a single cart minion left. And that is it for Virtus Pro. A great showing, but the series, it falls into the hands of SRG OG.
The war cries over from Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports. Right as they won, it was a bunch of, hey, walking over. Hey, they were face to face. That's a lot of heat.
Hey, that's why I miss having this kind of setup.
I agree.
Where the players are so close to each other. And you know why it works here, Mirko?
Why?
Because they both teams can talk, and they don't understand each other. So that's why it works. And then once it's done, take off the headset and be like, hey,
Hey.
Game 2. That was a fluke.
Yeah.
That was a fluke, bro.
Dude, Cram, I saw him. He was just pointing at the boys,
Yeah.
looking him dead straight in the eye. That was cold.
Yeah, he's like, hey, you killed me level 1. Never again.
Oh,
Never again.
Oh,
That's all you
wow.
get.
That's all you get. That's all you get. Now we're looking at the highlights here and talk about a change of tempo, right? And this is what we look like when we start to see SRGOG start drafting standard.
Yeah. Keeping things simple is probably the best thing to do in the group stage.
Keep
And
it al dente.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
Please continue.
I mean, this is what we were trying to say before going back to game number 3, right? It's probably the simplest things.
Yep.
And I feel like VP, they did attempt to simplify their approach. It was clear that they were after the team fights as well, but whenever they do try to go for a fight, it seems like the angles from which SRG comes from, they're not able to cover all of them. Like, Super Igorka seems like a free target for most of the time. And even Bober, he has questionable positionings every now and then. So I feel like that contributed a lot to how these team fights fared out for VP and SRG.
Yep, thank you very much. But now, honestly, looking at the highlights, it's all great, it's all good. But behind me, I already see Eterna as well as Sakai standing by. So we're going to throw it over to see what Sakai has to say about this game.
Thank you, casters. Eterna here once again, and this time I'm joined with the Sky Prince Sakais. Welcome, Sakais. Hello. Hi. Okay. So congratulations for your first win here at MSC. And I think a lot of people are curious, right? Because as defending champions, I think a lot of people were obviously expecting that this would go to you, but it looked like in game number 1, things were a little bit shaky. Can you tell us what happened?
Okay, pertama sekali tahniah lepas menang game hari ni, and tetapi bila kalau kita tengok daripada match hari ni, ramai orang yang expect SRG akan menang mudah, tapi kita boleh nampak di game pertama tu SRG agak terkapar-kapar sedikit. Boleh ceritakan apa yang terjadi tak?
Saya rasa series tadi tu kita orang main macam biasa je sebenarnya. Kita orang pun tak ada estimate orang, and orang pun tim yang kuat juga, iaitu dari wildcard. Even though they wildcard, but they are the only one yang dapatkan slot. So I think they kuat juga. So bagi kita orang series tadi just series yang normal lah, part of the game.
Yeah, first of all, I think VP is a strong team. We need to give them credit. It's because of from the playoff, from the wildcard itself, they are the champion. And to be honest, we just play like normal. We don't underestimate them. And I think this is just part of the game.
Okay. So what part of the game was what made things tricky in game number 1?
Jadi part of the game yang mana yang buat adik rasa game tu agak tricky di game pertama tadi?
I think saya rasa untuk game pertama tadi, saya rasa di bahagian early game je. So mungkin yang tu kita orang tengah biasakan diri untuk bermain atas stage untuk season ni. I mean,
It's okay, calm down.
So untuk game kedua tu, obviously tu daripada mistake kita orang lah, ya.
Yeah, I think the part of the game that been tricky for the first game is basically just like, I mean, we are trying to still to adapt with the weather, with the stage itself, and it's just a mistake on the early game. But for the second series, which is the second game, basically it's completely our mistake. So yeah, I think that's all.
Okay. So understandably so, right? Adaptation period is definitely going to be there. Now, what about your next match? Because you guys are continuing into the upper brackets, and there's a choice here. You could either go against Corinthians or Mythic Seal. Who do you think you're going to go up against next?
Okay, untuk match seterusnya ada dua pilihan, Corinthian ataupun Mythic Seal. Rasa-rasa Sky sendiri, SRG akan bertemu dengan siapa? Corinthian atau Mythic Seal?
Saya rasa personally kita orang akan berjumpa dengan dari Myanmar, iaitu Mythic Seal, sebab kita orang tahu yang Myanmar region yang sangat bagus juga, kuat. So kalau nak banding dengan region Japan tadi, Brazil, saya rasa Myanmar yang lagi better lah, ya.
Yeah, I think between Corinthians and Mythic Seal, I would choose personally Mythic Seal. It's because of, for me, Burmese or Myanmar team is basically it's one of the strong region, and I think it's a strong team as well. So I'm looking forward to meet Mythic Seal.
Okay, now considering that you did mention Mythic Seals, if we have a little bit of a flashback to M6, Unfortunately, in the Swiss stages, SRG lost to another Burmese representation. Are you confident going against Mythic Seal this time?
Okay, kalau kebetulan adik ada sebut pasal Mythic Seal, which is daripada Burmese, daripada Myanmar. M6 tahun lalu SRG kalah dengan Falcon, which is daripada Burmese juga. Adakah Sky sendiri confident yang kali ini korang akan pastikan orang kata tak jadi lagi keadaan yang sama?
Saya rasa for the last series yang M6 tu, even though kita orang kalah, tapi kita orang rasa kita orang boleh menang untuk series tu lah. So I think for against Myanmar, kita orang confident lah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for the last M6, yes, of course, we are still confident that we can win that match, but unfortunately, we just lost that game. But for this series right now in EWC, we are really, really confident against Myanmar team, and just we are look forward for next match.
We're also looking forward to it, and we're excited, and I'm glad that you guys are confident because that's going to be a banger of a match. So once again, thank you so much, the Prince of Mages. And we're gonna, sorry, Prince of Mages, what? The Sky Prince, what in the world? That's Stormy. But once again, thank you so much, and we'll see you in the next match. We're gonna throw it over back to our casters. Sorry, LaFell, please don't hate me.
Hey, only a little bit, but shout out.
And how we